Good evening and good day, everybody, and welcome to this emergency episode of the Ask Abhijit show. This was supposed to be an episode in which I take questions from the comments, but well, the war has begun. The war that everyone was anticipating, but we didn't know when it will happen. The Iran war, the American and Israeli attack on Iran, that's happened. It's started sometime earlier in the day, and yeah, the war is progressing now. So and it's actually a very important event. It's one of the events that's possibly going to define the history of the world going forward. Yeah, and it's going to have an effect on everything. It's going to have an effect on the United States, on West Asia. It's going to have an effect on the Russia Ukraine conflict. It's going to have an effect on China. It's going to have a big effect on India. And there's another war going on, which is Pakistan, Afghanistan. So this is a time for war. And now the US and Israel and the US have attacked Iran today morning. So a lot is happening, and we're going to discuss that, and we're going to keep an eye on the evolving situation together for the next few hours. And I'll take questions only about Iran and the surrounding situation, the geopolitical situation. I will not take questions about history or any other thing today, or science or whatever else. Only questions about Iran and geopolitics. So let's see who all is there on the live stream. Let's see who all is there with us. I can see a lot of people: Rahul Dunake, Acharya, Chanakya, Kanishka Kaushik, Shri Ramchandraya Namaha, Vision VB, Sumit Agarwal, Mihir Rao, Manhattan, Lazy Gamer, Mac4J1U, Rahul Dunake, Hani Sharma, Kenel, Geopolitical Dubey is here from Indore. Good evening. Shiva Sai says full support to Israel. I know what you mean. Rekha Humleji, Jai Shri Ram, Meet Raj Singh, Chudasama, Advait Ashwini, Arash Tado. Okay. Mystic SK, Ayush Singh is here. Pranam Ji, Rushabh Tare. Really now, Miss Patel. Hello. Bhalki today. Ashish Chavda, Shiva Sai, Somi, Karan Nalawat, Jashiram, Drama Boy, SJ, who supports Israel. Daksh Vora is here from Gujarat. Rav Light, Apurva Anupama, Tamo Biswas, good evening. Somi is here from Jaipur. Pratadana, Amisha Mishra, good evening. Chat DSP. Hensi Penguin, good to see you, sir. Good to see you after a while. Is back from future, I think. Mac4 Jivan Chat DSP podcast Punjabi is here. Lage raho online. Hello, it's me, Sean. Who else? SJ, Chat DSP, and so many other people. I will not be able to greet you all individually, but thank you so much for being on this live stream. Love Acharya, Aditya Kumar, Ram, Ashish, Vandit, not Vandit. And yeah, many Israel supporters here. HCM says Privet, Nilay DH. Shank Z says yo, Vin Smoke, and everybody else. Okay, konnichiwa. McLevin is also here. So what's going on is the question. I'll take your questions, of course, but let's first establish what's happened thus far. Let's take a look at Twitter, shall we? Let's take a. I've been primarily looking at what's happening on Twitter, because you get real time information about what's happening. If you look at Twitter seems to be, really useful and helpful in that sense. Give me a second. Can I do it like this? I think, yeah, this is kind of more useful, perhaps. Okay, so, or is this better? Maybe this is better. Is this better? Is this better? I think we'll do it this way. How about that? Okay. So, Twitter. Okay, so this happened around afternoon, early noon India time, just before 12. Israel says it has launched a preemptive attack on Iran. Explosions are being reported in Tehran, with red alerts triggered in Israel. Right, so this is where it began. Around that time is when we started getting the news that something has happened. Something is going down. Then we have Donald Trump. And Trump gave out this message, this speech. He gave an address to the nation and to his nation and to the world, So let's ask Grok to. Okay, what do we have? What does Grok have to say about this? Uh, Strong support, etc., etc. Transcribe the video content. So let's see the transcript of this, shall we? If Grok can do it, I'm sure Grok can do it. Grok is very capable. Um, it's searching the web and whatnot. So Trump essentially has announced that the war has begun. So here's the full transcription, shall we? Where is it? Okay, here's what Trump said. A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the US embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved in the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as US naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. It was Iran's proxy Hamas that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, not Pakistan, apparently. Okay. And just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That's why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the terror regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, in Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. We wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, we wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. Okay. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild the nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the US military has undertaken a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We're going to destroy their missiles. We're going to raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We are going to annihilate their navy. We are going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to US personnel in the region. Even so, I do not make this statement lightly. The Iranian regime seeks to kill The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we are doing this not for now. We are doing this for the future, and it's a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with this help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight you must lay down. I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished dropping our bombs, you take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I'm willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want, so let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the USA. May God bless you all. Thank you. So that's Trump's address. What is Trump saying? What did Trump say? Trump said that this is a regime change operation very clearly. When we are done, the people of Iran can take over. That's what he is saying. This is a regime change operation. This is some people were asking just now that this is just a few airstrikes or whatever. Why are you calling this a war? See what Trump said. This is the launch, the initiation, the beginning of a regime change operation. And the objective is to end this current regime in Tehran. That's the objective. That's what the US seeks to do. Okay, so that's the deal. This is a regime change operation that's ongoing, and it has been initiated by Israel, but the US, it looks like it's gonna be a fight to the finish. So this is just the initial phases of the war. Now, what else do we have? We have the US Department of War, which is saying Operation Epic Fury. So they have named this Operation Epic Fury, the US Department of War. What else do we have? We have Benjamin Netanyahu, who has put out a tweet a few hours ago, 4 hours ago. I'm pretty sure that the speech is in Hebrew. So let's see the translation of Mr. Netanyahu's tweet. My brothers and sisters, citizens of Israel, just an hour ago, Israel and the US embarked on an operation to remove the existential threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran. I thank our great friend, President Donald Trump, for his historic leadership. For 47 years, the Ayatollah's regime has chanted death to Israel and death to America. It has spilled our blood, murdered many Americans, and massacred its own people. This murderous terrorist regime must not be allowed to arm itself with nuclear weapons that would enable it to threaten all of humanity. Our joint operation will create the conditions for the brave Iranian people to take their fate in their own hands. The time has come for all parts of the Iranian people, the Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Baloch, Ahwazis, to cast off the yoke of tyranny and bring freedom and peace-loving values to Iran. I call on you, people of Israel, to heed the instructions of the Home Front Command. In the coming days, during Operation Lion's Roar, we will all be called upon to show patience and strength of spirit. Together we will stand, together we will fight, and together we will ensure the eternity of Israel. So that's the statement by Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. That's 4 hours ago. So it's very clear this is the beginning of a war. The US and Israel are working together. They're working together, and the objective is to end this regime. The objective is to change the regime in Iran. This is the beginning of a war. It's not a few limited airstrikes or missile strikes. Our MEA, what does our MEA have to say about this? Has our MEA made any statement? This is the official MEA account on Twitter. Dr. Jaishankar is talking about some India-EU stuff. India in Israel has put out an advisory. In view of the prevailing situation in the region, Indian nationals are asked to exercise full utmost caution and remain vigilant. and so on. So this is, so if you are in Israel, if you're an Indian national in Israel, take a look at the this statement by the Indian embassy in Israel. This is an advisory from the Indian embassy in Tehran. So once again, if you're in Tehran for whatever reason, well, please pay attention to what the embassy of India has to say. And yeah, whatever else. Not a lot happening here. What else do we have? Syed Mohammed Marandi, uh, he says, if I'm targeted, please receive your information from sources that are following Twitter. So yeah, this is a statement by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the foreign ministry. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia condemns and denounces in strongest terms the blatant Iranian aggression and the flagrant violation of the sovereignty of the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan. The kingdom affirms its full solidarity and unwavering support for the brotherly countries and its readiness to place all its capabilities at their disposal in support of any measures they may undertake. It also warns of the grave consequences resulting from the continued violation of the state's sovereignty and the principles of international law. Yeah, Saudi airspace may be part of this operation, so international law, okay. And this is a statement from the first statement from the Supreme National Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This statement was put out about 3 hours ago. In the name of God, etc. This morning, the courageous nation of Iran witnessed an aerial operation carried out by the brutal regime of the US in collaboration with what they call the corrupt Zionist regime, targeting certain locations within the country. This malicious act took place once again during the course of negotiations, because negotiations are ongoing in Geneva, in Switzerland, Geneva. During the course of negotiations, reflecting the enemy's mistaken belief that the steadfast nation of Iran would surrender to their ignoble demands through such cowardly actions. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran have commenced a decisive response to these hostile acts and will continuously keep the honorable people informed. The following points should be noted. According to the information obtained regarding the plans of these two corrupt regimes, their operations in Tehran and certain other cities are expected to continue. Yes, obviously, if you look at the statement of Donald Trump and if you look at the statement of Benjamin Netanyahu, it's clear this is the beginning of the war, the beginning of the regime change operation. So these operations are expected to continue. Therefore, while maintaining calm, citizens are advised, where possible, to travel to other areas or cities accessible to them in order to remain safe from the aggressions of these two regimes. They're saying go out of Tehran, essentially. That's what they're saying. The government of the Islamic Republic of Iran has made prior arrangements to ensure the provision of the essential needs of society. There is no cause for concern regarding the supply of basic necessities. Citizens are requested to refrain from crowding shopping centers, as such gatherings may pose potential risks. Schools and universities will remain closed until further notice. Banks will continue to provide services to the noble people of Iran. Government offices will operate at 50% capacity for the time being. Further reports will be announced in due course, and so on. This is from Iran in India. So that's kind of where we are right now. Now, if we can continue to monitor Twitter and see what's happening. Is there any statement from China? We'll look into that. So that is what's happening. This is the beginning of a regime change operation, a joint regime change operation by the United States and Israel. The objective is to remove the current government that rules Iran. The objective is to change the regime. That's where we are, and this obviously is gonna be very consequential for India. There's also another war going on right now in India's backyard, in India's neighborhood, that is Afghanistan and Pakistan. Right, the Pakistanis launched an airstrike, multiple airstrikes on Afghanistan, and the Afghan government has responded. So there is border warfare happening between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Afghanistan apparently has shot down a few Pakistani fighter planes. They've dropped bombs in Karachi and Islamabad and whatnot. Right, so there's escalation there. The question is, what is Pakistan's involvement going to be in the Iran regime change operation, in the war on Iran? Will Pakistan allow its airspace to be used by the United States in the war against Iran? Right? Why is there a war happening between Afghanistan and Pakistan? Does it have something to do with the American desire to regain control of the Bagram air base? What does India have to do in all of this? What is India's role in this? Some people are saying it's time to resume Operation Sindoor 2.0. Start Operation Sindoor 2.0 and achieve our military and political objectives in Pakistan. Is that something that's on the cards? So these are the questions that we have right now. Now let me see what questions people have asked thus far. Let's see. Hani Sharma says, first, US proxy Pakistan did a brave attack on defenseless Afghanistan, and then Israel and the US launched multiple missile strikes in Tehran, including Ali Khamenei's house as well. Why does the US regime destabilize the region? Continued. And if they are surely going to do a regime change in Iran, then why do they need Bagram, for which Pakistan is fighting Afghanistan? And if that is strategically important, why they leave it in the first place in 2021? Did Modi ji become Imran Khan 2.0? Netanyahu did the same thing, which Putin did to Imran Khan in 2022. Cherry on top, Modi ji said we stand with Israel, and now this conflict, I sense some Vasal vibes. What? Okay. So once again, let's unpack this question by Hani Sharma. Yeah, Pakistan did, the US proxy Pakistan did a brave attack on Afghanistan. Yes, airstrikes, which killed Afghan civilians. And that's why the Afghan government has responded by launching multiple strikes on Pakistan, on the Pakistani military. So that's why Afghanistan and Pakistan are at war currently. It's a state of war. And now the US and Israel have launched missile strikes, etc., on Tehran. Tehran has responded. It has launched strikes on multiple countries, right? Hasn't Tehran? So if you look at the Saudi statement, it's denouncing Iranian aggression on UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan, right? Because the Iranian government has launched attacks on the UAE, on Bahrain, on Qatar, on Kuwait, Jordan. Most likely military installations. Most likely, I hear that at least one person has lost his or her life in Abu Dhabi. I hear that there have been ballistic missile strikes or other missile strikes on Al Udaid Air Base in Qatar, I think it is, and so on. So Tehran has responded for sure. It looks like the house of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, has been targeted, maybe taken out, right? It looks like that's happened. The question is Mr. Khamenei still alive? Because when you start a war of this kind, a regime change operation, you launch decapitation strikes. You launch strikes targeted at the leadership of the nation whose regime you're trying to change. You want to eliminate the leadership as fast as possible. So what is the status when it comes to Mr. Khamenei? Is Mr. Khamenei safe, or has he been taken out by the Americans? The Americans will try and take him out. So yeah, that's a question that we will have to look into. We don't know for sure. There are all kinds of rumors swirling around on social media. So they are definitely going after a regime change in Iran. Why do they need Bagram is what Hani Sharma is asking, right? Why do they need Bagram? Well, Bagram is it's a very, very important air base. It has facilities that can accommodate tens of thousands of soldiers. It has multiple runways and so on. It's like see, the US has multiple massive air bases, right? One is Guam, from which it can strike China if it needs to. Another is Diego Garcia, from which it can strike at Iran, India, wherever it wants. Similarly, Bagram is like Diego Garcia plus Guam put together. That's how massive and extensive it is. It's an extremely sophisticated and capable airbase that can, if you hold it, you essentially can threaten multiple countries from there. You can threaten Iran, you can threaten India, you can threaten Pakistan, you can threaten China, you can even possibly threaten Russia from there, right? And just by holding Bagram, you can keep an eye on all these countries. You can spy on all these countries. That's why Bagram is very, very important. Now the logical question Hani Sharma is asking now is, why did they leave it in the first place if it's so important? Well, they made a mistake. So the handover of Afghanistan to the Taliban happened in 2021, and I did a bunch of live streams at that time also. And the US essentially just handed over the country to the Taliban. Obviously, it was not done randomly, the US and the Taliban had a long, uh, extensive set of negotiations uh, in Qatar, in Doha, and eventually they signed the Doha Accord. Some of the text of the Doha Accord between the US and the Taliban is classified. It's secret, and based on whatever understanding they reached, they handed over power to the Taliban, including Bagram Air Base. The Americans left Bagram overnight, in the middle of the night. Bagram was undefended; it was empty when the Taliban walked in, and this happened during the Biden administration. So it looks like the US government has now come to the conclusion this was a big mistake. We should not have left Bagram. Bagram is just too important. So the Americans haven't built Bagram, but they have extended it, right? During the 20-year occupation of Afghanistan. Bagram was built by the Soviets in the 1950s or 60s or whatever. So Bagram is very important, and it looks like Trump wants it back. It looks like the US establishment wants Bagram back, for which they can use Pakistan. Yeah. So yeah, that answers that question. Now, what about this? Did Modi ji become Imran Khan 2.0? Netanyahu did to Modi what Putin did to Imran Khan in 2022. So what did Putin do to Imran Khan in 2022? Putin did nothing. Imran Khan was in the wrong place at the wrong time. So the day that Vladimir Putin launched the Russian special military operation, February 20 something, 22nd, 2022, I think it was. That day, Imran Khan was in Moscow. And it was a very bad look. I mean, he's in Moscow, he meets with Putin, and right after that happens, right after that meeting, Putin launches the special military operation on Ukraine. So that's what happened to Imran Khan, and a few months later, he's taken out. He's ousted and put in jail, right? So kind of similar to what happened just now. So Mr. Modi was in Israel until yesterday or something, right? Or day before yesterday. I mean, he just returned from Israel, and immediately after he returns, essentially almost immediately after Mr. Modi returns from Israel to India, Israel and the US launched this joint military operation, regime change operation on Iran. So, is it the same thing that's happened to Mr. Modi? What happened to Imran Khan? Not quite. Not quite. See, Imran Khan, when he went to Moscow, he had no idea what was going to happen. Mr. Putin must have already decided what date and what time this special military operation will begin. He must have already decided that. It would have nothing to do with Imran Khan's visit. Or maybe it was scheduled in such a way that once Imran Khan leaves the meeting, that's when this happens. So Imran Khan was not aware at all that the special military operation is about to be launched. Am I implying Mr. Modi knew what was going to happen? Am I implying that Mr. Modi knew that as soon as he leaves Israel, the action against Iran will be taken? Look, I don't know, but I think it's possible. I think it's possible that Mr. Modi knew exactly what was going to happen. And it's possible that Mr. Modi, his visit to Israel, signals just before the operation, the military regime change operation on Iran, maybe it signifies or it signals that we are now on the side of the US and Israel. Maybe it signals that. There have been a lot of things happening in the past few weeks that kind of signify, that kind of signal, give small signals to the world, but if you put them all together, it's a clear, consistent pattern. It looks like India has now made a choice that we are going to be, in some way or the other, aligned with the US, right? So I am pretty sure Mr. Modi knew exactly what was going to happen. And I think the whole world was anticipating that once Mr. Modi leaves Israel and returns to India, once he touches down in India, the action will begin almost any time. So everyone knew as long as Mr. Modi is in Israel, Iran won't be invaded. And once Mr. Modi is back in India, the countdown begins, and any time the invasion will happen. And that's precisely what has happened, essentially. Mr. Modi was in Israel, and once he is back, here we go. I'm pretty sure Mr. Modi would have been aware of what the plans are. Right? So, yeah, that's definitely the case, the way I see it. Amisha says, Israel and the US have launched a preemptive air attack on against Iran. Iran has also retaliated. Where are China? What is Where are Russia, China? Is there any Russian or Chinese connection with Mr. Modi's visit to Israel? Regime change, chaos in Middle East. This is a regime change operation. Yes. If you read out, if you listen to Mr. Trump's address, it's clear that the objective is regime change. If you see Mr. Netanyahu's statement on Twitter, once again, it's abundantly clear that this is a regime change operation. Let me once again pull this out. Yeah, so if you look at Netanyahu's statement, it's clear it's a regime change operation, right? I'll have to translate this out again. It's clear. Israel and the US have embarked on an operation to remove the existential threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran. So the operation will create the conditions for the people of Iran to take their fates into their own hands. Essentially, it's a regime change operation. Nothing less than that. It's a regime change operation. So yes, regime change. Yes, that's the objective. Iran has retaliated. Iran has launched, looks like, missile attacks on Israel itself. Haifa for sure, it looks like. Ashdod perhaps, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, I'm not sure. I've seen some evidence of that. I've seen some interceptions in the air by the Israeli Iron Dome defense system. It will be more visible in the nighttime, obviously. In the daytime, it's hard to see what's happening in the sky. Iran has launched missile attacks on other countries also, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait apparently, Abu Dhabi, I mean the UAE, Abu Dhabi, not Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and certain other nations as well. And Iran does possess very, very strong missile capabilities. The question you're asking is, was there some Russian or Chinese connection with Mr. Modi's visit to Israel? I don't think so. Mr. Modi went to Israel on a bilateral visit, very coincidentally just before the military operation on Iran. There are no coincidences in geopolitics. So, and there's no Russian or Chinese connection with Mr. Modi's visit to Israel. I don't see that at all. Even I don't even see a Russian connection there. We seem to be operating completely independently of Russia right now. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the deal. Chaos in the Middle East. Yeah. The chaos is going to actually most likely intensify. Night time will be. See, it's very strange that this military operation was launched in the morning. Like, typically, military operations happen at night. The right time to launch an attack on an adversary is around 4 a.m. 5 a.m. is a little late. Around 4 a.m. That's the dead of the night, right? That's typically when you launch an attack on your adversaries. But this thing happened in the morning. So anyway, that's where we are. The chaos, I expect it to unfortunately intensify. Aman Pathania says, is it World War III? Should I start the preparation? This is not World War III. We will be closer to World War III if Russia and China get involved. India is staying out of it. India is in no position to intervene. But if Russia and China intervene, well, that could be kind of something that brings us closer to the Third World War. Now let's take a look at the map. Okay, let's put the map on the screen and let's understand how Russia and China may intervene. So look, here is Iran. Okay. Now, where is China? China is way far away, very far away. Chinese occupied territory over here. It's very far from Iran. So there's not much China can do over here, okay, to intervene in Iran. The Chinese Navy, if they want to intervene, they have to cross the Strait of Malacca. They have to cross the Strait of Hormuz and I mean, be in the Gulf of Oman, essentially, if they want to intervene in some way. But the Chinese Navy is no match for the US Navy whatsoever. Especially, they can't put up the numbers they need to help Iran, because most of the Chinese Navy is essentially stuck over here defending China from the what China perceives as its adversaries: South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, uh, Philippines, etc., which all are US proxies essentially. So the Chinese Navy can't put up ships in large numbers over here. Whether it is ships or submarines, it can't. So it can't do much to help Iran militarily, China. They can't do much. What about Russia? Well, Russia actually isn't really far away from Iran at all. I mean, you know, if you measure the distance from here to here, oh, come on. Let's measure distance. Can we measure distance? What on earth is happening? Can we? Okay, now we can measure distance. So it's about 500 kilometers away. The Caspian Sea, the Russians have a presence there, obviously, right? So if this war goes on, Russia can, if it wants, resupply Iran through the Caspian Sea. Russia isn't physically or geographically far away. Um, so yeah, Russia could get involved in that manner. So if Russia gets involved, if China gets involved, then you have multiple countries getting involved, and that could bring us closer to a World War III kind of situation, right? So that is the danger. Apart from that, right now, I don't see a World War III kind of situation happening right now, right? But if Russia gets involved, and China also possibly, that can bring multiple very powerful nations face to face and at each other's throats, and that could bring us closer to the Third World War. Kumar Kanishka says Iran has started to hit nearby Islamic Middle Eastern countries. Don't you think this goes against them, making country against them, especially for PR? Iran has started to hit nearby Islamic Middle Eastern countries. Don't you think this goes against them, making country against them? I have no idea what you're asking, sir. PR. I mean, Iran fighting with Islamic countries. Is it this war? Islamic countries have a history of fighting Islamic countries. Okay, Islamic countries have a long history of fighting against Islamic countries. Aurangzeb fought against the what's the Deccan Sultanates or whatever, right? What PR? This is an existential crisis for Iran. This is an existential crisis for Iran. It's do or die. Who cares about PR when you are about to be destroyed? No one cares about PR when you're about to be destroyed, right? The situation right now is that tomorrow morning there could be no Iranian regime left. In that do or die situation, do you imagine they will be thinking about PR right now? They'll fight their enemies. This is the last throw of the dice essentially for Iran. It's do or die. Teen Talks says the US is not Russia. Okay. I don't think this will last for years. What are my thoughts? A school is hit in Iran and many kids are dead. Will this create sympathy for the regime? No one cares. No one cares for human life. The US has taken out entire countries like this. In 2003, they flattened half of Iraq. It killed millions, possibly. Don't you think kids died? Does anyone care? Does anyone even remember that? It doesn't matter. So see, if you look at the statement of Trump, if you look at the statement of Netanyahu, they are calling Iran a terrorist regime. The first stage is to essentially paint your adversary as the devil. So it's no longer a human adversary; it's the devil himself, right? And then if something like this happens, potentially that some kids died or whatever, they'll blame the Iranian government for this. That you have created the conditions where this has happened. It's not going to create any sympathy for the Islamic regime, for the Iranian regime. What are my thoughts about whether this war will last for years? Very unlikely. Very unlikely. See, some people will say that, look, the Ukraine war is going on for years now. So is it possible this war against Iran will go on for years? It's highly, highly unlikely. Let me explain why. Why is the Ukraine war going on for years? It's because the Ukrainian military is fighting back against Russia, right? They're resisting. That's why the war is going on for years. Now ask yourself this very simple question. How is the Ukrainian military able to fight for years? Where are they getting their arms, ammunition, supplies, money, whatever from? They're getting it from the West. Ukraine is fighting because they are being resupplied and supported by the West on a monthly, weekly, daily basis. If the West had not given that aid and support to Ukraine, the war would have been over in a matter of days or weeks. Right? So Ukraine is fighting because it is being constantly resupplied by the West. Ukraine is merely a proxy of the West. Now, can Iran go on like that, fighting against a combined attack from a combined force of Israel and the US? It can fight possibly, fight back, continue fighting, only if somebody constantly resupplies it. Who is that somebody? Who will do that? Can Russia afford to get embroiled in this Iran war when it's already embroiled in Ukraine? Highly unlikely. Most likely, Russia will want to stay away from this. And who knows, there may be some backdoor deal between Russia and the US. You take Iran, you take Ukraine, and allow and stay out of Iran. We'll take Iran. That's also a possibility. It's a possibility. I'm not saying it's happened. It's possible. These sort of backdoor deals are routine in geopolitics, right? What does Russia seek? Russia seeks the demilitarization, denazification, etc. of Ukraine and a regime change in Ukraine, and it seeks Ukraine to be permanently not aligned with the West. It wants Ukraine to remain neutral, and it wants to retake all the Russian-dominated territories, Russian majority territories in Ukraine, and possibly a regime change in Kiev. So if the Americans are okay with that, then Russia gets what it wants. But obviously, this doesn't come for free. Everything has a price. The price could be stay out of Iran. That's a possibility. I'm not saying it's happened, obviously, right? Now, so if Iran falls, it's going to be a disaster for China, especially for China. Yeah. Because China is a nation that has a massive Achilles heel, and that is, it is not self-sufficient in terms of energy. Okay. Varun Bajaj says, is this the best time for India to capture POK? While the US is occupied with Iran and Pakistan is occupied with Afghanistan. No. This is not the best time for India to capture POK. Do you think the US is occupied with Iran, which means it says it sees nothing else? And because Pakistan is fighting Afghanistan on its northern frontiers, do you think it doesn't have armed forces deployed against India on the eastern frontier? Do you think so, really? If India gets to capture POK, I mean, it's possible India gets to recapture POK. It can only happen if we get American approval for that. Without American approval, India can't recapture POK. That is today's situation. This is not the best time for India to capture POK. Unless there is some kind of deal with the US and Israel. Mr. Modi was in Israel just until day before yesterday. Right? Perhaps yesterday, I think, whenever it was. So is there some kind of deal? Have we been given some kind of permission? Right? Pakistan is an American asset. It's also indirectly an Israeli asset. So if India gets to retake POK, it will only happen if there is American approval or Israeli approval. Without that, nothing happens. Understand that. Kumar Kanishk says, what will be the impact of this development on India? And what could be India's role in all of this and the best outcome India can hope for? Well, the best outcome that India can hope for, it depends where India stands today. If India has already decided that it is now on America's side, if India has already, let's say, decided it is part of the American orbit today, then it doesn't matter anymore what happens in the rest of the world. It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever the master says is fine. Yeah. What could India's role be in all of this, in the Iran regime change operation? Nothing. India is going to be a spectator. If there is some kind of deal with the US, India may get to retake POK, which I think is unlikely. Things changed after Operation Sindoor, slowly, gradually, in the months after Operation Sindoor, lots of things changed for India. Um, one of the impacts of this development on India, let's say the Americans and Israelis succeed in the regime change operation, and they do a regime change in Iran successfully. Well, one impact of that could be that India now gets to acquire, to buy, to purchase Iranian oil. That could be one development for India. So it's a very small thing for India. We are now once again able to acquire, to purchase Venezuelan oil. If the Americans take Iran, then we may be able to buy Iranian oil also. Yeah, that will be a small little nice thing for India, but nothing major. Beyond that, there is no Indian role in this. What's the best outcome India can hope for? Well, if India is now on the American side, the best outcome India can hope for is an American victory. If India is still multi-aligned, or whatever the hell we call it, strategic autonomy and all that, in that case, an Iranian defeat is a disaster for India. So it depends where we are today. Where are we today? What do you people think? Where does India stand today? Is India still multi-aligned? Is India still strategically autonomous? Or is India now part of the American orbit? Yeah. Depending on where we stand today, it depends. Pratharat Dana says support for those who deliver justice to Epstein victims. There is no justice in the world, my dear friends. Justice is delivered. Nobody delivers justice. You have to make your own justice for yourselves. Nobody is going to deliver justice to those Epstein victims, especially when the people who have victimized those people are so powerful. There's going to be no justice for the Epstein victims. I mean, all those Epstein files have come out, right? They're kind of in the public domain. Some redactions, but we kind of understand who those people are. I mean, some of the names are very clear. Has any action been taken against those people? Have there been any lawsuits? Have there been any arrests? Nothing's going to happen. Nothing. That is, unfortunately, the way of the world. Kishan Borkar says, Russia called Pakistan and launched attack on Ukraine. Israel had India and now launched Pakistan and Afghanistan. Trump says Pakistan has rights to protect its interests. During Operation Sindoor, his words were different. Hypocrite. Indians get very upset when people aren't consistent with their words and actions. Every powerful person is a hypocrite. Weak people and weak nations can't be hypocritical. The right to be a hypocrite is a privilege. Only the most powerful people in nations are hypocritical. So, like Trump says that Iran is the world's biggest state sponsor of terrorism. That's what he says. We all know it's not true. It's Pakistan. But Pakistan is a useful asset for Trump, and that's why Trump will not say a thing about Pakistan. Is it hypocrisy? No. It's called serving your own interests, right? Every nation serves its own interests. And the most powerful nations, they do it openly and blatantly. So I know Indians are very emotional people, and Indians get upset when this happens. India's national motto is Satyamev Jayate. And Indians actually imagine that that's the way the world should actually work. That truth should prevail. Truth never prevails. Power, might prevails. Okay? It is what it is. That's the way the world works. And the sooner we understand that, the better equipped we will be to deal with the changing world, evolving world. Truth never prevails. Strength and might prevails. And those who are mighty and strong, they will be hypocrites at all occasions. That's the way it is. Okay, so we Indians should not get overly emotional about this. It is the way it is. I mean, Indian politicians are also like that, by the way. They will say one thing, do another thing, and they will change their tunes depending on the situation. Isn't that true about Indian politicians also? It is what it is. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, will Russia and China be getting involved? Well, that remains to be seen. China, it's very unlikely for China to get involved. China is mortally afraid of getting involved in any military entanglement. Okay? That's why it has not invaded Taiwan thus far. China doesn't want to get involved in any military entanglement. China wants to play the game of economics and all that. Their objective was to take over the world economically. The United States has demolished the dream that China had. The Belt and Road Initiative is now a thing of the past. Okay, nothing. It's dead. Whether it is the Belt and Road Initiative or the Maritime Silk Road, it's dead. It's over. And China can't do a thing about the American military presence in Japan, South Korea, whatever. If China had the appetite for a fight, they would have done something about it. So when they can't do a thing, the Chinese can't do a thing about the American military deployment in their own backyard, in Taiwan and so on, what do you think they'll do about the American military action against Iran? Nothing. Nothing. They won't be able to do a thing about this. China has been reduced to a helpless spectator, the kind of situation India is typically in. China has been reduced by the Americans to being a helpless spectator today. Not as helpless as India. China will still try and do something, maybe cyber warfare or whatever else, but nothing actually kinetic. What about Russia? Russia also, I think it's unlikely they will get involved. They're already bogged down in Ukraine, right? They're already involved in that. They can't afford to fight a two-front war, one in Ukraine and one supporting Iran against Israel and the US. I don't think they have the resources to do that. Doesn't make sense. They may try and support Iran in some way, maybe supplies, ammunition, arms, or whatever, but that increases the likelihood that the Americans will target the Russian ships or Russian supplies. That could start a direct war between the US and Russia, and that's something nobody wants. And obviously, there is the very high possibility that the Russians and the Americans have agreed to some kind of backroom agreement that we are not aware of, some secret agreement that Russia gets to take Ukraine and the US gets to take Iran. That's also a possibility. And there could be many conditions in that deal. Maybe the Americans, will gradually remove the sanctions they've imposed on Russia and so on. That's a possibility. So I think it is unlikely that Russia and China will get involved in this matter. China, very unlikely. China, it's like 99% I'm sure China will not get involved. Russia, I'm 70% sure, maybe 80% sure Russia won't get involved. China is almost a guarantee. Russia, also very unlikely it gets involved. All right. Agni Varna says, is India now an American vassal since India has chosen a side? We'll see. Time will tell. We need some more time to be 100% sure about this. Yeah. A lot has changed after Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor was India's last, attempt to forge its own destiny. And the US is just too mighty. So is India now a US vassal? I think it's still a little early to say yes or no. But the way things are going, it looks like it's going in a certain direction. India clearly has kind of decided now that I think it was in 2024 or something when I had said this. After the US election results, and Trump had won, I had said this, that Trump is going to give India a choice. You're either with us or against us. And obviously, what I had said at that time has obviously come true. Trump has given India a choice. You choose one side. Looks like India is now in the process of choosing the American side. Yeah. And once that happens properly, you are no longer a fully sovereign nation. Dattani says, I believe this is just a way to force Iran to negotiate. Iran is way more powerful than people presume. Trump may lose midterms if the war stretches. I don't expect this war to last too long. Now, the question is, why do I not expect this war to last too long. It's because Iran doesn't have limitless resources like Russia does. Iran is kind of like Ukraine, big nation, powerful nation, but not unlimited resources. So Ukraine is able to fight because of constant Western aid. The West is constantly resupplying Ukraine. That's why Ukraine is able to fight. Who's going to constantly resupply Iran? Do you think Iran can last 6 months fighting the US in Israel? Do you think they have unlimited missiles, the Iranians? They will have a limited number of missiles, and they don't have the production lines going that can churn out new missiles every day. The Americans are going to hit all of those industrial facilities, right? Iran doesn't have great air defenses. It has great offense, missile offense, but limited missiles. So I don't see this war going on for 6 months. It may go on for a week, maybe two, but Iran will lose this war. Okay? The negotiations were going on. The negotiations were a pretext for making this war happen. See, how do you justify a war if you're a powerful nation? You first call your adversary for negotiations. So there have been rounds of negotiations happening in Geneva, Switzerland, right? You call your enemy for negotiations, and when the guy comes and sits at the negotiating table with you, you present him with maximalist demands. So what are the demands the US has made during negotiations against Iran? Dismantle your nuclear program entirely. Demilitarize, destroy your missiles, become completely helpless. Can any nation accept those demands? The moment you denuclearize and demilitarize, your enemy will just walk into your country and take over, right? So that's a guaranteed regime change. If you accept those demands, it's a guaranteed regime change. And if you don't accept those demands, then the US can say, look, we tried to negotiate. Iran did not agree to any, was not cooperative. So these negotiations that were going on, these were simply the last phase before war can start. You use the negotiations as justification. You claim that Iran was not cooperative in the negotiations. We gave them the chance. We negotiated. We gave Iran so many chances, but Iran is being obstinate. So now we have no choice but to go to war. War is not a means to get Iran to negotiate. The negotiations were the pretext for setting the stage for war. There is no negotiation that's going to happen now. And whatever happens going forward, I don't see this war lasting very long. Maybe a week, maybe two. Very unlikely that Russia will help Iran. Very unlikely. China, almost impossible for them to help Iran. The only way this ends, the way I see it, is with a regime change in Iran. Yeah. I'll be shocked if it doesn't happen now. Died with Prigozhin says, great opportunity for India to bring back its talent from the Middle East and Gulf region, but we are sleeping as always. Look, the best Indian talent goes to the United States. The rest of the Indian talent goes to Western countries, whether it's in Europe or Australia or wherever, and whatever is left goes to the Middle East and Gulf. Right? And why does the Indian talent leave India? Because there are no opportunities in India. Because India is not a merit-based system. Because of all the problems that India has not reformed in the past 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, whatever years. So, yeah, the Middle East is a region that's typically in turmoil. There's always some crisis happening in the Middle East. Right now, we have a military regime change operation that's going on. And it's already spilled over beyond Iran. Abu Dhabi has been hit. Kuwait has been hit. Qatar, Bahrain, and Israel, obviously. Yeah, all these nations are one way or the other involved in the war. So obviously we know that there's a big Indian population in West Asia. And when it comes to the UAE, it's like high quality Indian talent, right? Who live there. So If the region is destabilized, there will be an incentive for those people to get out and return to India. But will they want to return to India long term? No. India has nothing to offer to them. Does India have jobs to offer them? Does India have a better lifestyle to offer them? Does India have decent living standards to offer them? India has nothing to offer those people. So if they leave the Middle East, they'll go to some other country. They may come to India temporarily, but those who have decided to leave India, if they return to India temporarily, they will then seek some other place to go to. This is not a great opportunity for India to bring its talent back from the Middle East or wherever. To create that opportunity, we have to reform India. But we are not reforming India. So no one's going to come back to India. Willingly, at least. Amisha says, effect on India if mullahs are out. China and Russia should help Iran. Yeah, China and Russia should help, but they can't. They are not in a position to help. China is frightened of a military confrontation with the US, which will be devastating for China. And Russia is already bogged down in a war in Ukraine. So Russia will also not want to open a new front. It's like a two-front war, right? Two different wars we're getting involved in, and both are against the US. I don't think Russia also can afford that. What's the effect on India if the regime of the Ayatollahs, the mullahs, is out? The first effect is that Iran, see, if the regime is overthrown and there's a regime change in Iran, it means that a pro-US regime comes to power. A puppet regime of the US comes to power, like what the situation was before 1979. Maybe the son of the last Shah of Iran may be reinstated or put into place, parachuted into Iran and become the titular Shahs or whatever, and there'll be a US puppet regime in Iran. So if Iran becomes a US vassal, then what's the effect on Iran or on India? Well, then America will once again allow India to purchase Iranian oil. That's one effect it will have on India. Secondly, Iran will become a pro-US nation. And if India is already aligned with the US, like it seems now, then India and Iran will have good relations. If India remains a nation with strategic autonomy and multi-alignment, then Iran, this new Iran, will be anti-India and pro-Pakistan. But if India is aligned with the US now, then this new nation of Iran, this new regime in Iran, will be mildly pro-India. And of course, strongly pro-Pakistan. So it depends on a variety of factors. A lot depends on what India's stand is. Has India now chosen 100% to be in the US orbit or not? Looks like India has, but we'll see. Teen Talks says, you have said we have finally chosen US plus Israel, but isn't it a good thing because we are on the winner's side? Is Iran capable of harming mainland of the US? Iran is, at this point in time, not capable of harming the mainland of the US. Iranian missiles can't reach the US. Iranian proxy operatives and guerrilla fighters or whatever may perhaps be in a position to perhaps do something against the US. Very unlikely that too. So mostly Iran is not capable of harming mainland US. Now I have said that India seems to have chosen US plus Israel. Isn't it a good thing because we are on the winner's side? Sure. Good for us. Right? But the question you have to ask yourself is, what do the winners seek to do with India? See, during this First World War, Second World War, India was on the side of the UK. Mr. Gandhi recruited Indians to fight for the UK during the First World War. Mr. Gandhi, who was all about non-violence, was recruiting Indians to join the British Indian Army to fight for the UK in these foreign wars. And India was on the side of the UK, and the UK ended up on the winner's side both times. Right? So was it a good thing for India to be on the side of the winner? The winner who was destroying India. The winner who was sucking the lifeblood out of India and engineering artificial famines and whatnot. Was it a good thing for India? So, see, being on the winner's side doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good thing for you. Understand that. Remember that, please. Buddha goes nuclear. That's a great. Buddha goes nuclear. Buddha goes nuclear says once again the West does whatever it wants and gets away with it. When will karma strike? Will global South always be under their boots? See, the West is doing whatever it wants and it's getting away with it. Sure. But why is that the case? Why is the West able to do whatever it wants and get away with it? It's because they are so powerful. They are way more powerful than the so-called global South. So don't they deserve to win because they've made themselves so powerful? Don't they deserve it? What is the biggest sin in geopolitics? The biggest sin in geopolitics is weakness. If you are a sinner, you deserve what's coming for you. If you're a sinner, you deserve what happens to you. In geopolitics, weakness is a sin, and power, being powerful, is a virtue. The West is virtuous, and the global South is a bunch of sinners from that perspective. Okay? So the West will always keep on getting what it wants, as long as it ensures it remains the most powerful entity in the world. Now, when it comes to karma, do you understand the dharmic concept of karma? Karma, the law of karma. It's a philosophical, spiritual thing. It's not physics, it's not science. But what does it say? What is it all about? It's a conservation law, just like the conservation laws in physics, the conservation of energy, conservation of momentum, mass, so on and so forth. The law of karma is a conservation law. It's the law of conservation of the merits and demerits of your actions over multiple lifetimes. If you believe in that. So the law of karma is all about the conservation of the merits and demerits of your actions, but not in this life or multiple lifetimes. That's why many evil people have wonderful lives. The whole concept is that they will pay for it in future lifetimes, not in this lifetime. Okay? Indians today are not even aware of what their culture is. Karma is not like I do something naughty and after 3 hours I get to pay for it. No, that's not what karma is. Karma is not like I do some sin and after 6 months I pay for it. Karma is in my future lifetimes I will pay for misdeeds of this lifetime. That's what karma is. Okay, Indians, you are so incredibly deracinated you don't even know your culture anymore. That's not how karma works. And karma also doesn't say that if I'm naughty this lifetime, next lifetime I'll be born as a mosquito. That's not what karma is. It's way more subtle than that. So first of all, please, my dear friends, learn your own culture. Learn your own culture. So will the global South always be under Western boots? As long as the global South remains weak, it will remain under the boots of those who are powerful. If you are weak, you are a sinner. Being weak is a sin in geopolitics. And yeah, of course, those who are strong will not allow you to get strong, and they will want you to remain weak forever. But don't blame them for it. You do whatever it takes to become powerful again. If you're weak, don't blame others. So yeah, as long as the global South is weak, it will remain under the boots of those who are powerful. That is the way the universe works. I mean, that's how nature works. It's the law of nature. If you are a weak little animal, you will always be under the boots of the strong predators, right? That's how it works. Varun Vishal YT says, what are the possible implications of India getting chummy with Israel in the West? What is the influence of Israel in the politics and business? Israel is one of the most powerful nations in the world. Israel is in a situation where the US gives unconditional support to Israel no matter what happens. Right? That's why Israel is so incredibly powerful. Most people disregard Israel. They miss the presence of Israel or this tiny little nation on the map. Yeah. You have no idea how powerful Israel is. So, what's the possible implications of India getting chummy with Israel in the West? India is not getting chummy with anybody. There are no chums in geopolitics. There are no friends in geopolitics. Right? You have allies and adversaries in geopolitics, and all these situations change depending on, well, how things are, depending on a variety of factors. So, what actually is happening is India seems to be aligning with the US now. The government of India seems to have realized that the way things are, we have no choice but to align ourselves with the US. We have no choice but to pick a side now, and we can't keep on playing this game of strategic autonomy, multipolarity, blah blah, Vishwaguru, etc. We have to pick a side because the alternative is we pay a tremendous price. So, what's the possible implications of India getting, let's say, aligned with the US? The implications are that India slowly, gradually loses strategic autonomy. Uh, India gets deeply penetrated technologically and in a variety of other ways. Um, some good things for India, that India will have more options when it comes to buying energy. If there's a regime in Iran, then India gets Iranian oil too, right? Uh, India will get perhaps access to American markets in a better way, like the deal that we've signed with the US, uh, and so on. So, if India becomes chummy, let's say, with the West, with the US, then India will be like a gigantic Japan. Not exactly Japan, because Japan has very high standards. India does not. Um, yeah, but India will get some favorable outcomes, especially for the people of India, possibly. But long term, you become a vassal, and that's never good for you. Pratar says, I think India is a good boy. Well, see, typically when you go to school, who are the good boys? In school, etc., the good boys are the ones who are weak, right? If you are weak, you have no choice but to be a good boy. So to be a not good boy, you have to be really strong. But India is not. India is neither strong economically, 4.5 trillion dollar economy with a miserable GDP per capita, similar to sub-Saharan African nations, right? And from a military perspective, yeah, we have military strength, the fourth most powerful military or whatever, but much of our military equipment comes from other countries. We still have this incredible, never-ending delays in procuring fighter jets. We don't manufacture our own things. We don't manufacture our own jet engines. We insist on remaining dependent on other countries. We're insisting on not reforming ourselves. So when you have all these issues, you are destined to be a permanent good boy. General Subutai says it's how good it is to see racism against India come down. Has racism against India come down? I am not aware of that. Yeah, I'm not aware. Varun Vishal says, is an eternal world government possible? There is nothing in the universe is eternal. So from that perspective, that's not possible. But is a long-lasting world government possible? Maybe one world government that lasts, let's say, 2 centuries. Is it possible? It is possible. Yeah, it is possible. Vaxi says, looks after the Epstein files, Modi has completely surrendered to the US. Israel visits also seems to be on the same lines. I don't think there is a correlation between India hypothetically surrendering to the US and the Epstein files. I don't think there's a correlation between these two things. Looks like you're perhaps, okay, I may be wrong, but it looks like you are perhaps implying that there is something in the Epstein files that has caused the government of India to surrender to the US. I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all. I don't think there's anything in the Epstein files that in any major way compromises any Indian politician. I don't think so, or perhaps any somebody like Mr. Modi. I don't think so. What's happening is the effect of multi-pronged US pressure on India and the tremendous amount of leverage the US has over India. I mean, India is compromised. India is infiltrated. Every Indian politician has children who study in the US or live in the US. Every Indian bureaucrat has family in the US. You are completely compromised that way. That's just one angle of compromise. The other angle is that we are dependent on other countries for our defense needs. They stop it, we are done. We are helpless. Third, we are not self sufficient in terms of energy. If the Americans tell the Saudis, the Saudi Arabia, UAE, and other countries to stop supplying oil to India, which they can, then what do? Nothing. We are helpless. We are helpless. So when you are in that situation, and there are so many other factors, there's the Pakistan angle, there is the Manipur angle, there are so many angles all bearing down on India. And that's why India has had no choice. I could see that coming in 2024. Right? India has had no choice. Of course, in the past 10 years, if India had become self-sufficient and India had completely reformed itself, then this would not have happened. But this government chose not to reform anything. Of course, it's very difficult to reform a country like India in 10 years. That's also we have to understand. Okay? But there was no attempt made to do that. Manufacturing did not take off. The deep problems of reforming the bureaucracy, reforming the education system, none of it was not even attempted. Not even attempted. And during Operation Sindoor, we tried to stand up on our own and fight back against these evil forces, Pakistan and so on. But Trump was too powerful. He made us stop Operation Sindoor. And after that, it's been like going backwards. So that's where India is today. That's where India is. It's possible that the Israel visit was about going somewhere to kiss the ring. Really, now, Ms. Patel says, we will get exploited by the US since we are weak. Every weaker nation gets exploited by stronger nations. It is the way of the world. It is the way of the world. It's just what it is. Yeah. Now, you will not get exploited if you stand up against them and you refuse to cave in, if you refuse to bow down. But then they'll make you taste the pain. Right? So if we decide not to give in to the US demands and not become part of their orbit, then they will apply increasing pressure on India. They will, for example, see, one of our major sources of income is the export of IT services to the US. The US can stop that. That will crash India's GDP growth rate. That's one example of what they can do, especially with AI becoming so powerful, so agentic today. It's the Indian IT services are now redundant. They're worthless essentially. India never became a producer of IP, of international of intellectual property. We simply kept on exporting our donkey work services, right? Cheap labor. We never reformed this stuff. So now once again, the Americans can shut that off if they want to. But as long as we remain in their orbit, they will allow Indian IT services to be exported to the US. So that's where we are today. It may be the case that there are only 4 sovereign nations in the world. Nilesh Ranjan Srivastav says, can India portray to be on the US side, build itself just like China did, increase its power, simultaneously preventing US destruction mindfully? No. The US knows what China did, right? Do you think they'll make the same mistake again? If India, see, let's understand this. Let's say India decides to align itself with the US, become part of the US orbit. Then what is the benefit India gets? The benefit India gets is that the Americans don't destroy India. Don't crush India like a bug. Okay, and you don't need military action to crush India like a bug. They can crush India like a bug simply through economic action. So if India decides to align itself with the Americans, then the benefit we get is that they don't crush us like a bug. But beyond that, since we are aligned with the US now, let's say hypothetically, does it mean the Americans will now allow India to rise like China? Absolutely not. India will be allowed to remain what it is and grow somewhat, but never become a threat ever again or ever. Right? So that is what you get as a vassal. You are allowed to exist, and you will be allowed to grow in whatever ways the master allows you to grow, but you will never be allowed to become a threat in any way, a potential threat in any way. Not possible. Really now, as Ms. Patel says, it's sinking in now. We are weak in education, so weak in innovation, and weak in defense, dependent for energy, technology, forever vulnerable to the predators. Well, I'm glad people are finally understanding where we are. We are trash in education, one of the worst education systems in the world. And some people in India say that this is what will make us Vishwaguru. So we are terrible in education. The education system is terrible. It's garbage. It is trash. This new education policy is a waste of time. That's one issue. We are weak in innovation. What we India spends about 0.7% of its GDP in research and development, and that research and development is on paper. What actual research and development happens, I wonder what happens. I mean, that 0.7% of GDP, some of it will be the money India spends on its universities and so on. Go to the universities and see what research and development is happening. It's all fake. There's Show me one piece of world changing research that's come out of India in the past 20 years. One piece. Whether it is in physics, whether it's in chemistry, whether it is in biology, whether it is in engineering, whether it is in high technology, AI, quantum, whatever. Show me one piece of world-changing piece of innovation, R&D that's come out of India in the past 20 years. Zero. So even if we are, let's say, hypothetically spending 0.7% of our GDP into R&D, what's the outcome of that? Nothing. Zero. That to change that, you need reforms. You need reforms, deep reforms. That's not even being attempted. Yeah. So we are trash in education. We are zero in innovation. In defense, it's like a lot of our defense depends on other countries. Yeah. We are Atmanirbhar in some things like the Akash system and some other systems, and in ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, hypersonics, and so on. But we are dependent on other nations for so many other things. We are purchasing tanks from Russia. We had the Arjun tank that was world class, but we killed it more or less. Submarines. One day we purchased some submarines from Russia. One day some from France. One day from Germany. What? So we are weak in defense. Our air force is dependent on foreign aircraft. We're dependent on energy from other nations. Now we are looking at digging for oil and gas in the Andamans after everything is after it's so late. Technologically, see, this is the problem. And I've been speaking about this for so long, right? That we need to address these issues. Now, what's the point of addressing it? So if you have a nation like this with low standards, I'm not saying you people have low standards. It's the people who lead you who have low standards. So if you have that situation, the predators can always come and pick on you, prey on you, and take what they want. Soham says, is there any credible evidence that Prime Minister Narendra Modi knew in advance about any military escalation after his Israel visit? Or was his departure simply part of a pre-scheduled diplomatic trip? There is no credible evidence of anything. Okay? His departure was simply part of a pre-scheduled diplomatic trip. It's simply coincidence that whatever happened the way it did. There is no credible evidence of any such thing. Sarthak Pandey says, is India's alignment with the US related to Bangladesh? What will be Pakistan-India situation then? And how will it affect India-Russia relationship? India's alignment with the US has nothing to do with Bangladesh. What happened in Bangladesh, the regime change and so on and so forth, that was one piece of the puzzle. It is one, see, like I said, the US, the pressure the US is applying on India comes from multiple angles. It's multidimensional pressure. It's multidimensional leverage. Bangladesh is one component of that leverage. The regime change in Bangladesh, the attacks on the Hindus, the pogroms against the Hindus, the spillover into other areas, the fact that the Bangladesh India border has been essentially super porous for decades. That's also leverage the US has on India. The spillover of the Burmese civil war into Manipur, the occupation of more than half of Manipur by foreigners. That's also leverage the US has over India. The fact that in certain states in India's far east, northeast, India doesn't really control much of the territory. Much of the territory is controlled by the church. That's American leverage on India. So it's not just about Bangladesh. It's about all these different points of leverage the Americans have established over India. And India has allowed them to do it, right? The past 10, 12 years, India could have shut these things down. India could have stopped the Bangladeshi infiltration into India. India could have deported the millions of Bangladeshis. India could have taken control of the situation in India's far east. India could have ejected the foreigners who are squatting in Manipur. India could have shut down the industrial scale conversion mafia that operates all across India. But India did none of these things. Right? And that's why India is, you could say, wherever it is today. I would say today the situation is that there are 4 sovereign nations in the world, not 5. Pakistan, India, who cares about Pakistan, India? Pakistan is a US asset. Maybe India is on the verge of becoming a US asset also. How will this affect the India-Russia relationship? It will not be a good effect on the India-Russia relationship. Obviously, if India goes into the US orbit, the relationship with Russia will suffer tremendously. And not tomorrow morning, but over the next 5 years, you will see a change in everything. Slowly, gradually. You will see. Of course, you will keep up appearances through words, nice tweets. So you will make the people believe that nothing has changed through words, through tweets, and all the wonderful verbal actions and all that. But things will change behind the scenes. The actual actions on the ground will change. So if India has chosen the side of the US, the relationship with Russia will suffer tremendously. Slowly, gradually, you will see it over the next 5-10 years. Rahul Laddu says, should India buy as much time as possible? Look, India from 2014 until now had the time to change things, to reform India. That's what people had hoped, that India will be changed, that India will be changed properly, reformed. Now, what time do you want to buy? You think this government has any? Does it really intend to reform anything? No. Nomans says, do you know about Jiang's lectures and about Pax Judaica? No, I've not watched Jiang's lectures. Many people have been telling me about Jiang, that is fantastic and all. I kind of briefly saw some clips of Jiang. Yeah, he looks very competent. He looks like he knows what he's talking about. But there is something more to him. There is something more to him about Jiang. I have not seen about Pax Judaica. Okay, Deep Learner says, theoretically, if India has an alignment with USA and Israel, that the next Iranian regime wouldn't be pro-Pakistan, then I don't think it's a bad deal. All right, sir. That is, I'm glad you don't think it's a bad deal. I'm glad you think that way. Check says, so Rahul Gandhi is right about whatever. No comments. No comments. No comments. Inferno says, we have low standards. We are nowhere near where we should be. There's no hope for the country. We are doomed. All that remains is that people who reminisce about the past. See, when people are helpless, they give them the solace. When people are helpless, they give themselves some kind of solace by remembering the distant past. That 1,000 years ago we were this. 1,000 years ago our ancestors did this and that or whatever. We keep on reminiscing about the past when we are helpless today. Are the people of India helpless today? Well, the people of India, what agency do the people of India have today? The agency the people of India have in a democracy is that you can go and vote. So let's say you try voting for so and so party for a few years. Maybe they don't give the results you wanted. So then you decide, no, I'll change. Now I'll vote for this party. And you try that. Once again, you don't get what you want. Then what do you do? That's the only agency people of India have, to vote this way or that way. Beyond that, what can the people of India do? You're helpless. The people who actually decide the fate of the country, they are essentially, there's nothing you can do about them. Whether you pick this lot or that lot, things don't really change much. And when it comes to the people who actually rule the country, the bureaucracy and the other institutions, well, they don't want things to change either. And why does India have low standards? It's because of these reasons. It's not the people who have low standards. Why does everybody want to leave the country? Because they actually have high standards, but this country is keeping them down. Indians who go and live abroad, you will see that they have the highest standards. So the problem is not the country. The problem is not you people. The problem is the system that is entrenched in power. The system, that's the issue. And the system is here to stay. So, Vihang Korane says, India had to choose the side of the US, right? Because the US has too much leverage considering IT industry in India, heavy reliance on US-based products like Meta, Google, US presence in neighboring countries, etc. As of today, if you look at today, let's say we wake up today and we see, oh my God, this is the situation. So let's say I was in a coma for 30 years, okay? Completely hypothetical scenario. I was in a coma for 30 years. I woke up today morning. And then I looked around, I assessed the situation. So I wake up today and I see, okay, India's IT industry is one of the major sources of income for India, and it is completely dependent on the US. India depends on all these American technological products like Meta, Google, etc., etc. The US has a presence in all the neighboring countries. They control all the neighboring countries. Then if I wake up today morning, I'll say, yes, obviously India has no choice but to become an American vassal. No choice. Otherwise, they'll crush us like a bug. But let's say I was not in a coma for 30 years. Then I would have seen the last 15 years, India had the chance to become genuinely sovereign by enacting major reforms and addressing all the weaknesses and deficiencies in the country. The past 15, 20 years, we had the chance to do that. But we chose not to do that. I mean, we people didn't have the choice. The government had the choice. India could have become something more than an exporter of IT services. India could have become a producer of intellectual property, of not just services, but products. India could have built up its own social media platforms. India could have become a major exporter of, not exporter, but producer of software that the world craves, without which the world can't survive. That's what India could have done. India could have 10 years ago, 15 years ago, decided not to phase out American products like Meta, Google, etc., and to create its own products, superior products that will serve India and the rest of the world. India could have chosen these things in the past 10, 15 years. Because we did none of those things, that's why today we're in a situation where India has no choice but to choose the US. And in the past 15 years, India could have done something about the presence of foreign powers in neighboring countries also. India has chosen in the past 10, 15, 20 years to do nothing about these problems. And that's why we are in this situation today where we are. Teen Talks says, is it possible to change regime only through airstrikes? What are the steps necessary to achieve a regime change? How will the people in Iran organize when the bombs are raining? Great question. How do you actually effect a regime change somewhere? How do you do that? Can you effect a regime change simply by raining down bombs? Airstrikes. You send aircraft, it will rain down bombs, it will target military installations, maybe the homes of the people who run the regime and so on. Is that enough? It's not necessarily enough. Because see, Iran, The government of Iran has been expecting this to happen. They've been waiting. They've been expecting a war on Iran. They have been seeing in the past few weeks and months the gradual, steady, and massive buildup of American military power surrounding Iran. So they knew it's coming. So it's not like they were waiting for the Americans to launch bombs to launch bombs on their homes. They would not have been sitting in their homes. They would have moved out. The key powerful members of the Iranian government. Khamenei's house has been taken out. I'm sure he wasn't there. So if the regime's top leadership is not taken out, then even through bombs and airstrikes, you can't change the regime. So airstrikes aren't enough. The airstrikes will be enough to decapitate the regime and make it ineffective only if then they can take out the top leadership, the top 100 people or so. But even if you take out the top 100 people, the top 100 people would have taken precautions. They would have made contingency plans. They would have designated survivors. That okay, if I die tomorrow morning if I'm killed by the Americans, next three people are the next in line. If I am taken out, you guys take over and continue. So even if you take out the top 100 people, the regime can still survive. So what are the steps necessary to achieve a regime change, let's say in Iran? First step is to take out the top leadership. Second is to take out the air defenses. Third is to take out the Iranian offensive capabilities. Fourth is to take out the Iranian army if they or induce them to surrender. While these things are happening and the bombs are raining down, the people in Iran can't organize. Once the Americans have taken out the top leadership, top 100 or 200 people, and they've taken out the air defenses and missile offensive systems and all that, and they've also taken out the IRGC and all that, a significant portion of that, then the nation is in chaos, and that's when they can put boots on the ground. Because eventually they're going to have boots, they will need to have boots on the ground. Eventually you will have American military in Tehran for this to happen. Okay? So what the Americans are hoping for is to achieve chaos in Iran as soon as possible, a situation where there's nobody really running the country. That's when the situation is ripe for giving a last ultimatum to the Iranian armed forces, who are now leaderless, to surrender. Trump already said that in his speech, right? He said to the IRGC and the Iranian government, put your weapons down and you will be given amnesty. If you don't put your weapons down, you are guaranteed death. That's what Trump said. So eventually, through military means, they will hope to create a situation where they can give one final ultimatum, and where it will be very likely that the Iranian military will put their arms down. So regime change is not possible only through airstrikes. It's a combination of all these factors, and eventually the regime change will happen only when there are US boots on the ground. The people of Iran won't be able to just randomly organize a government out of thin air. That would be very unlikely. It will need professional support for a new government to be set up. And the Americans already have the plans in place. So, yeah. Sanskar Vyas, thank you very much, Sanskarji. Thank you so much, sir. Ricky says, is there any country in the past that came out of vassalhood? That's an interesting question. So many countries have come out of vassalhood. Now, typically, how do you come out of vassalhood? See, one example is Germany. 1930s Germany. 1930s Germany's economy was devastated. Yeah, it was dependent on the US and other countries' aid from those countries. But then an ex-painter became the leader of Germany. And in just 5 years, the whole country was transformed. Yeah. Germany came out of vassalhood. It did. That's one example. I'm not saying it's a fantastic thing what the Nazis did. They were obviously monsters and so on. No question about that. There's no question of glorifying Nazi Germany. I'm just saying it's an example of a country that transformed very rapidly. Right. So that's an example. And obviously, when you have When you have an empire that slowly disintegrates, see, all empires rise and fall, right? Don't they? So when, for example, the Roman Empire started slowly losing its capabilities and contracting, that's when all the various nations they had occupied, various kingdoms they had occupied, they became independent again. They came out of vassalhood, didn't they? So there are many examples like that. Okay, let's see some other questions. Okay, Debadri Chatterjee says, why is our missile department good, but other defense research has no visible impact? Did they do something different, or was it just one man's vision? Um, yeah, that's a good question. We have one of the best missile programs in the world, don't we? Whether it's ballistic missiles or cruise missiles, some of the best missiles in the world. Whether it's air defense systems like the Akash system, we are tremendous in that. So we are world class in missiles, but other defense research has no impact. What's the cause for that? Is it one man's mission? It's not one man's mission. A missile program is not one man who does it. Maybe someday in the past, one man had a vision that India will be a world class missile power. But that's a vision, right? The execution takes hundreds, maybe thousands of people. And it's those people who make the difference, not the person with the vision. We need vision, we need execution. So somehow India is great at missiles. We produce some of the best missiles in the world. But when it comes to aircraft, so what's the reason? One of the reasons, I'll tell you what. One of the reasons is that nobody is willing to export world-class missiles to other countries. Let's say India was in the market for buying ballistic missiles. Do you think anybody would sell ballistic missiles to India? Nobody sells that. Let's say India was in the market to purchase Mach 5 cruise missiles. Do you think anybody gives that technology? Do you think anybody even sells that? Nobody does. So because there was no scope of importing these things, that's why India had to develop it on its own. When it comes to tanks, when it comes to aircraft, you can import these things. And that's what the import lobby comes into the picture. And allegedly, there's a lot of money to be made in these things. But there was no money to be made in missiles because nobody sells you missiles. You see? That's why we are so far behind in jet engines, because you can buy jet engines from other countries. So when you can buy jet engines and make a nice piece of money for each jet engine that's purchased, why would you allow the Indian research programs in jet engines to succeed? When you can buy extremely expensive submarines, why will you allow an Indian submarine program to do very well? When you can buy lots of very expensive fighter planes, why will you allow the Tejas fighter plane program to do well? That's why it was delayed for decades, right? So understand, the missile department, there was no scope of purchasing missiles from other countries. Nobody sells ballistic missiles. Nobody sells hypersonics. Yeah, there's one example, the BrahMos program. India and Russia worked together on that. Well, there are strategic reasons for that overall. Yeah, so that's the deal. Alka Shikhar, thank you very much. Alka Shikari, thank you. Yuko K says, Sir, why do you think we have become a vassal? I'm not saying we are. It's not one thing, right? It's hundreds of things. Does India have sovereignty over Manipur and Nagaland? 100%. Is the government of India in control of what's happening in at least 50% of Manipur and 50% of Nagaland? Does India have sovereignty over these, or the, when you have tens of millions of Bangladeshis in India and you are not doing anything to deport them, don't you think something is wrong? When you are allowing foreign technology to penetrate your country to the deepest levels, and you're actually facilitating that, don't you think there's a big problem in India? There's so many examples. If you stack them together, it becomes very clear where we are. If we are a sovereign country, will we give in to another country's diktats and pull out of Chabahar? Right? If we are a sovereign country and we have uh, commercial interests in Mali, will we pull out because we are working with the Russians there? So many examples. Yeah, so many data points. Vaishnav, thank you very much, Vaishnav. Political Zach, thank you very much, sir. Abhay Singh says the scary thing is that the majority of our population don't even know that we are in such a dire situation. That is the beauty and utility of the education system. The education system dumps your brain down. It prevents you from being able to think. So that is the virtue. That's the utility of the education system. If you want to do things and you don't want the people to realize that, you need a population that's really dumbed down by the education system. So the education system is actually great for that purpose, to keep the people of India unaware of what's happening, to ensure that you have a population who is completely clueless of where the country stands. That's why the education system is a great asset for those for whom this is beneficial. If you had all been educated properly, okay, let's say if you had all been taught what the national interest is, then you would see the world differently. If you had all been taught what is the difference between sovereignty and vassalhood, then you would see the world differently. If you had been taught properly how to differentiate right from wrong and to do something beyond surface level analysis, then you would see the world differently. Right? But that's not the case. All right. Kajoro Bitathon says, good to see you, sir. Have you ever seen Dr. Ankit Shah's talks or tweets on de-dollarization? One of his many wild predictions, many have come true, is that Iran will become a Christian nation. Thoughts? I am not aware of Dr. Ankit Shah's pronouncements, statements, etc. I'm not aware of that. I don't follow him. And on Twitter, I'm blocked by him, so I don't know about that. His predictions that Iran will become a Christian nation. I have been saying that Iran will become a Christian nation. Seems that me and Ankit Shah agree on that one thing. I've been saying this for, you can look at my past episodes. I have said that Iran, see, today also on Twitter, many people are in India celebrating that Iran will become a Zoroastrian nation. What are they consuming is the question, right? Iran is not going to become a Zoroastrian nation. When the Americans take over Iran and install a puppet regime in Iran, one of the first things the Americans will do is push in thousands of missionaries into Iran. Okay? And Iran will be turned into a Christian nation. Take the example of South Korea. South Korea is under US occupation. Iran, once a regime change happens, Iran will come under US military occupation. The US will then have military bases in Iran, including northern Iran, Caspian Sea region. So Iran will come under permanent US military occupation. That's the future of Iran, if this war concludes the way we expect it to conclude, with a US victory. And once that happens, you will have Christian missionaries all across Iran. Iran will become a Christian nation. That is the future of Iran. Iran is not going to revert to being a Zoroastrian nation. It's not going to happen. Zoroastrianism will be allowed to remain, or maybe even exist a little bit more, as a boutique religion in Iran by the Americans. But Iran will be turned into a Christian nation in a few decades. So I don't know if what Ankit Shah has said, but I myself have been saying this, that the future of Iran, if there is a regime change by the Americans, it's Christianity. Swastik says, is Yogi the only hope to reform India? Explain. Well, he is one politician who actually gives me hope. So yeah, I'm not saying he's the only hope, but he is one politician who does give me hope. Yeah. So yes, I when I see Mr. Yogi, when I see Yogi Adityanath ji, I still feel a sense of hope. I do. Agnivarna says, are we back to pre 1947? If not, when will we become? No, we are not pre 1947. No. Pre 1947, India's life expectancy was 31, 32. Right? India's GDP per capita was incredibly low. 1947. Pre 1947, India was under foreign military occupation. Pre 1947, you had foreigners ruling India directly ruling India. Today, we are not in that situation. We're in a very different situation. Let's say, hypothetically, India becomes a US vassal. It will not be a pre 1947 situation. It will be a situation that India has never been in, where India is technically an independent country, but is actually being controlled by somebody living by a bunch of people who exist on the other side of the planet. So it's not a pre 1947 situation. It's a very different situation. It's a situation India has never been in. Yeah. So it's different. It's very different. Past time says, so what can we do now? We are becoming powerless. Our lives here are degrading. Going out of India is not that easy for everybody. Do you see any chance? Well, hopefully India's GDP per capita rises. India hopefully keeps growing at 6-7%, whatever it is, the next 20 years. So by 2047 or wherever it is, India becomes a 10-12 trillion dollar economy, perhaps. Yeah. So people's lives will be better. You will have more purchasing power. The pollution, I don't know about that. Living standards, I don't know about that. But you will have more purchasing power and all that. And if India does become a vassal, then maybe Indians will be allowed to, the good, the high quality Indians may be allowed to still immigrate to the US. That's a possibility. As a nation, you become powerless if you are a vassal. As a nation, if you are a vassal and the foreign power allows a bunch of politicians to rule the country, then they will not reform the country for sure. So your lives, the living standards won't rise. So if you are a high quality Indian, then you may be allowed to emigrate outside of India. So that's kind of where you are if you are a vassal state. What can we do now? There is nothing the people can do. There is nothing the people can do. The people can't change the country. The government that you have elected is supposed to change the country. The people can't do a thing. Please understand, in a democracy, the people are powerless. The only agency you have is to vote. But that doesn't guarantee any outcomes. That guarantees nothing. So in a democracy, the people are actually completely powerless. You have not become powerless. You are now seeing that you are powerless, but you were always powerless. Okay? Yeah. It is what it is. Sarthak Pandey says, is the world moving towards a Christian Islamic war? No. Nope. Agnivarna says, if we are a US vassal, should we buy the F-35? Yeah, please go and buy that. The US will make some good money and you will acquire a fancy toy that does nothing. Buy it. Piyush Shukla says, Abhijit ji, namaste. Thank you, sir. Namaste. Wikipedia is extremely anti-Bharat and anti-Dharma, anti-Sanatani. Does the West have IT cell where they control all the Wikipedia articles, especially pages of Aryan picnic theory and Sanskrit language? This IT cell thing is very Indian. The West doesn't have an IT cell. The West owns the platforms. Wikipedia is not an Indian platform. It's a Western platform. They own the platform itself. So they determine what is allowed, what's not allowed. Right? Wikipedia, as I've been saying for years, it is not a reliable source of information about India. It's not a reliable source of information, period, for anything. But especially when it comes to India, it's very strongly biased against India, against Dharma, and so on. That's the case. It's been the case since the very beginning. So the West owns and operates these platforms. And of course, there's a bunch of people who are Wikipedia administrators or what, moderators, administrators, whatever it is, and they kind of gatekeep Wikipedia. A bunch of these people are Pakistanis, by the way. Okay, so the government of Pakistan has invested in these things, in what you could call, open source cyber warfare, gatekeeping Wikipedia articles, and so on. The government of India has never bothered with this. Is called the propaganda war, the narrative war. So Pakistan takes the narrative war, the propaganda war seriously. They have dedicated people who work, whose entire job is to put forth Pakistani propaganda on social media. The Chinese have millions of, possibly not millions, but maybe tens of thousands of social media warriors who are on the payroll of the government and whose job is to put forth Chinese propaganda on social media. India has no such thing. Whatever pro-India stuff you see on social media is done by individual volunteers who are not supported by the government of India. So the government of India has just dropped the ball when it comes to propaganda and counter propaganda, nothing whatsoever. And that's why everything on social media and Wikipedia and so on is just openly anti-Bharat, anti-Dharma, and all of that. Because the government of India has just ignored it. It doesn't take this matter seriously at all. Okay, Saurabh Deshpande says, why does the US take help from Israel? Especially Israel is taking hits from Iran. US is fully capable of executing the operation on their own. The US isn't really taking help from Israel. The US is doing it on its own. But Israel also wants the operation to happen. So they're also participating. And they're also very capable, you see. So it's not like if US doesn't take help from Israel, this operation will not succeed. The past several, like we are in February, right? The past month and a half, and even before that, the Americans have been assembling a major military force in West Asia, right? They've had hundreds of aircraft sorties, those big giant Galaxy aircraft, those big transport aircraft coming in, hundreds of aircraft sorties, bringing in arms, ammunition, material, personnel. You have all these aircraft carrier strike groups that have come and positioned themselves in the region. So the US doesn't need Israel to defeat Iran. But Israel is America's number one ally. The US offers unconditional support to Israel. And Israel sees Iran, the regime of the Ayatollahs, as an existential threat. And that's why they want to effect a regime change in Iran. So you have a situation where the interests of both countries, the US and Israel, are completely in convergence. So why will they not cooperate? They'll work together when it comes to this matter. Israel will take some hits. In a war, you take hits. What do you expect? When there is a war, do you expect a war in which your soldiers won't die? Your ships won't be shot down? Where missiles will not fall on your cities? Where your aircraft will not be shot down? There is no war in which you don't take casualties. So in countries like India, Indians expect that, you will have a war and fight a war in which no aircraft will be shot down, no Indian soldier will die. We will win without taking a single casualty. That's what Indians actually seem to imagine. That's not how it works. Trump said in his speech today that the US will take casualties. That's what happens, right? So both nations, their interests align perfectly, and that's why they're working together. Teen Talks says, Shivaji's situation was also hopeless, but he turned the tide. Bose's situation was also like that, but he prevailed. I have faith in Bharatiya spirit. So, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is the founder of the Maratha Empire. But during his lifetime, the Maratha Empire was that much, or maybe this much. It was the great work he started was carried forward by people in the empire, Maratha Empire, after the death of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. And see, when did Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj pass away? Let's see. Okay. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Uh, he passed away in 1680. Okay. Now let's see this. 1680 he passes away. Maratha Empire. Okay, the high tide of the Maratha Empire. 1759. So it's 80 years after the death of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj that the Maratha Empire had essentially liberated India, much of India. 80 years it took. 80 years for this to happen. Do you understand? Chhatrapati Shivaji did not turn the tide in 2 weeks. It took 80 years. Do Indians have the patience to wait 80 years? Do you have the patience to wait 80 years? Bose's situation was like that, but it prevailed. Excuse me, where did Bose prevail? Where did Subhash Chandra Bose prevail? Subhash Chandra Bose failed to achieve what he wanted to achieve. He wanted to liberate India from the British militarily, through military force. He wanted to gain Indian independence on India's terms. What we got was a transfer of power from one set of crooks to another set of crooks in 1947 on British terms. India was never liberated. India remained colonized. India is even more colonized today. Bose failed. He was the last great patriot we had. He failed. And he had to hide the rest of his life until he died in 1985. You think he prevailed? He did not prevail, unfortunately. If he had prevailed, India would not be where it is today. Right? He wanted dictatorship for 20 years. Did we get that? He failed. Please let us not lie to ourselves. Right? And when Chhatrapati Shivaji died, Aurangzeb was still alive. And Aurangzeb ruled much of the subcontinent. Let me show you. Okay. Mughal Empire. Okay. So Aurangzeb dies in 1707. 1707, this is the Mughal Empire. So do you think it was all nice for India when Chhatrapati Shivaji died? No, it was still a terrible time for India. But in 80 years, we turned the tide. Do you people have the patience to wait 80 years? That's the question. So when you are in a bad situation, it takes decades, maybe centuries to change things. The Spaniards, when they reconquered their land, their country from the Arabs and the Moors, that process took 800 years, the Reconquista. So yeah, I also have faith in the Bharatiya spirit, but I don't see things changing in the next 2 weeks. It's going to take decades, if not centuries, for things to change. All right. Just being realistic here. Be realistic. Dark Side of the Moon says, this day was always coming. History repeats, we as a civilization fell at the cost of incompetent elites that personal ambition, who put personal ambition ahead of collective prosperity. Well, most people are mediocre, you see. Most people are mediocre. And when you have a system that prioritizes mediocrity, then the situation happens. In the Indian system, whether it's the education system or the whatever, the overall Indian system, the setup, the governance setup and everything, what do they distrust the most? Patriotism and talent. They distrust that. The education system seeks out talent and destroys it. And the education system promotes mediocrity. It loves that. And the rest of the Indian system is the same thing. So when you have a system that promotes mediocrity, hates talent, hates patriotism, then what kind of elite are you going to have? Ask yourselves. So if you want India to be a great nation, again, we're going to have to do something about this system. The system will have to be reformed. Without that, it's guaranteed that India will go backwards. Romal Biju says, do you think India is putting on a mask for the US? Well, tell me something. Have we allowed the entire nation to be penetrated and infiltrated with American technology? Yeah. No. Do you have government officials who use Gmail for official work? Yeah. Maybe some things have changed, but a lot of things have not changed. Do you have government officials top to bottom who have family members who are citizens of foreign countries, US, UK, etc.? Yes. Do you think this is putting on a mask? No. This is taking off all the clothes. The Chinese call such officials naked officials. It is not putting on a mask. It is taking off all your clothes. Financial advisor says, is this the right time for India to free Is it the right time for India to free Balochistan, a next part of Bangladesh, important for national interest? Yeah, what about POK? You should have asked that also, right? See, India is not getting Balochistan anytime soon. India is not freeing Balochistan anytime soon. Bangladesh, nothing is going to happen. Forget about taking parts of Bangladesh. We are losing Manipur. We are losing whatever else. If India gets POK or whatever, it will only happen if the Americans permit that to happen. If they give us a go ahead, take a job, do it, take it. Otherwise, nothing is happening. Nothing. Okay. Aditya Chandra says, who in the deep state takes the call on attacking Iran? How much of this is actually Trump's decision? No, I will not venture and put forth any theories about that because I don't know, right? Obviously. Look, first of all, we don't know who is in the deep state. The deep state seems to exist, but who is the deep state? Who are its members? Do we know? Obviously, we don't. I at least don't know nothing. I know nothing. I can tell you that the deep state does exist. That is true. So the American entrepreneur of Sri Lankan origin, Chamath Palihapitiya, he once said that there's 150 men who rule the world, who decide what happens and control everything. He said it's 150, and he said it's men, no women. So that apparently is the deep state, the people who actually run the world. So who takes the call? I don't know. How much of this is actually Trump's decision? But Trump, I would say 50% at least is Trump's decision. See, let's understand Trump's interest and role in all of this. Trump is a super egotistical person. He wants to be remembered in history as the greatest American president, greater than Washington, greater than Abraham Lincoln, the greatest president of the US. That's what he wants to be remembered for. And great American presidents do war. That's the nature of the US. That's the kind of empire the US is. So Trump wants to be remembered as the greatest president, a president who won so much that people got tired of winning. So this would be great for Trump, right? If changing the regime in Iran and winning a war in Iran, something presidents for the past 45 years have not been able to do, he'll do it. So at least 50% of this was Trump's decision. And Trump is completely aligned with the deep state. He has kissed the ring. There's a lot of ring kissing happening these days, isn't it? So he has kissed the ring, and definitely he'll be 100% on board with the decision. But who takes these calls? I can't say. Short Story Studios says, long time follower. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you indeed. I was on my way from Germany to India with Etihad layover in Abu Dhabi. Okay. Yeah. Before my second flight, I got a missile warning. Was scary, stuck here, trying to help people here. Well, the good thing is that being stuck in Abu Dhabi is not necessarily a bad thing. It's a pretty good place to be in. You may have to be given a transit visa or whatever, but that's fine. Not your fault what's happened. So there was a missile strike in Abu Dhabi today. At least one person has sadly lost their life. That's what I've heard. I haven't seen the latest. So you had an Etihad layover. Okay, so will have a transit visa or whatever way it works. Etihad layover. And I suppose if you have certain visas on your passport, then you don't need a visa for the UAE and so on. Yeah. So before your second flight, you got the missile warning. Yeah, which happened in the afternoon, I suppose. For afternoon India time, morning UAE time. So you're currently stuck there trying to help people there. Yeah, it's okay. I am pretty hopeful this will not last very long. Yeah, just take care of yourself. Stay safe. Follow the government instructions. The government there, and yeah, help out whoever you can. All right, sir. All the best. Take care. Stay safe, and looking forward to have you back in India soon. Thank you. The Pradeep Kumar says, once Iran's military capability is degraded sufficiently, whence do you think the US will launch its land forces to capture Tehran? Well, that's a great question. Let's take a look at the geography of Iran to try and guess what could happen. Let me launch the map. Here is the map. Now, coffee. So we have Iran here. The question is, once Iran's military capability is degraded sufficiently, from where does the US launch its land forces to capture Tehran? So I'll tell you what. Iraq is a nation that is essentially under US control and occupation. The US has withdrawn to a large extent from Iraq, but it still has forces in Iraq. So it could happen from Iraq. One possible candidate is Iraq. Another possible candidate is Turkey. Turkey is a NATO member. The US could possibly be quietly, setting up, a military posture just west of the Iran border. That's possible. Turkey is possible. Iraq is a possibility. Another possibility is Pakistan, because Pakistan is a US vassal. You could have perhaps even Pakistani forces going into Iran on behalf of the US. That's also a possibility. Turkmenistan, maybe not that likely. Azerbaijan, probably not that likely. Turkey is a great possibility, very strong possible candidate. Iraq is a big candidate. Pakistan is a very strong candidate for that. You could also have, this happening from Iranian ports, maybe Bandar Abbas, maybe Bushehr. You have the port of Bushehr here, right? That's a major Iranian port. Another major port is Bandar Abbas. So if the Americans can sufficiently degrade the Iranian naval and military capabilities, they could even launch incursions into Iran from the ports of Iran. So the ports is a possibility, whether it is Bushehr or Bandar Abbas or wherever else. Using Pakistani territory to enter Iran is a possibility, including with Pakistani troops. Iraq is a possibility, and Turkey is a possibility. And they could also send in paratroopers or whatever to do temporary work. So the Americans have multiple options, of how to put boots on the ground, to set boots on the ground in Iran. Okay, really now, Ms. Patel says, so our non-selected system is a huge termite eating us from inside, while the elected one is unwilling to cure, or perhaps incapable of curing that or enforcing reforms with an iron fist. Essentially correct what you're saying. What you're saying, Ms. Patel. Essentially what you're saying is accurate. India also has a deep state, the unelected establishment, and maybe key people within that, possibly. And if the system serves you, why would you want the system to be changed? Why would you want reforms? You don't want reforms, right? So it's kind of a parasitical organism that prevents a reform and acts as a rent seeker. And whoever is elected, even if they try, they won't be allowed to change anything, and eventually they will give up, I suppose. So so to transform India, to reform India is really, really difficult. Really difficult, because the system is so vast and so many people benefit from it, and they control all the levels of power. That is the situation. So Ms. Patel, whatever Ms. Patel is saying here is pretty much accurate. Vihang Khurana says, how are you? I'm good, sir. How are you? How can India leverage its pharma industry prowess in general, considering India's significant pharma exports to the US and many other countries? See, India exports a lot of pharma products to the US. Maybe about 50% of the American generic drug imports probably come from India. Let's fact check that. Let's fact check that, shall we? Before we actually address the question. So the question is, what percentage? Okay, it's not working. Okay, what percentage of US generic drugs are imported from India? There we have it, 40 to 50%. India supplies approximately 40 to 50% of all generic drugs consumed in the US. Yeah. So about 50%, possibly. Yeah. So does it mean India has leverage over the US? It doesn't mean anything. Leverage works only if you have other forms of leverage that work together. So let's say you are very militarily powerful, then you can make this kind of leverage count. But if you are militarily weak and economically weak, then even if you have this leverage, you can't do much with it. Because if you try to use this leverage, then the more powerful nation will squash you like a bug. Yeah. So if you are a weaker nation, even if you are supplying critical things to the more powerful nation, you can't use that as leverage. There are many countries that supply things to the US, right? For example, the Dutch company ASML, it controls about 95% of the photolithography market in the world. Do you think they can arm twist the US using that? They'll be squashed like a bug if they try that. So if you are a weak nation that is a node in the supply chains of a powerful nation, you can't leverage that because you're weak. You can't. If you try to play some of these games, you're going to pay a very big price for that. So yeah. So India can't really leverage these things. All India can do with it is to earn some cash, which it does every year, right? It's one of the cash generating mechanisms India has. It's pharma exports. But without hard power, none of this translates into actual leverage. Inferno number one says we must seek help from superpower Nepal to aid us. Maybe we should. Yeah. Vedic Post says, my cousin was rescued in Dubai by the Indian embassy by a naval ship after Iran retaliated. Will this escalate? I feel Israelis are extremists. Well, first of all, I'm glad that your cousin is safe. The government of India does a tremendous job of keeping our citizens safe, even in situations like these when there's a war going on. So great job, government of India. And I'm glad your cousin is safe. He or she is safe. Will this escalate? Yes, this will escalate. See, the war has just started. Trump has made it very clear in his address, in his post on Twitter, that he seeks a complete regime change in Iran. This will end with a regime change in Iran. Israel's Prime Minister, Shri Netanyahu ji, also has put out a Twitter post in which he also has made the same statement, that this will end with a regime change in Iran. So this is just the early exchanges in the war. There's going to be much more. This is going to escalate significantly. I expect, unfortunately, way more of this to happen. And I wonder what's happening right now in real time, but okay, we're not looking at that right now. So this will escalate definitely, way more than what you are seeing right now. You feel Israelis are extremists. Well, I don't see it quite that way. See, Iran has been saying since 1979 that Israel does not have a right to exist. So what do you expect Israel's response to be to that? Israel will say, we have a right to exist. And if you seek to destroy us, we're going to destroy you. Yeah. So I don't see it that way. Chaigup says, if we become vassal, can we become like Japan or Europe? No. We don't have the standards of Japan and Europe. See, in Japan, even after the destruction of Japan by the Americans in the two atomic tests over Japan, the people of Japan already had those standards. Why did the people of Japan have high standards that they maintained even after the American occupation in 1945? Because from the mid 1850s onwards, the entire Japanese education system was reformed, and it brought Japan's standards to an incredible degree of excellence, scientific and technological excellence. And they always had this culture of excellence because they were not under foreign occupation before that. So Japan's people were very high quality people. Okay, Japan had a very high quality population with great standards because of a very high quality education system. So after Japan became a vassal, the Americans allowed Japan to rise on its feet again, and Japan became the most technologically advanced nation in the world because the people were genuinely educated, not book education, but they had the skills and they had the standards. That's why Japan became one of the most excellent countries in the world. Europe, once again, they had a great education system and a very highly qualified, not qualified, very high quality population. India has one of the worst education systems in the world, and the people of India don't even know how to think clearly. So if we become a vassal, we're going to become a low quality vassal. We will not become like Japan or Europe. We won't be allowed to. Financial advisor says, met an Israeli today. He was stranded in India with his family in Israel. He was stranded in India and his family is in Israel. Okay. He was cursing the US, saying all bad things in the world are the doing of the United States. Well, you see, in any country, you will have people who have all kinds of different opinions. Some people, if they are individually, personally going through some inconvenience, they will blame the government, or they'll blame the US or whatever. I would say most Israelis support the US because the US unconditionally supports Israel. So that's normal that you will find people who have all kinds of different opinions in any country. Somesh Pandya says, what kind of vassalhood India gets? So if India becomes a vassal country, what kind of vassalhood does India get? Is the question. India will get some benefits. India will be able to buy oil from Iran. India will get even more benefits of American technology. Indians will find it somewhat easier to travel to the US maybe. The US will still allow high quality Indians to move to the US because the US needs talent and so on. Apart from that, India will see no reforms. India's education system will not be reformed. India's bureaucracy and other institutions will never be reformed. India's GDP growth will remain 6-7%. India will remain dependent on other countries for arms imports. India will never become a manufacturing power. But India will remain an IT power, services exporter. India will become a big market that the West exports to. That's kind of vassalhood you'll get. Mediocre little nation. Krunal Desai, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. McLevin says, will we lose nukes and dharma under vassalhood? We will be allowed to keep our nukes. Yeah? But we will never use them. Dharma will be wiped out over time. Maybe 50 years, maybe 100 years. We'll lose it all. Om says, I am a first-year mechanical engineering student. I was thinking, okay, I'm not taking these questions today. We are discussing war. We're discussing Iran. We're discussing geopolitics. Anyway, I'm not the right kind of person to answer these questions. I don't know about finance and all that. I don't know. Uchiha says, reports say Chinese satellites helped Iran bomb a base. It's possible. That kind of help China will be happy to give Iran. So China will not get involved militarily in this conflict, but they will give some intelligence and that sort of aid to Iran possibly. Yeah. The Chinese have been putting out, give me a second. Let's find this. Give me a second. Right. So let us see. There's this Chinese account, okay, on on Twitter, on X, and they have been putting out this stuff on Twitter. So take a look. It's called Mizar Vision. And there we have it. They are putting out real-time satellite imagery about what is happening. Satellite images show thick smoke billowing from the Iranian port of Konarak, which was attacked by the US and Israel. Oh, well, when did that happen? Looks like it's a more recent event. Okay, okay. Okay, we are seeing thick smoke billowing out because you can see the shadow of the smoke actually. Can you see over here? If you can see my mouse pointer, you can see that. So, and what is this? High resolution satellite imagery shows multiple US KC-135 refueling aircraft deployed at Ben Gurion Airport in Israel. Right. Right. So they are putting out all of this information and they will be passing on more such information to Iran, maybe better information to Iran. Okay. Establish refueling positions. So the military operation is very much underway. Very much underway. Israeli refueling aircraft also took off from their home territory and established refueling positions in the Mediterranean. Right. So you can see this satellite data coming in from these Chinese sources. High resolution satellite images capture damage to buildings in Tehran, the Iranian capital, following attacks by the US and Israel. You can see that there is damage to buildings in Iran. Do we have something else of note? Okay, USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean Sea. So the Chinese have been putting out this satellite imagery in the public domain, and I suppose they are also supplying that to Iran. Maybe higher quality satellite intelligence. Maybe they may be supplying it to Iran. Okay. Swastik says, what can we learn from China and Xi Jinping? Well, the Chinese approach to geopolitics is completely different from India's approach. They have ended whatever penetration American technology had in China completely. They have cordoned off the internet. They have the great firewall of China. They don't allow any American platform to operate in China or to provide services to Chinese citizens. They don't allow any officials to be in power, in high positions, who are compromised in any way potentially by the Americans of the West. For example, people who have family members living in the US, children studying in the US, they're not allowed to be in high positions. The Chinese approach is completely different, diametrically opposite compared to the Indian approach. All those things I suppose we can learn from China if we still want to learn something. Right. Teen Talk says, will the US deploy boots on the ground in Iran? The last time it was a disaster, Operation Eagle Claw, or any other nation's military will be used. The last time they attempted to do this in a clandestine manner, quietly. This is an open war. It will culminate with the deployment of US boats on the ground in Iran. This is the guarantee. If the Americans succeed in this, and they win the war, the US doesn't lose wars, right? And they lost Vietnam, but there was last century. They are determined, the Americans, to do a regime change in Iran, and most likely they will succeed. I don't see Iran having too much of a chance against the US. So the US will definitely deploy some boats on the ground in Iran. And like I discussed a while ago, if we once again go to the map, it's possible Turkish boats could be on the ground. It's possible Pakistani boats could be on the ground in Iran. Maybe even Israeli boats. Maybe even boats from Arabic countries. The Americans would like to make it look like a multinational effort, right? So it's possible. It's possible. Durji says, Namaste from Nagaland, loving this episode. Thank you very much. Namaste Ji. Namaste to you and namaste to everybody in Nagaland. And thank you so much for commenting and being a viewer. Thank you so much, sir. Summer Slider says, in 20 to 30 years, as the older generation fades, an 80-year-old would be born in 1976. Hence, as the Orthodox die, India rises. Does this make sense or not? So for a culture, for a civilization, for a nation to rise, you need the death of orthodoxy. Is that what you're saying? I was born in 1976. Am I one of the do I represent the orthodoxy of India? I don't know. I don't know. In any nation, you need all kinds of people. You need some who are orthodox. You need someone who are liberal. You need some people. So you need a bunch of people who are orthodox. You need a bunch of people who are liberal. You need a bunch of people who are whatever. In any population, you're going to have a natural and harmonious balance of different kinds of people. You need them all. You need them all. Why do we need the orthodox to die away? I don't see myself as orthodox, first of all, but you seem to be implying that somebody who's born in 76 is going to be naturally orthodox, which I would not agree with, right? And if all the orthodox die, then the nation becomes unorthodox, then we rise? No, that's not how it works. Yeah. India is not going to rise this by it's like saying kill off a certain section of society, then everything is fine. That seems to be a lot of the thinking in India today, right? That's not how it's going to be, sir. Died with Prigozhin says, what about Iran's nukes? Don't they have nukes? I don't know if they have nukes. If they have nukes, then if they do have nukes, and if they're at some point in this war going to go down, I have a very, very bad feeling about that. I have the feeling that if Iran does have nukes, then at some point in this war, they may be used. Yeah, that's a bad feeling I have. So yeah, I obviously am not in favor of any nuclear weapons ever being used. Yeah, but if Iran has nukes, then they may use it before they go down. Ankur Das says, India, I think most competitive exams are BS just to reduce competition. These competitive exams and all that, they are a waste of everyone's time and life and energy and years. That's not, yeah, it's a rotten system India has, rotten. Prataradana says, this is last pro-Israel US population. New generation Americans are indifferent and even hate that Israel has so much influence in decision making in the US. You know what? You may be right about this. You may be right. You are definitely right about the new generation Americans being either indifferent or negatively inclined towards Israel. A lot of these new generation Americans kind of are not so favorably inclined towards Israel. You are right about that. But will it make much of a difference in the relationship between the two countries? Maybe not. Maybe not. But yes, what you are saying overall is correct on the ground. Over the years, over the decades, the population, the attitudes and worldviews of the people of America have changed gradually. See, 1950s, 1960s, you saw the takeover of American academia and education by the left. And over time, they have, you could say, indoctrinated newer generations of Americans into their leftist worldview, into leftist ideology. And that is very much the norm in American campuses today. So a lot of younger Americans are negatively predisposed towards Israel. That's true. Yes. Mystic Comrade says, is it possible that the Indian may have given some hints about this operation during his Israel visit? What are you asking, sir? Is it possible that the Indian may have given some hints about this operation during his Israel visit? Are you talking about Prime Minister Modi and his Israel visit? Because I don't know what the Indian is. If you ask him about Prime Minister Modi, whether he would have been told about the operation during his visit, yes, most likely yes. Angad Griwal says, who is the most calculative leader in the world? Rather more angry like Kim Jong And Trump, I think it's Putin, and our airspace closed because my mom is in Canada. What's a Every leader makes calculations. Every leader does that. Um, Maybe the word you've used is not the most appropriate word. Maybe are you saying who's the shrewdest leader? Putin could be one of them. Possibly, yeah. Okay, is the airspace closed? My mom is in Canada. Let's find out together, shall we? Let's find out about the airspace. All right, give me a second. Let me put that on the screen and let's find out together what is happening from an airspace perspective. Okay, let's zoom out. Let us zoom out. Right, okay. So you can see that the airspace over Iran is definitely more or less closed, right? As you can see, the airspace over Iran seems to be closed. There's nobody flying over Iran. At least no civilian aircraft are flying over Iran. You have a few aircraft in Afghanistan, you have a few aircraft in Pakistan, and nothing over Iraq, nothing over Kuwait, nothing over Iran. Even Syria, there's almost nothing. What about Israel? Let's see. Yeah, not much happening over Israel either. Oh, sorry, this Lebanon. Not much happening over Israel either. Yeah. So the airspace is closed. But if you are traveling from Canada to India, you could certainly make your way to India. No problem there. What about the UAE? Is anybody flying in the UAE right now? Let me see. Doha to somewhere. Okay, this is Qatar Airways. Who is this? Yeah, looks like there's not much activity happening over the UAE either. So definitely the airspace is closed over Iran. But if you are in Canada, you want to visit India, you can certainly fly to India. That's not going to be an issue. You may have to avoid that airspace and avoid certain countries, but yeah, it'll work. Okay. Aman Kumar Dhankar says, how Jews went so powerful in very short period of time? I don't know. They're very well organized people. Yeah, and they understand power, I suppose. That's why they're very powerful. Abhishek Maurya says, can you explain why you say people in India don't have power in democracy? As in, why is voting power not enough? Also, if not democracy, what are the pros and cons of a benevolent monarchy in India? Okay, listen, we'll not go too deep into this stuff, but I'll tell you what. Why do I say that people in India don't have much power in democracy? Why is voting power not enough? So let me give you an example. Let's say you have a government that you voted to power. You voted for them. They came to power. 5 years, they did nothing for you. They did not do any of the things they promised, let's say. You voted for them because their election manifesto promised these things, and you wanted that to happen. So you voted for them. But 5 years, they did nothing. But maybe you said, you know what? They've just come to power. Give them some more time. So you voted for them again. So now 5 more years they're in power. They still do nothing. So 10 years of your life you wasted voting for them, but they didn't do anything you wanted. Because once you vote and you see that nothing is happening, you have to wait 5 years. So let's say you waited 10 years of your life. Then you said, okay, I'm going to throw them out of power. I'm going to vote for the other guy, the other party. So you vote for the other party this time, and maybe this time they come to power. But let's say they also do nothing. Then what power do you have? What power do you have? Yeah. The only power, the only agency you have is voting. But that guarantees nothing for you. You're powerless. You're utterly powerless. Pros and cons of monarchy, will not go into that right now. I've spoken about that for hours. Right? A benevolent monarchy. I'll just give you examples of benevolent monarchs. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, the Maratha Empire, the Chola Empire, the Gupta Empire, Rajendra Chola, Rajraj Chola, Skanda Gupta, Kumara Gupta, Samudra Gupta. Were they great for India or not? Kanishka the Great. Right? Chandragupta Maurya. Who was Lord Ram? Was he not A monarch. Who was Shri Krishna? Was it not a monarch? That's enough examples. That should hopefully give you the point. Okay. Kshay Surya says, going abroad isn't great, but is it lesser evil? Go abroad. Who's saying it's not good? Individuals should take care of their own decisions individually, right? There's nothing wrong with you going abroad. Yeah, nothing wrong with it. Sid says, don't you think India has more problems internally than externally? I think so, yes. Yes. Okay. Deepak dating coach. Deepak dating coach. Okay. I'm a long-term watcher of your videos. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. A few years ago, you were quite positive about India's progress, but now your tone is quite pessimistic. I do agree with you, actually. Love to invite you on my channel for a podcast in the future. Well, you see, as times change, you have to change the way you look at. You see, what I do is I analyze what's happening, and I analyze the direction in which the world is going, the country is going. When things change, I have to be truthful to my audience, right? Or should I just keep pretending that, you know what, everything is great, everything is fine, hum dekh lenge, hum jeetenge, sabko muh tod jawab denge? There's plenty of people who do that on YouTube, right? But that's not me. I'm going to be truthful to you all. As things change, I'm going to tell you what's actually happening the way I see it. Now it's up to you whether you want to agree or not with me. But things have changed over the past few years. See, I first came on YouTube in what, 2021, I think? 2020, but I started doing the Ask Abhijit show in 2021. And things were different at that time. And things have changed since then. So if things are changing, you will see that reflected in the way I analyze things. Yeah, things have changed a lot. But you actually agree with me. Well, I'm glad you do, sir. Thank you. All right. If you want me on your channel, I can certainly consider that. Please send me an email or something. My email ID will be there in the description below. You can check it out. All right, sir. Thank you so much, Deepak ji. Fast Snail says, is Russia pausing Ukraine, supporting India, Iran a possibility? Well, theoretically, it's a possibility. But if Russia pauses Ukraine, then obviously they may face the possibility that Ukraine may make some advances and some gains in the territorial gains or whatever, right? But if you don't want to allow Ukraine to make territorial gains, then you have to keep your forces on the ground. Not just keep your forces on the ground, you have to keep on doing whatever you were doing. So Russia pausing Ukraine means nothing. Even if you want to pause the war, you have to keep your troops on the ground, right? You can't withdraw your troops and say, you know what, Ukraine, let's give it a break of two months. We're going to move out. You stay where you are. You don't take any territory. And we'll be back in 2 months and we'll resume fighting. Does it work like that? It doesn't work like that. Right? So as long as, even if you want to freeze the conflict in Ukraine, you have to maintain your force posture there. You have to maintain your full military strength there. Even if you want to freeze the conflict and not have any going back or forth territorially, you still have to keep your entire military posture intact. Right? So if Russia wants to support Iran, it will have to fight 2 wars at the same time. Yeah, 2 wars at the same time. Rajan Beer says, is Muslim unity in this war possible or not? I don't really know what you're asking. Muslim unity. If there was Muslim unity in the world, would you not have a single Islamic nation? Right? So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, but Muslim unity, I don't know if it even exists. Yeah. Sergeant Skyland says, this attack explains why India let go of Chabahar. So are you saying India was aware of it? Are you saying India was aware that this attack would happen? Yeah, okay. Adit Chandra says, is the combined military power of Russia and China even a match for the US? No. No, it's not. It's not. Even if Russia and China come together to fight the US, they will still get whacked. They'll still lose. That's how powerful the US is. Okay. as long as you keep the nuclear factor out of the picture. From a nuclear perspective, Russia is more powerful than the US from a nuclear warheads strength perspective. But yeah, if you disregard the nuclear angle, the nuclear factor, then Russia plus China together, even if they're combined, they are not strong enough to match the US. Now, is Prime Minister Modi's timing of his visit to Israel coincidental? Or does it have anything to do with the attacks on Iran? It's not coincidental, but it is not as such linked to the attacks in Iran in the sense that India had something to do with it. No. But it's all part of the larger scheme of things and the realignment that's happening in the world. It's very much part of the realignment that's happening in the world. But it is not related to the attack on Iran in the sense that India had something to do with it. India had nothing to do with it. India is simply, essentially, a nation that has to accept what the more powerful nations are doing. And the only choice India has is, do we stay out of it? Or do we support them, or do we oppose them? India essentially stays out of it. And you have to eventually pick a side if you're weak. And that's what India seems to be doing now. So India doesn't have anything to do with the attacks on Iran, but India most likely would have known that this was going to happen. India most likely would also have known when it was going to happen. Shrikant Ghosh says, since India stopped Chabahar funding, don't you think it's a minor step towards vassalage? All these small steps, they are all minor steps towards vassalage. But if you have a lot of minor steps towards vassalage happening together, it's concerning, don't you think? It's a pattern then. Vardhan Vivek says, Israel said hexagon alliance, so India plus UAE plus Saudi plus Qatar. Yeah, Israel said something about a hexagonal alliance. So who could those nations be? See, India and Israel are together. Even before all the vassalage stories started, India, UAE, and Israel are involved in a parallel competition with Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey. Okay? So Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Turkey are on one side in West Asia, and on the opposing side, you have Israel, UAE, and India. So in a hexagonal alliance, Saudi Arabia won't be there. Qatar could be there because Qatar is Qatar. So who could the hexagonal alliance be? Israel, India, UAE, US. That's 4. If Qatar is there, that's 5. Maybe Oman. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly who the different sides of this polygon are, but yeah. Okay, now before I take other questions, let's quickly scan Twitter and see what's happening. Let's see what's happening, shall we? Let me put this on the screen so that we look at this together. And let's take a look at what is happening right now. Let's first look at the India thing. India's Ministry of External Affairs. Let's see what India has to say. 5 hours ago, we posted something. 1 hour ago. Okay, our statement on the evolving situation in West Asia. Let's see what stance India is taking. India is deeply concerned at the recent developments in Iran and the Gulf region. We urge all sides to exercise restraint, avoid escalation, and prioritize the safety of citizens. Dialogue and diplomacy, blah, 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 blah. Bhashan dene ka sabko. Dialogue and diplomacy should be pursued to de-escalate tensions and address underlying issues. Sovereignty and territory. Our missions in the region are in touch with Indian nationals and have issued appropriate advisories asking them to blah, 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 blah. Okay, so India has nothing to actually say in this. India is saying that everybody, please de-escalate, don't fight, be good boys, which means India doesn't really matter in this matter. Okay, India is deeply concerned. Are you doing something about that? No, we are issuing a statement. Okay, has Netanyahu said something? Let's find out. Has there been some further news from Netanyahu? No, his last statement was 6 hours ago. Has the Department of War said something? Let's see. Let's refresh the page. Okay, let's refresh. Let's remove this. Let's refresh. Okay, they have said nothing since they said this Operation Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fury. Now that's what I call a distraction from the Epstein files. I'm attacking Iran because they have nuclear weapons. Why don't you attack Russia? Are you crazy? They have nuclear weapons. Oh, I love it. Very funny. Okay. All right. Yeah, so there's a lot of skepticism from the people, but yeah, the Department of War of the US has not tweeted anything since then, 6 hours ago. Has Shri Trump tweeted something? Let's see. Even his last tweet was from 7 hours ago about the war. Okay, what does this account have to say? Anything interesting? Anything that gives us updates? Okay. Breaking. Iran says Supreme Leader Khamenei will give a speech just hours after the US and Israel targeted him in assassination attempts. Just 1 hour ago, Israeli media said that the odds Khamenei survived the strikes are slim to none. The world now awaits the supposed speech. Okay, let's see. So Israel seems to be claiming that Khamenei may not have survived their strikes. Iran issues a response to the US and Israeli strikes, offering terms for potential de-escalation. One, Iran does not have missiles capable of targeting the US, reaching the US. Iran will not develop missiles capable of reaching the US. Iran will not give up the right to enrich uranium. Iran is interested in de-escalation. China and Russia request meeting of the UN Security Council on Iran. Iran says if the US wants to talk, they will know how to reach out. It may be a little late for all that. Okay. What else is there? Iran's foreign minister comments on US and Israeli strikes targeting Supreme Leader Khamenei. He's alive as far as I know. Iran may have lost a few commanders, but that's not a very big problem. Iran's defense minister and a commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard have been killed by strikes in Iran. Who's Iran's defense minister? Let us see. Who is Iran's defense minister? Aziz Nasirzadeh. Okay. Okay, so this is what this account is saying. What else do we have? Do we have anything here? Not sure. Right. So Iran has not hit Israel yet. They sent very few missiles. It seems the focus is on the American radars in their bases in Gulf countries. Iran wants to blind the US first. They started this process last time with the strike on Al-Udeid. That's why Iran hit Gulf countries first and more heavily. The strikes were on satellite and communications installations and so on. Okay, so is there anything else happening? UAE? Okay, the UAE has put out a statement. The Ministry of Defense announced that the UAE today was subjected to blatant attack involving Iran ballistic missiles and so on. Okay, yeah. So the war is there, all-out war. Do we have something in Tehran? Any news? Don't know what that is. We saw flight radar. That's fine. What's the latest? Let's see. Okay. Second rocket hit Dubai. Really? A rocket hit Dubai, apparently. I mean, that's what someone's claiming over here. Okay, so what is this? This is in Turkish. And there's whatnot going on. Iran starts targeting US air bases. Where is this? I'm not playing the video here, but okay. ¿Qué se sabe de Ali Hosseini Khamenei? Confirmada nada. Existen dos versiones and so on. Nothing. So we don't know anything. Okay, so that's kind of the latest situation. No major uptick in the war. But yeah, let's keep an eye on that. Okay, what's next? Yeah, I dealt with this question, yes. What is next? Kajoro Bitathon says, did not know you predicted Christian Iran. He also made the much crazier prediction of a Jewish, Saudi, and Hindu UAE by 2040. You mean, okay. IDF soldiers wear Greater Israel patches with Saudi in it. Saudi is liberalizing BlackRock buy. Okay, do expect that if the US wins and does a regime change in Iran, the future of Iran is most likely Christian. That's how I see it. Jewish Saudi Arabia, Hindu UAE. Well, if you look at the UAE, realistically, about 40% or so of the UAE population is Hindu. But that's not UAE citizens. That's the population. The UAE does not give citizenship. They give you long-term visas, right? 10-year visas or whatever, uh, if you want to reside there. But they don't give you citizenship. So you may have 40% of the population being Hindu, but they are not citizens. So Hindu UAE, well, it's not entirely impossible, but okay. Jewish Saudi Arabia, I don't see that happening by 2040. Jewish Saudi Arabia. Okay, that's interesting. Anyhow, okay. IDF soldiers wear Greater Israel patches with Saudi in it. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay. Deep Learner says, do you think it's a sign? Do you think a sign of this development vassalization is USA will try to push alternative leaders India inside BJP against Yogi? I will not comment about Indian politics. I never do that. So yeah. But yeah, theoretically, when you are vassalized, see what happens when you're a vassal country. When you are a vassal state, the overlord, the master, re-engineers your internal system such that you can never produce real leaders. If a real leader is produced by mistake, it's a mistake, it's an accident. But they will re-engineer the system such that you will never produce real leaders. You will produce people who look like leaders, who speak like leaders, but who serve the foreign overlord. Okay? No real person of substance will be allowed to become a leader. They will only allow people to rise to leadership positions who are compromised. That's what typically happens theoretically when you have a state that is a vassal state and is serving a master state. That's what happens. I mean, look at the leaders in Europe. All they do is talk. Allegedly, many of them may be allegedly, possibly compromised in some ways. And yeah. So theoretically, that's how it works. Hindo Taku says, why wasn't Japan crushed even after vassalhood? What did they suffer from a common man's perspective apart from military bases and the constitution being written by the US? They resisted Christianization as well. Great questions, because it allows me to explain how this works. Japan was not crushed after vassalhood. Japan in 1945 came under permanent US military occupation. But after that happened, Japan was allowed to rise again. See, in 1945, when the Americans took over Japan, Japan was a bunch of smoldering ruins. 2 cities were full of radiation from nuclear tests. And all the industries were destroyed. Cities were flattened. Japan was destroyed in 1945 when the Americans took over. But by the 1960s, Japan was on its feet. Japan was becoming a technological powerhouse again, Japan. So Japan was not crushed. Japan was allowed to rise. Japan's industries were allowed to rise. Japan was now allowed to become the most technologically advanced nation in the world. Why? Why? Because it served US interests. Okay? Who was consuming that technology? The US. They were consuming it from a nation they owned. So they were fine with it. And if the US wanted the technology, the Japanese had no way of saying no. So they allowed Japan to rise. They allowed the Japanese people to develop technologies, fantastic technologies. But today those technologies are all across the US. The Japanese developed, they look at this phone. Look at this camera I'm using right now. It's a Sony camera. Sony, Honda, Yamaha, Mitsubishi, Seiko, Casio, all these fantastic companies developed all these fantastic technologies. But today the Americans have better technology because all the technology was never safe from the Americans. So the Japanese were allowed to rise. By the 1980s, they became the second most powerful economy in the world. And then the Americans did the Plaza Accords. And then Japan slowly, gradually declined in such a way nobody noticed until now. It's only in the 2000s and 2010s that people started noticing that Japan is now going backwards. And today you have a situation in Japan where Japan is no longer a high income nation. It was one of the highest income nations in the world. Today, Japan is like a middle income nation. That's how far Japan has declined. Japan's economy is stagnating. It's been stagnating for decades now. And Japan's TFR has been destroyed. In 100 years, there will be no Japanese left. That's how you destroy a nation in slow motion. Yeah. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, my God, it's depressing. You'll be fine, don't worry. We'll all be fine individually. It is what it is. See, there are good times, there are bad times. You got to deal with it. Mystic Comrade says, what will happen to the Chabahar project? Once the Americans take over the nation of Iran, they may invite India back into Chabahar. Okay. Jo karna hai karo. Enjoy Chabahar. Take a couple of terminals. Operate it. We'll allow you. Go, beta. Jao. That's what could happen to Chabahar. They may allow India to operate a couple of terminals in Chabahar after they take over Iran. It's possible. Vidhi Manayar says, good to see you, ma'am. What's coming for India now? Will businesses get affected? Will business get affected? No, India will continue the way it is right now. India, I don't see it becoming, I'll be very surprised if it becomes a major manufacturing power, like we have been sloganeering for the past 10 years. What's coming for India? In India, it will be for everybody on the streets, or everybody, all individual people, it will be business as usual. Nothing much will change. There'll be no major changes in India. India will not become a gigantic, powerful nation. By 2045, 2050, India will be a $10, $12 trillion economy, possibly. And yeah, it will be business as usual. India will remain what India is for the time being. I mean, the kind of nation India has been since 1947, the kind of standards we've had, we're going to maintain that for the next 20, 30, whatever years. Long term, we'll see. So no major changes are coming to India. And our leaders will keep saying, yeah, we are doing great. All right. Prataradana says, we should keep pushing for education reform and spend money on R&D. R&D spending must reach 2% of GDP, sir. Immigration is becoming more difficult. Sir, I agree with you, but I am not in charge of this. I agree with you. I could not disagree less. I completely agree with you. We need large-scale, top-to-bottom, thorough education reforms. We need that. But the government is saying that we did the reform. The new education policy 2020 is the reform. Enjoy it. It'll be in full force by 2030 or wherever. So in India, you do a new education policy, you bring it into being, in existence in 2020, and it actually starts becoming effective by the 2030s. That's how slow things are in India. And even that new education policy is garbage. It doesn't address any of the real underlying issues in the education system. It addresses none of those issues. So, yeah, we should keep pushing for it. We should keep saying we need education reform. I agree with you. We need it. We should spend money on R&D. I agree with that too completely. I could not disagree at all with this. R&D should be like, for a nation like India, should be at least 2%, 3% of GDP. But who will do it? Who controls the money? Who controls the funding? The government. The private companies can also do it. But they're not doing it, right? They're giving dividends to their shareholders. Low, enjoy karo. Enjoy the dividends. They're not pushing that money back into R&D. They don't do any R&D. So there is this entire situation in India. The standards are such that, yeah, the people who are in charge don't want any change. But you will say that young people want change. You will say that the young entrepreneurs, they want change. If you look at the people who are running these new startups, they are investing in R&D, whatever little money they have. So there is this tremendous desire in India for better standards, for research and development, for excellence, for success. The young people, they all want this. A lot of young people want this. A lot of intelligent people who are in India, they want this. But, but, Pranjal Mishra says, do you think that despite all the talks about multipolarity, we are headed towards a more unipolar world? How are Chinese ambitions affected? See, one thing I've been saying since 21 is ignore words and look at actions. Talk is cheap. Talk, talk, talk. Everyone will do multipolarity, yay, wo, this, that, everything. That's all talk. But where is the world actually headed? The world is indeed headed towards unipolarity. The world is headed towards unipolarity. All this talk of multipolarity, multi-alignment, multipolar world, eh, multipolarity is a intermediate phase. It's a metastable phase, like you would say in physics and chemistry. It's a metastable phase. It's a temporary intermediate step between two outcomes. So you had a unipolar world, you had a bipolar world in the 20th century, the Cold War. Then the Cold War ended, the USSR disintegrated. Then you had a unipolar world for about 20 years. 20 years or so. That was the American unipolar moment. Then the Chinese came up on the stage. We are now big deal. Yeah, we're going to be a big deal because of our economic strength. And that went on until the end of the COVID era, until the end of the Biden regime. Then with the Americans putting Trump forth, they have decided that signaled that they have decided to completely shake the world order and show what real power is. Real power isn't necessarily economic power; it's actual military power and the ability to reshape the world order. That's what they're doing. So we are once again going back towards possibly unipolarity. What does China have that the US doesn't? Nothing. What advantages does China have? China probably is a very advanced technological country. It's very technologically advanced now. The Chinese probably have the best education system in the world, and they are technologically almost as good as the US in some sectors at least. So the only hope China has of surviving a unipolar world is if they get ahead of the US in the key core critical technologies like AI, etc. But that's a long shot for China. And China is frightened of military confrontation with the US, as they rightfully should be. Yeah, so the world is most likely going towards a unipolar world again. The next 5 years will be the crucial years. In 5 years, we'll know exactly what's going to happen in this century. The next 5 years are critical. Sergeant Skyland says PM Modi visited Israel recently. He might have been briefed. I am 100% sure that he was briefed. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, hide your strength, bide your time is the only thing that India can do. I hope the next leadership grows a spine and makes the massive reforms we need. I hope so. I hope so. Yes. I agree with you, and I hope so, sir. Indeed. P9057 S2U. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir or ma'am. Thank you so much. Pratardana says, direct hit by a Shahed drone on a US radar in Bahrain. Well, I would not be surprised. Let's once again take a look at. Give me a second. Let's my only source of information right now, at least, is Twitter. Okay, so we're gonna keep an eye on Twitter and see what's happening there. From time to time, yeah. Here we are. What do we have? What do we have? Okay, I'm not going into politics. This is Dubai allegedly right now. What's going on in Dubai? Oh no, some kind of airstrike, missile strike possibly. What else do we have? Dubai once again. Well. Raza Pahlavi is saying something. What is Raza Pahlavi saying? Raza Pahlavi, the pretender. My dear compatriots, decisive moments lie before us. The assistance that the president of the US has promised and so on has arrived. Islamic Republic is collapsing. You have sworn an oath to protect Iran and so on and so forth. Any message, blah, blah, blah. Sensitive hours and days, reclaiming Iran. So his ultimate goal is to reclaim Iran. and follow my messages and so on. Okay, okay, sir. Thank you for your message. We get it. What else is happening? Tehran, Dubai, Doha. This is okay. What else do we have? What's let's look at the trending topics. Iran must be there. Burj Khalifa, Tehran, Haifa. Um, okay, you are saying there's a Shahed drone on Bahrain. Let's see. Bahrain. What happened? Iran just fired missiles at 5 countries. That's okay. We know that. Bahrain. Let's see. Latest. I don't want to see cats at this time. Let's see. Bahrain. What's the Shahed Bahrain? Maybe that will give us some idea. Iranian Shahed drone targets a US radar. Yeah, it looks like that. That looks like a Shahed drone. Yes. So it's flying in, and then it hits. Yeah, that's a radar. Oh well. Okay. In Manama in Bahrain. Okay. Well, that's the cost of war, obviously. What do you expect? So seems to have happened very recently. 5 minutes, 6 minutes ago. This is the aftermath of that, I suppose. Okay. All right. So this is an evolving situation, obviously. So yeah, okay. Right. Fast Snail says, can India really say with conviction it supports Israel because regime change in Iran is not really in its best interests? Well, of course, it's not in our interests. I've been saying that for a long time. But the Americans, if they've started the war, they will end it. They're just too powerful for Iran. So what is India is not saying anything. That's the point right now. If you look at the Twitter account of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of India, they're not saying we support this or support that. They're saying this is not a time for war. We urge all sides to go and negotiate and not fight like bad boys and all. That's the sort of thing that's coming out of the Indian Ministry of External Affairs. This is yeah. So that's we are not saying we support Israel. We're not saying we support Iran. We're saying stop fighting, and we know no one's going to stop fighting, right? Regime change in Iran is not in our best interests. Well, it depends. It depends. If we have decided that we will be part of the American orbit now, then it will make no difference to us whether there's a regime change in Iran or not. So, yeah. Vardhan Vivek says, war started at the end of US stock market closed. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Slow Cheetah says, has India lost its sovereignty and become a vassal? Yes/no. I want. It's possible that there are 4 vassal states and 4 sovereign nations in the world now. It's possible. Let's still wait and watch for a few more weeks. Yeah. Indications are India has decided to become part of the US orbit. Indications are like that. And if you are a regular watcher of the channel, I've been saying this, that there's a high chance that within the next 5 years, India becomes an American vassal. I've said that, right? I've said that multiple times. Maybe it won't take 5 years. See, I'm hopeful it never happens. But if you look at all the indications, it looks like the government of India seems to have made the decision that it is safer for us to be part of the American orbit, possibly. But still not 100% guaranteed. But the indications are there. Mr. Rohit says, is it good for Prime Minister Modi to visit genocidal Netanyahu? What has he done to Gaza? Israel is an important defensive partner, but what about humanity? This is geopolitics. This is national interest. You don't care about humanity in these matters. See, geopolitics is amoral. It's not immoral, it's amoral. Mr. Modi's job is to serve his country and the people of his country. And if you have to deal, if you have to be friends, let's say, with a nation that's fighting a war against some people, even if it's hypothetically an unjust war, it doesn't matter to us. Mr. Modi's job is to serve his country and his people only. Mr. Modi's job is not to serve the world. This is the problem in India, that we imagine that we have to serve humanity. No, you have to serve. There's a reason why the world has borders. Each leader has one job: serve your people and serve your country. And you have inhuman nations next to us. Pakistan is the world's biggest terrorist regime. That's one example. So, from my perspective, Gaza is not important for us. The people of Gaza support Pakistan, by the way. And why is whatever has happened to Gaza, why has it happened? Because of what they did to the terrorist attack they carried out in October 2020, or 24 was it, whenever it was. So Israel is an important partner for India. So Mr. Modi is completely right to visit Israel, and is completely right to strengthen India's relationship with Israel. So what about humanity? What about the humanity of the people of India? The people of Gaza support Pakistan, which has been fighting this inhuman terrorist war against the people of India. What about that? Why are we concerned about the humanity of people of Gaza but not the people of India? We still have lakhs of Kashmiri Pandits who are not able to go back to their own homeland. Where is the humanity in that? But we are not concerned about them. We are concerned about Gaza. I don't understand this, sir. Really. Humanity doesn't matter in geopolitics. Your national interest is all that matters. That's just the way of the world. It may sound very inhuman and whatever, but it is what it is. The Pradeep Kumar says, can Iran blockade Gulf of Aden using Houthis? They can try. They've tried that in the past. The Houthis, between 24 and 26, they blockaded the Gulf of Aden, didn't they? They blockaded the Strait of Bab al-Mandeb. And they did not allow ships to pass through the strait. Let me show you on the map. So the Houthis did succeed, the Ansar Allah faction in Yemen. See, this strait, the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, was blockaded by the Houthis. And the Americans launched hundreds of airstrikes on the Houthis. And they were unable to destroy the Houthi regime, the Houthi leadership, the Houthi power. They were unable to destroy that. So eventually the Houthis said, okay, we will allow American ships to pass, but we will not allow Israeli ships to pass. And the Americans could not do a thing about that. So it is possible that there could be something happening in this region also right now that we are not aware of, possibly. Because you don't have any Western observers in this region typically, right? You will have Western observers in this region, but not there. So Iran can possibly instruct the Houthis to blockade the Gulf of Aden, the Strait of Bab al-Mandeb. The Iranians still haven't blockaded the Strait of Hormuz yet, as far as I know. But let's see. All of these plays are very much possible in the coming days. A blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is possible, and a blockade of the Strait of Bab al-Mandeb is also possible. That could be happening now, or it could happen in the coming days. It's definitely a possibility, yes. Divodas Putra says, MBZ in India, Modi in Israel. Has India chosen a side? Looks like India is in the process of choosing a side. Looks like that. Looks like India is choosing the West. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like that. If you look at all the different pieces of indications and you put them together, they are indeed forming a pattern that India is choosing a side. And it's not Russia and China, it's not BRICS, it's the US. India is just too compromised. Reddy says India will become $10 trillion in 10 years. Why are you saying India will be a vassal? Because economic size doesn't matter. My goodness, do you people learn nothing from me? Do you people learn nothing from me? Japan was the world's second largest economy in the 1980s. It was almost neck to neck with the US while being under US occupation. Economy makes no difference whatsoever. Will you people not learn anything from me? Why am I doing all this? Why do I spend all these hours talking to you and explaining things? Don't you people pay attention sometimes? You can be a complete slave while becoming an economic giant. Okay, let's see the world's largest economies in the 1980s. Okay, let's see this. Top 5 economies in the world 1985. The US was 4.34 trillion. Japan was second, 1.43 trillion. And the others we don't even know. So Japan was all the way at second spot while being under permanent US military occupation. Being a full-fledged American vassal, it was number 2 in the world. It's like being a $15-20 trillion economy today while being a vassal. So please, let's not delude ourselves and imagine everything is economic size, economic strength is everything. The posture co says maybe it's time for Yogiji to take over ASAP. Well, it's time for a lot of change. But does the change happen? Will the change be allowed to happen? I have been saying it's time for lots of deep reforms in India. It may be time, but will it happen is the question, right? Shivansh says Iran's defense minister has been taken out already. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I saw just a while ago on Twitter. Apparently, the defense minister of Iran has been, like you say, taken out. This is war. This is war. You see? War is nasty. War is brutal. Animish Bharatiya has gifted 10 memberships of the channel. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I thank you on behalf of me and the 10 people who have received this gift. Thank you so much, sir. Khajoro Bitathon says, skyrocketing debt, crime, cultural rot, illegal immigration, falling TFR. Does the health of the US nation have no effect on the US empire? Skyrocketing debt. That debt is entirely constructed by the US itself. I'm not sure if even high caliber economists fully understand the structure of debt. A lot of the debt that the US owes is to itself. Do you know that? A lot of the debt is owed to itself. And of course, there's the treasury bonds and all that. That's one component of the debt. So yeah, there is debt. But the debt is in US dollars. Do you understand that? The debt makes no real big difference. The US can wipe out the debt by playing some tricks. So there is debt. Crime, there is crime, but the US has always been that sort of nation where crime is just barely held in check through the use of the police. The US is a police state. Much of Western Europe is a bunch of police states. So you have that. Cultural rot, yeah, sure. Anyway, what's US culture anyway? Does the US even have a culture? Cultural rot. Illegal immigration, now the US can it can squash illegal immigration if it wants. So it's not like India, where India is completely helpless in front of illegal immigration. In the US, the US knows exactly where each illegal immigrant is. And they can deport them all very quickly. Following TFR, yes. So is the US in bad health? It's not in great health, but it's not in terrible health either. It's not in the same kind of rude health it was in the 1950s. It's not that way. Yeah, the US has declined. The standards have declined in the US. The education system is terrible compared to what you had in the 1950s, but still heavenly compared to India. So this all is going to have long-term effects on the strength and viability and longevity of the US empire, but no short-term effects. Short term, the US is great. It's in great shape. Long term, 50 years, 100 years, yeah, it's going to have an effect, but not next 3 years, next 5 years, next 10 years. 50 years, 100 years, yeah, there's going to be an effect of this. Not short term. Yeah. Shubhrat Shukla says, after BJP loss, regime change in Bangladesh, Hindu genocide, Bangladesh, Pahalgam attack happens after BJP lost majority, hence no big reforms coming. Did USA pre-plan it? I don't know. I can't say. BJP loss. BJP lost majority. Yeah, BJP lost the majority in 2024, right? It's a minority government. It's a coalition government now. Did the US pre-plan it? Well, there's definitely going to be foreign interference in your electoral matters, for sure. For sure. India is so badly penetrated by foreign social media platforms and so many other things that there's going to be electoral interference in India. Of course. But if India decides to become a vassal state, then you may not have that much interference. You see? So yeah, there is definitely foreign interference in our electoral affairs. No question about that. IPK says Bharat Gan Rajya became by okay instead of Dharma Rajya. No comments. No comments. I don't discuss these matters, but I think you all know where I stand on this. Polarize says, if we get vassalized, is UT the economy that will be controlled first? UT. Is it the economy? Is it the economy that will be controlled first? No. If you are vassalized, the first control. When you become a vassal, what do they first control? They first penetrate you thoroughly. They control the system, the institutions, the political, let's say, parties. That's what they control first. Then controlling the economy becomes a cakewalk. You don't. How will you control the economy without controlling the entire system? So when you vassalize a country, you penetrate deep within. You control all the people who actually wield the levers of power at various levels in the country. Then once you have that done, once you have full control over all the institutions, whether it's the bureaucracy, whether it is whatever, then, and you don't have to control it by force. There are so many nice ways of controlling people, right? And controlling institutions. So the economy eventually will get controlled if you are vassalized. Yes. Venkat, thank you very much. Venkat Raviteja, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Hani Sharma says, if India is allegedly a vassal, do you think the Chinese are regretting it right now because they have another US vassal in their neighborhood and they never did anything to make peace with India, demarcating border? Do you think China, let's say India, it's an interesting question Hani Sharma is asking. Very interesting question, actually. So let's say hypothetically in 2 weeks' time, hypothetically, of course, hypothetically in 2 weeks' time, India becomes a US vassal. Hypothetically. Will the Chinese regret it? That, we allowed this to happen? Because we were not nice to India. We never agreed to demarcate the border and so on. Will the Chinese regret it? They won't regret it. Why? Because the Chinese haven't made India a vassal. The Chinese did not push India towards vassalhood. Let's say, interesting question actually, multiple angles I can think of. Okay, imagine that 5 years ago China agreed to demarcating the border with India. Okay, let's shake hands. Let bygones be bygones. Let's demarcate the border and be friendly now. If that had happened, then RIC could have happened. Possibly. You would have a higher chance of RIC. Then BRICS could have become more powerful. Then India and China would have been strongly integrated even more economically. So if China had agreed 5 years ago to demarcate the border and normalize the situation with India, then maybe there would be less of a likelihood of India being forced to become a US vassal down the line. So if India does become a US vassal, hypothetically, and that changes things for the worse for China. China will regret it. Yeah. So if China had in the past 5 years ago, let's say hypothetically, agreed to demarcate the border and normalize the relationship with India, then it would have been less likely for India in the future to become a vassal. So China may regret their behavior actually. Yeah. And that is entirely China's fault. Very interesting question. Yeah. Very interesting, sir. Very interesting. Hazy says, your bets on the outcome of US versus rest of 191 countries, 190, is it an if or a when that Europe joins the rest of the world, US hegemony for 100, 200 years? The US is not, up against 191 countries. Most of the countries that matter are American vassals already. It's true that right now the US is treating its vassals badly. But when you're a vassal, you have no choice, right? What can you do about it? So the US is indeed treating its vassals somewhat badly right now. Trump is being very nasty. Yeah. But the rest of the countries of the world can't really stand up to the US. So is it a if or a when that Europe joins the rest of the Europe is already a bunch of vassals, right? See, there are there is Eastern Europe and there's Western Europe. In Western Europe, there are two categories of nations. One is the NATO nations, and the other is the EU nations. And a lot of NATO nations are also EU nations. So if you're a member of NATO, you are a US vassal. If you're a member of EU, you aren't fully sovereign and you are indirectly controlled in some way or the other by the US. So Europe has already joined the ranks of the vassals a long, long time ago. West Germany came under US occupation in 1945. When Germany was reunified, the whole of Germany came under US occupation, military occupation. Germany has been under permanent US military occupation since 1945. You may not realize it, but it's the case. Same for Italy. So, and if the US succeeds in the current regime change operation in Iran, it isolates China even more. And China will face massive problems when it comes to energy security. The US can shut down the tap of oil that flows to China on demand. The US can now do it. You understand? This war is not just about Iran, it's also about China. So if the US succeeds here, which it most likely will, then the US could rule the world. If it wins the technological race, AI race, it could rule the world for the next 200 years. Very possible. Yep. Humanity survives. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Hani Sharma says, if India is now a vassal, will you be allowed to speak like this publicly in the future, or you will have to face consequences like Tommy Robinson? I don't know what Tommy Robinson says or whatever. I don't know what consequences he has faced. There are lots of people in the US who speak against US policies. And I'm not opposed to the US in principle as such. The US is a fantastic country. There's a lot to admire in the US. I am for India's sovereignty. And I'm not as such as an enemy of any nation, including the US. So I don't think that'll be an issue for me. Yeah. There are plenty of people, even in the US, who speak up against specific policies of the US. I don't think there's going to be any issue if India does become vassal. Okay. Aniket says, Putin visited India 2 months before the UA war. What's the UA war? A Ukraine war. Okay. Putin visited India 2 months before the Ukraine war, and Modi knew about the war. India started buying Russian oil immediately. Doesn't that make us Russian vassal, right? No, it does not make us a Russian vassal. It makes us a Russian partner. It makes us, you could say, quasi-allied with Russia. It doesn't make India a Russian vassal. Do you understand what vassalhood means? It means remote control. It means remote control of one nation by another country, which benefits from this remote control, and it victimizes this country. That's vassalhood. That's vassalhood. Vassalhood is a master-slave relationship in which one nation benefits and one nation suffers. Sometimes you don't even realize in what ways this nation is suffering. Sometimes the suffering is not apparent to anybody. That is vassalhood. The India-Russia relationship is not vassalhood. Okay? Okay, I hope that clarifies the matter. understand what vassalhood is about: one nation benefiting and one nation suffering. Mr. Rohit says, why Prime Minister Modi has not done open press conference in India? I say, and that's not a question for me. You should ask Prime Minister Modi that question. And anyway, this is a political question. I don't deal with Indian politics, sir. Please, no, no. Ask Mr. Modi. Don't ask me. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, Russia-Ukraine war update. It's um, a war of attrition. It's a frozen conflict. It's just going on. There's nothing notable to discuss right now. The lines on the map are mostly holding. Russia is in control of roughly, you could say, 1/5 or 1/4 of Ukraine, of the erstwhile territory of Ukraine, including Crimea and the Donbas region. And right now it looks like the war could end through non-military means, possibly. Maybe some kind of agreement or something. So nothing major to update or to discuss about the Russia-Ukraine war. Bharat M. Kulkarni, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, Professor Zhang predicted US-Iran war after Trump wins 2 years back. Shock. Well, look, it was apparent at some point in time the Americans will take out Iran. Okay? So it's not that big of a surprise that this has happened. But okay, kudos to Professor Zhang. Looks like he's a very interesting guy. I have seen a couple of his clips. I think it was either you, Pradeep Kumar, or some other people who had, on multiple occasions in the past 2-3 live streams, recommended Professor Zhang's YouTube channel and his lectures, right? So I saw a few of his clips. I've not seen any of the long ones. Interesting guy. He definitely knows what he's talking about. He has a clear understanding of history, of the structure of the way the world is ruled. Yeah, but he also is an interesting guy in other ways. So, okay. Saki Pratap Sinha says, do you think this war will extend or be short-lived? I don't see it lasting very long unless Russia gets involved. Unless Russia gets involved. And Russia getting involved is, in my opinion, very unlikely. So if Russia doesn't get involved, then how long can Iran keep fighting? They don't have unlimited resources. They don't have unlimited missiles. Okay. So the Americans have essentially unlimited supplies, like way more resources than the Iranians. Of course, the Americans are fighting far from their home, but they have a lot of, you could say, allies in the region who will support them. So I think this war will not last very long. Maybe a week, maybe 2. I don't see it lasting 6 months. Okay? I don't think it will last that long. And the Americans have a very clear agenda, right? Regime change. And so does Israel. So it is not in their benefit it is not good for them if the war lasts too long. The longer the war lasts, the weaker the Americans and Israel will look. And the stronger the Iranians will look that they're resisting. Look at them. They've been resisting so long. So it is in America's interest to make this war end as soon as possible. But obviously, it's easier said than done. Iran is a major power, a large nation, much larger than Iraq. So it may go on for a while. Maybe a few weeks, maybe a month or 2. But if it goes on for 6 months or so, it will not be good. It will be bad for the US. So I don't expect it to last 6 months, maybe a few weeks. Hani Sharma says, what kind of vassalhood will India be assigned to? Will we be like South Korea or Japan, or since we have our own nuclear weapons and means to deliver them, will we be more like the French coexist sovereign? So if hypothetically India becomes a vassal nation, India will be turned into a big market for dumping American goods. That's one thing. Second, India will not be allowed to become a major manufacturing power. India will be allowed to be a major exporter of IT services and other services, but no manufacturing. Manufacturing, whatever we're doing, whatever level we're doing, that much we can keep doing, but we should import all the nice stuff from the other countries. So why do you need to manufacture things? Import. We'll give you the best goods. So if we become a vassal nation, we'll keep importing military hardware. We'll become a big market of consumers, and we'll never become a major economy. We will have nuclear weapons. Those will be ceremonial nuclear weapons, not to be used for anything. And we will pretend to be a very sovereign nation. Our leaders will give speeches of sovereignty, and most people will believe those speeches and so on. That's the kind of thing. So real vassalhood is where the vassalhood is hidden. Yeah. The best sort of vassalhood is where people don't even realize that you're vassals. Okay. Bharat M. Kulkarni says, will India lose Chabahar soon because of this war? India has lost Chabahar. It's gone. India lost it a few weeks ago. We gave up our stake in Chabahar. We liquidated our stake in Chabahar, which means that we paid Iran a certain amount of money and walked out of Chabahar. It's over. We are no longer operating Chabahar or whatever terminals we were operating. It's over. Before the war, the Americans told us, get out of Chabahar, and we agree. We said, okay, sir, we'll leave. Innocent USA says, Clint Eastwood, the man with no name. No Modi Yogi can stand against innocent USA unless once in 1,000 years, never before miracle man appears. Yeah. Possibly you're right. Possibly you're right. Yes. Abhishek Singh says, it's just hide your strength, bide your time by Modi. I hope so, sir. I hope so. I hope so. One should always have hope. I hope so. The posture says, what if China solves the border issue with India in the coming weeks? Will India decline to be a US vassal? In what scenario India will not become a vassal practically? That's a great question. And that we can not be a vassal, even if China, this is actually independent of China. But let's say China next week says, okay, let's resolve the border issue. Quickly, let's demarcate the border and end our, and normalize our relationship. Will that now make a big difference for us? Probably too late. Because vassalhood has other factors too. If China normalizes its relationship with India, will that give India access to energy that America doesn't control? Yeah. See, today we are in a situation where all the energy we are buying, oil, gas, whatever, most of it comes from other countries. And those countries are controlled by the US, most of them. We are no longer buying Iranian oil. Iran will still be controlled by the US. So then all of our sources of oil, energy, will be controlled by the US. Even if China says, okay, let's normalize our situation, our relationship, that won't prevent us from being under American pressure and leverage constantly like that. That's just one thing. Other thing is that even if China resolves the border issue with India, India is still deeply penetrated, compromised, and so on, technologically, militarily, and so on. So that will not, save India from becoming an American vassal. It won't. Is it possible? China resolves the border issue with India, and India and Russia and China decide to come together, form RIC, and work together. So India gets Russian oil, and then we stand up against the US. Is it possible? It's theoretically possible, but Russian oil comes to India through the Atlantic, then the Mediterranean, then the Red Sea. In all these choke points, the Americans can stop the Russian oil from coming to India and China. So again, there is a lot of leverage the US has over us. So theoretically, it's kind of possible, 5% likelihood. But practically, the US is just too strong. And it's too late for India now. Whatever measures India should have taken for us to remain sovereign long term should have happened in the last 15 years. And we have done none of those things. So Varun Vishal says, do you get existential dread looking at the future? No, we'll be fine. I don't get existential dread. I don't. Ashutosh Katyal says, with the US busy with Iran and Pakistan busy with Afghanistan, what are the chances of Operation Sindoor 2 soon? Chances are 0.5%. means there are no chances. Unless the Americans tell India, okay, you have been a good boy, so now go and take Kashmir. If the Americans give us the approval, then it could happen. Otherwise, there's 0% chance of Operation Sindoor happening. Zero. Zero. Nothing whatsoever. Okay, Pradeep Kumar Roy says, an Indian guy was explaining in Ranveer's podcast how developed China is when compared to EU or US, let alone India. How are we so far behind? Because we have not bothered to do something to get ahead, right? Why is China so developed? Because they invested tremendous amounts of time, energy, and resources into improving their standards from the 1980s onwards. Just in one sector, the education system, the Chinese government invested trillions of dollars. Do you understand how important education is? The Chinese invested trillions of dollars only in the education system, in reforming it. Then they went all in on manufacturing. And they built up the biggest manufacturing base in the world. That took decades and so much hard work. So they put in so much effort, energy, money, time, all of that in doing this. What have we done? What has India done? And all of this took deep reforms in China. China has become unrecognizable. That's how thoroughly they have reformed every single institution, every single sector. It takes reforms to change. What has India reformed? Tell me. What? That's why we are so far behind. The Chinese have gone ahead in so many sectors compared to the EU or the US. The Chinese standards of living are in some parts of China better than in the EU, right? But in 1990, India and China were exactly the same level. So China made a choice. India never made that choice. India is still not making the choice. Reddy says, what are the signs that India is on the path to vassalhood? What percentage currently? See, vassalhood, one of the symptoms of vassalhood is that somebody tells you what to do and what not to do. So, let's say we are buying oil from Venezuela. US says, don't buy. So we say, okay, we'll not buy. Let's say we are buying oil from Iran. US says, don't buy. So we say, okay, we'll not buy. Let's say we have a port. We are operating a port in Iran, Chabahar. The US says, get out of the port. We go out. So when our policy decisions are being dictated by a foreign power, it means we are a vassal. Not 100% guaranteed, but yeah, we can't make our decisions on our own. We have to first take approval. And when they are displeased, we have to move out of it. We have to stop doing whatever we are doing. That's one example that could indicate potential vassalhood. Right? That's just one example. Second, when you are technologically dependent on another country, you're thoroughly penetrated by foreign social media networks, by foreign platforms, by foreign services. When you use foreign search engines, even if you use foreign AI, when you use everything that's foreign, which belongs to one country, you are a technological vassal. India is not a technologically sovereign nation, by the way. Technological sovereignty, India's ranking, India's score from 0 to 1, where 0 is technological vassal and 1 is technologically sovereign. India is like 0.1. Technologically, India is a vassal already, clearly. So when you are technologically compromised, that's the issue. Then when your military depends on foreign purchases, that's again a red flag. There are so many red flags like this. When you are dependent on other countries for energy, well, that compromises you. It is not a necessarily vassalhood, but it's a major risk factor. When your elites, their families live abroad and have foreign citizenships, that's a risk. That's a major red flag. So that when all these red flags come together, it tells you a story. Donald Putin Donald Putin says, "What's the point of ever even growing when soon that special majority minority?" I don't discuss these matters, sir. Sorry, this is not the channel for these discussions. Pradeep Kumar Roy says about recent Pakistan-Afghanistan war. Yeah, it's going on. See, the Pakistanis have been in this habit of launching airstrikes at Afghanistan, targeting civilians. It's the second time it happened, right? A few days ago. So naturally, the Afghanistan government will respond to that. They will retaliate when their civilians are being killed. So that has led to the current situation where Pakistan and Afghanistan are at war. The Afghans are dropping. I mean, they've taken out at least a couple of Pakistani fighter planes. They are targeting Pakistani military installations with drones. The Pakistanis are conducting more airstrikes. The Afghans have taken over some Pakistani border posts and whatnot. So yeah, that's the situation right now. But overall, the Pakistanis are way too strong for Afghanistan. So let's see how it goes. But it's another destabilizing factor in our neighborhood. We obviously stand with Afghanistan. We stand with Afghanistan. The Pakistanis are a bunch of terrorists. Yeah. So that's where it stands, the war. Fag means says January 26 Venezuela, February 26 next Iran. What next? Cuba is, say, it's like a low hanging fruit for the US. Yeah. So yeah, Venezuela is done. Iran is now in process. Maybe it will take a few weeks for the Americans to win the war against Iran. What next? Could be Cuba. After that, what is left? Russia and China only, right? I suppose Yemen. They could perhaps take out Yemen, possibly. But yeah. So all the big major adversaries, they're taking out one by one. Maybe Cuba. Maybe then they will go for Canada and Greenland, perhaps. Okay. RJ Damiwal, thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much indeed. Reckless says, since Indian government doesn't really care about its people or where the country is heading, and they had the option to make things better and they did not, what problem do we have in becoming vassals from a normal citizen's perspective? Short term, medium term, nothing bad. Long term, your descendants may not practice the same religion and culture as you. That's a long term problem, potential problem. Yeah, so when you are a vassal of an Abrahamic nation, you lose your culture, you lose your identity. All that is replaced by something else. Long term, slowly it happens. So if India hypothetically becomes a vassal, you may see an increase in the intensity and speed of the industrial scale conversions to foreign religions that are already happening right now in the past 10 years. You may see more of that. You may see more parts of India's Far East coming under foreign occupation. Manipur is at least 50% under foreign occupation right now. The government of India has no control in places like Churachandpur. So you may see more of that happening in India. So slowly, you will lose whatever you have. Eventually, the nation may get fragmented, possibly. But short term, things will be fine. Possibly even medium term, things will be fine. Yeah. Aniket says, she's daughter lives in Australia, by the way. Very interesting. I've also heard about that. Let me fact check that. Let's find out. Where does Xi Jinping's daughter live? Australia, US? She was in the US in the past. Okay, she's in the US, specifically Massachusetts, where she previously attended. That's really interesting, actually. That's really interesting. I wonder what sort of arrangement this is an indication of. You're right to point this out. You're right to point it out. Is Xi Jinping himself compromised? Is he himself compromised? Yeah. Coffee. I wonder. Yeah. Kubera says, how would you characterize Singapore's strategic positioning between major powers, and what might this mean for its future sovereignty and autonomy? It's called multi-dependency, right? You are dependent on other nations entirely, but you balance that out in a such a way that you kind of have autonomy. Um, that's called multi-dependency. So that's Singapore is a reasonably autonomous nation. They've done an admirable job at whatever they've been doing in the past few decades. The way they've risen from poverty and whatnot, and they're just too small to be genuinely sovereign. But they really matter economically, and yeah. So it's a state of multi-dependency, balanced multi-dependency. Future sovereignty and autonomy. Well, if they continue their policy successfully, then long term also they'll be autonomous and mostly sovereign. Kyojoro Rengoku. Thank you very much. Kyojoro-ji, thank you. Ankur Das says, what will happen to us? 1,000 years of slavery and misery? Maybe not 1,000 years, maybe 100, 200. And no, maybe not misery. Maybe not. So if we become a vassal, hypothetically, then it's likely that in 50 years, 100 years, there'll be no Indian culture left, and our descendants will be practicing a foreign religion and culture. And maybe they'll be happy. Maybe they'll be happy with it. Maybe Hinduism, etc., will be relegated to museums, and they'll go and see, oh, our backward barbarous ancestors used to practice this primitive religion, but now we are free. So maybe they'll be happy in the future if we become a vassal. Yeah, and maybe it won't last 1,000 years. No empire lasts 1,000 years. I mean, no major empire has lasted 1,000 years, right? At least in a way that's powerful. Typically, empires last 200, 250 years. So, Saki Pratap Sinha says, what are India's options to evade or prevent vassalhood? Nothing much today. Whatever we should have done should have happened in the past 15 years, 20 years. If we had got that right, then today we would not be in a situation where we have to pick a side. We would have been way more in a much better position today, right? If we had become a major manufacturing power, if we had become a major technological power, that would not have happened without major reforms. So we would have done those reforms. And if we were genuinely a major technological and manufacturing and industrial power, that means some strong military power as well, not dependent on others, then we would not be in a position where we may have to potentially, hypothetically accept vassalhood. Today, if you want to accept, it will take 10, 20 years to do that long process, right? If we start today, we haven't even started today. So, yeah, today India has no options, essentially. Whatever work should have been done in the past 15, 20 years. Today, what? Nothing. Kyojoru Rengoku says, I think they will use India as a meat grinder in a fight against China as Japan population is declining, so India will serve this purpose. Why Modi allows so sad? I don't see the Chinese going to war against the US. I don't see that happening. Unless the Chinese are in a desperate situation. But if they go to war against the US, the Chinese know they will lose it. China is guaranteed to lose a war against the US. The Chinese don't want to fight a war. Now, can the US use India? If India becomes a vassal, the Americans can potentially engineer a war against China with India. That's possible. Will the US want to use India like that? Well, it depends on multiple factors. So one possibility, if India becomes a vassal, is that India does get used as a meat grinder in a war against China. That's a possibility. If we become a vassal. Yeah. So the moral of the story is never become a vassal. Don't allow anyone to use you in whatever way. That's the moral of the story. See, when we were a British vassal, we were under British occupation, we were used as a meat grinder in World War I and World War II, weren't we? So once again, if we are vassal in the future, we'll be used in whatever way they feel is best. Yeah. Nishant Tiwari says, if the US captures Iran, which leads to energy and oil problems in China, will it benefit EU or Germany economically? So let's say the US captures Iran. This will lead to energy and oil problems in China. Yes. Will this benefit EU and Germany? Nah, no. See, the US will not really create a shortage of oil or whatever in China. It will simply dangle that on China's head like a sword willing to fall, waiting to fall. So when the Chinese will come under this kind of dependency, their behavior will change, and their behavior will be, then you could say, dictated by the US to a greater extent. So their behavior will have to be such that it benefits the US. Okay. And the US will determine the parameters of China's behavior. So how does that benefit the EU or Germany? Not sure how it does. If the war in Ukraine ends and there's a resumption of Russian energy into Western Europe, that could benefit the EU and Germany. If the US captures Iran, maybe there's a deal that also ends the Ukraine war. Then it could indirectly benefit Western Europe, Germany, and so on. So everything you see is interconnected. The Iran war that's happening right now is connected to China. It is also connected to the Ukraine war. And all of these things are also connected to the economy in Western Europe. It's all interconnected in multiple ways. So I would say the Ukraine war is more closely relevant to the economic situation in Europe compared to the Iran thing. Chirag Avasti says, what would happen if Iran strikes aircraft carrier of the US? What would it trigger, as that is just about probability? If the Iranians strike an American aircraft carrier, the Americans will extract a tremendous amount of vengeance from Iran. They will punish Iran for that. Iran could potentially do that, yes. If the Iranian government is going down, they will strike at everything. And then they will be punished militarily by the US. The US has all kinds of weapons at their disposal. Yeah, so if they strike an aircraft carrier, maybe they disable or destroy an aircraft carrier, that will invite a tremendous amount of military punishment on Iran. Yeah. What would it trigger? What will it trigger? A huge military response from the US, like all-out military response. Devastating military response by the US. The US may potentially use various kinds of missiles that they typically would not use otherwise. So, yeah. Harmanjot Singh says, all this geopolitics talks is just big boss if we can't do something. No authority or government is listening. So what to do as citizens? As of now, it's blood boiling and we can't do anything. Just shout at it. What can we do as citizens? Nothing. That is just the truth. Yeah, so you're right. It's like Big Boss. I mean, I've never watched a single episode of Big Boss, so I don't know how it goes. But it's like watching some people fighting and shouting about it or whatever. And there's nothing we can do. As citizens, you can do something about the fate of your country only if you rise to a position of power at some level. Then you can affect the fate of the country in some way. The higher in power you rise, the more of an effect you can have on the direction the country goes in. If you are simply a voter, you're going to have no effect on what happens to the country. Right? There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing as a citizen. All you are allowed to do is vote. And voting typically often makes no difference. You vote for them or this, often it's like that. So as a citizen, the only thing you can do is vote once in 5 years or once in your local elections, whatever those things are. But what difference does it make is the question. Right? So, yeah, that's one way of looking at it. It's like you're watching Big Boss or watching IPL or whatever. Gautam, thank you very much, Gautam. Gautam Verma Dantuluri. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Paras Rathor says, how is cowing down to the US, as we are doing right now, different from the doctrine of hide your strength and bide your time? Good question. Good question. Good question. So, cowing down the US, to the US like we are doing right now, how is it different from hide your strength by the time? Great question. So, Deng Xiaoping had this policy for China: don't show what you're doing. You may be becoming more powerful slowly, but don't show it, don't advertise it. Wait for the right time. Hide your strength. Pretend to be meek. So, isn't that what India is doing? No. Because while China was doing hide your strength and bide your time, they were ensuring that China doesn't get penetrated by the Americans. They were keeping the Americans out from specific sectors. They were building the great firewall of China. No American social media platform will be allowed in China. No American search engine will be allowed in China. No American whatever will be allowed in China. The Chinese were walling off their internet. They were ensuring there is no penetration of China while they were hiding their strength and biding their time. And whatever penetration existed, they were getting rid of it in sometimes very brutal ways, which you will not hear about. That's what the Chinese were doing. Now, is India doing that? Or is India allowing itself to get progressively more and more penetrated by the US? That's the difference, you see? That is the difference. Dheeraj Kamath says, why did Prime Minister Modi visit Israel for the past week, so close to the resumption of these strikes? Is it to agree to terms of vassalization or something else? Well, it was to take the relationship between India and Israel forward to new heights. Well, let's ask Google, what are the outcomes? Okay, what are the concrete outcomes of Prime Minister Modi's Israel visit? Let's see. What are the deals and things? We have elevated our relationship to a special strategic partnership for peace, innovation, and prosperity. Peace, innovation, prosperity. 27 concrete outcomes, 17 signed agreements, 10 major strategic announcements. Technology, critical and emerging technologies, launch of a new initiative, AI, semiconductors, quantum computing, cybersecurity center of excellence. Letter of intent was signed. Outstanding. Defense cooperation, joint development and production of military equipment under Make in India. AI and research, $1.5 million. My goodness, such a gigantic sum of money. Yeah. Okay, FTA negotiations will continue. UPI integration of some kind. Financial dialogue, labor mobility. Okay, India will export more cheap labor. Very nice. Academic and cultural exchange, because India has a lot to offer academically to Israel. Innovation Center for Agriculture, fantastic. Water. Okay, all this stuff. So this is why Prime Minister Modi visited Israel, to take the partnership between India and Israel to greater heights, to strengthen the relationship between the two countries. That's why Prime Minister Modi visited Israel. He did not visit Israel to kiss any ring. That's why he visited Israel. Sanju says, would it have been different if Kamala had won? It makes no difference who actually wins. Okay. Even if Kamala had, let's say, won, this would have happened anyway, because it was time. Whoever actually runs the US has decided this is the time. So if Kamala had won, she would have been giving that speech and whatever. It would have been no different. IPK1S says, the great aim once said, Pakistan got army, India got Babudam, which is not incorrect at all. Yeah. See, most nations have an army, but in Pakistan, the army has a nation, right? The army owns the nation in Pakistan. Well, for India, it's the bureaucracy. In most countries, the country has a bureaucracy. In India, the bureaucracy owns India. The bureaucracy owns and operates India. And even the politicians can't do a thing about this. So what the Pakistani army is for Pakistan, the exact same thing the bureaucracy is for India. And I'm sure there are plenty of very good bureaucrats who are genuine patriots and all. but that doesn't make any difference. There are many very, very patriotic and honest bureaucrats, but that doesn't matter. There are lots of high quality professors and teachers too in the Indian education system, but the education system is rotten to the core, isn't it? So yeah, there we are. There we have it. Khajoro Bitathon says we have been technologically and energy dependent since independence. What is it this moment that makes you feel it is too late and vassalhood awaits? Is it just US belligerence? I believe time is on our side. Yeah, we have been technologically dependent since. So let's deal with tech and energy separately, one by one. I mean, one by one. Technologically, we have been dependent since independence, right? We depended on multiple sources for technology in the Cold War. So in the Cold War, during the Cold War, you had two sides, the USSR and the US. And for some technology, we depended on the US, and for some technology, a lot more, we depended on the USSR. So we always had options. Yeah. When it comes to energy, even in the 20th century during the Cold War, I don't know how much oil we bought from USSR or whatever, but we had options. Today, and at that time, we were not forced by an overwhelmingly more powerful nation to make a choice. It's us or them, right? I mean, in the 20th century, we had Bangladesh happen. We liberated Bangladesh despite US opposition, despite the US being on Bangladesh's side, because we had the USSR on our side. We had that balancing power. We had the balance in the world at the time. We were a weak nation. Compared to Pakistan, we were strong, but the US did not want us to break Pakistan. But the USSR came and stood with us. Not just full support, verbal nonsense, but actually they came and stood with us militarily. So that's why the world was balanced at the time for us. And we were not vassals of anybody. If you were to ask me genuinely, we were more on the USSR side and quasi-vassalized, but not fully vassalized by the USSR. We're more dependent on them. And energy also, that's the same situation. So today we are in this situation where there is no balancing force to the US. The US is the only superpower in the world. There's no one who can offset American power. So there's no way we can balance out that we will do some things with you and some things with this other guy. There's no such thing. The only major economic power is China, who is also an enemy of India. So we have no options left today. You see? One option we could have done was to make ourselves powerful in the past 15, 20 years by reforming India thoroughly. But we chose not to do that, not even begin the process. You understand? So vassalhood awaits when you run out of options. Vassalhood awaits when you run out of options. India is kind of running out of options now. McLevin says, seems like Kim Jong-un is the best leader in the world right now. Okay. Yeah, well, Kim Jong-un is very clear, right? He will vassalize his country to China in certain ways while retaining full control of his country in other ways. And that keeps the US away, right? The US can't do a thing about North Korea. So yeah, he's a very practical, pragmatic leader. And that's a family trait for him. His father and grandfather also played the same game. Right, so Hyphen says, just came back from Rome. People friendly compared to the UK. I did not miss a single Ask Abhijit blockbuster episode as always. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. You did not miss a single episode from Rome. Fantastic. Thank you so much, sir. I really, really appreciate that. Means a lot. All of you, actually. So you came back from Rome. People are really friendly compared to the UK. I agree. The Romans and the Anglo-Saxons are very different people. Very different. Very different. People in Italy, in Rome are like, they're closer to us culture. I mean, not really culturally, but overall, the attitude and approach of the Italian people. It's very different from that of the UK. The Italians are more expressive, more exuberant, warmer. They speak more with their hands. Tutti frutti formaggi, quattro formaggi. Yes, bambino. So people are very friendly compared to the UK. Yeah, totally different culture, totally different cultural milieu. Um, Italy is, and in Italy also you've got different regions, and people are different in different regions. You go to the far north of Italy, people are different compared to the people in the Rome region, compared to the people in Tuscany, compared to the people in Sardinia, and so on. Yeah, yeah, very nice place actually, Italy, very nice. Shashi Dankar says, why did India have to make a choice? Why not stay neutral? Let's say some very powerful guy comes and puts a gun to your head and says, you can't stay neutral, you may have to make a choice. What will you do? You'll make a choice. You don't have the choice anymore to stay neutral. You are given the option, you are either with us or against us. You're going to make a choice now. How will you stay neutral then? Tell me. With a gun to your head. Kubera says, Dubai's growing appeal as a low-tax global hub has attracted many Americans. How might the US respond to this trend over the long term? The US is fine with it. The US is fine with that. Yeah. It doesn't really affect the US too much. It does not. The US will not really do anything about this unless it starts making a genuine difference to the US, and it won't, right? It won't. It only attracts certain kinds of Americans. The kind of Americans who are like, people with a net worth of $5-10 million, which actually is poor people. If you are being very realistic, if your net worth is $5-10 million, you are a poor person, honestly. And what about the rest of us? Huh? Anyhow, that's the kind of people it attracts. Okay, it doesn't attract the billionaires. Billionaires may visit Dubai, so it doesn't really affect the US too much. So that's fine. The US is happy with this. I am Dante says, Namaste. We have never been sovereign. We did not gain our freedom through force in 1947. We lost it. The last time India was genuinely sovereign was for a while in the 18th century, when you had the Maratha Empire reconquering most of India from the Turks. That was a time when India was to a large extent sovereign. And before that, India was sovereign maybe around 1000 AD. Around 1000 AD, India was fully sovereign. That's around the time when the decline begins, with firstly Gandhar falling to the Turks, right? Now in 1947, why did I say earlier in this episode that Subhash Chandra Bose failed? Do I mean to disrespect the great man? I have more respect for Subhash Chandra Bose than any other so-called freedom fighter. He was the last great man we had, Subhash Chandra Bose. But very tragically, very sadly, he failed. Why do I say he failed? Because he sought to gain independence through force by militarily defeating the British. That's when India would have been sovereign. What happened in 47 was a transfer of power from one set of crooks to another set of crooks. The same system continued. It continues till today. So you are right, actually, from that perspective, we have never been sovereign. You are right from that perspective, we have never been sovereign. We are still colonized. And we're getting progressively more colonized. So my dear viewers, consider this very seriously, what Ayamante is saying. Actually, Aniket says, that's what I was saying. If Modi knew about Ukraine war doesn't make us Russian vassal, then how knowing Israel attack on Iran makes us vassal? It does not. It doesn't make us a vassal if we know about something. Knowing or not knowing about things doesn't make you a vassal. When did I say that knowing about the Israel attack on Iran makes us a vassal? That doesn't make us a vassal. It doesn't. Other things make us vassals. And I've explained that like multiple times in this episode, what makes you a vassal and what makes you sovereign. So knowing that something is going to happen is a privilege. It doesn't make you a vassal. But you also have to ask yourself that if I have this privilege, why do I have it? Bharat says, best books on geopolitics and history, please. Come on, man. There are no books on geopolitics. The best books on geopolitics are books on history. Best books on history, I don't know. There are, you can't learn history from like 3 books or 5 books. You have to be okay. Best book on history, I'll tell you. Okay, my personal favorite, which started me on my journey in history. I'll tell you that. Okay, Will Durant, the story of civilization. This is a set of 11 books. Okay, I read these books as a kid, and some of these I read as a kid. Some I read later. But this is the best series of books about history, and you could say it's obsolete or whatever, but it's great. Read those. Read those. Geopolitics. There's no book on geopolitics. Have you ever seen a textbook on geopolitics anywhere? There are no books on geopolitics. The best books on geopolitics are books about history. Okay. Hyphen says, don't have any question, but we all need your live streams to last forever. I know it's not humanly possible, but hey, well, I'll keep it going as long as I can. Okay. See, the one thing that's been constant on my channel, I've tried lots of things here and there. One thing that's been constant is these Ask Abhijit live streams, right? Why have I kept this going? This is episode 334. It's been like 4 years now or something. I personally have subscribed to many YouTube channels. And one thing that I've seen is that YouTube channels over time change. The things I used to really enjoy, they are no longer there on the channel. Because people need to change, people need to evolve. So and so YouTuber I used to follow no longer does what really made me follow that YouTuber, right? So over time, most channels lose what made them originally so nice, so great. But in my case, I promise you all, Ask Abhijit will go on, right? So at least that aspect of the channel won't change. We will keep doing these live streams. So anyway, Hyphen G, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Swastik says 150 men controlling entire world are Bilderberg group search. Let's search. Bilderberg Group. Who's that? Bilderberg Group. Annual private off the record conference established in 1504 to foster dialogue between Europe and North America. Chatham House rules. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, sir. This is very interesting. I shall look more into it. Thank you. Reddy always Reddy says, how can we prevent vassalhood now? What's the chance? Chances are low, but not zero. Okay? Chances are low, not zero. If you want to prevent vassalhood, what you have to do is to reduce the foreign penetration of your country, reduce the amount to which your country is compromised, reduce your dependency on other countries, and gain the maximum options. That's what you do to prevent vassalhood. That is a process that takes 15-20 years. If we start today, it will take us 15-20 years to reach that position, to be strong enough to prevent vassalhood. But we are here today. What's the chance? Low. Like I said in the past many episodes, there's a high probability India becomes an American vassal in the next 5 years. So I stand by what I said. The chances of India preventing vassalhood are low. Low. Dheeraj Kamath says lots of pessimism today. Not the same pessimism or the same realism. See, this is not pessimism. This is realism. Do you want me to lie to you all and tell you, no, everything is fine? Do you want me to lie to you, or do you want me to be truthful to you? There are plenty of YouTube channels where you can go and listen to lies. So this is not me being pessimistic. This is me being realistic. You would have seen that in my episode in 2024 after Trump won. You would have seen exactly the same thing. I said it differently at the time. I said that you will see a situation where India and the US relationship, India-US relationship will reach the pinnacle. of its relationship. In India, and Trump and Modi will be dancing hand in hand. What I was alluding to was vassalage. So, evidence. How many times do I repeat the evidence? How many times? How many times? The past 4 hours, I've been speaking about that actually. Percentage. What's the probability of India becoming an American vassal? Maybe 80%. Maybe 90%. Yeah. Evidence. I spoke about it so many times in the past 4 hours. It's been 4.5 hours now. Wow. Ooh. Okay, Shibam Chattaraj says relying on services risks autonomy. Freedom fighters, scientists, thorium gave their life instead of personal life. People who support this colonial are venal. I agree. I agree. Yeah, so many people have given their life for India, and what have they got? Okay. Narendra Deshpande says Trump talked with Iran and mutually decided to misguide the world by carrying out fake strikes. Oh, what makes you say that? How are you aware? Did you listen to the conversation that Trump had with Iran? How do you know this? Fake strikes? Have you seen the damage in Tehran? Have you seen the Iranians launching retaliatory strikes on other countries? Have you not seen that? You call these fake strikes? At least one person has died in Abu Dhabi. Is that a fake strike? I don't know. I don't know how you've come to this conclusion that these are fake strikes. And how do you know Trump mutually decided with Iran to do this? Come on. Dave CH, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Gautam Verma Dantaluri says, how can the US or any other can destroy our culture as Muslims and British failed? See, good question, no? How does it happen? Tell me, how culturally grounded were Indians in 1947? Let's say they were 80% culturally grounded in 1947. By 1980, the amount of cultural grounding in India was less than that. By 2000, the cultural grounding was less than that. In 2026, most Indians are super deracinated. Hindus in name only. It happens gradually, slowly. It doesn't happen over the next 2 weeks. It will happen over the next 50 or 100 years. Slowly, gradually, they will teach you through the education system, through the media, through everything else, to slowly just distance yourself inch by inch, millimeter by millimeter from your culture. In some cases, you'll see it happen on an industrial scale. The industrial scale conversions that are happening in various parts of India. It's happening in front of your eyes, but you don't see it. It's happening every day. Thousands of your people are getting converted to foreign religions on an industrial scale every day, but you don't see it. Nobody can destroy our culture. Everybody failed. No, it's happening right now. It's happening right now. And the more we move away from our culture, the more deracinated we get, the easier it will become for this to become faster and faster. Okay? So within 50 to 100 years, our culture could be gone completely. It will be reduced to museum pieces. Hyphen says, I completely agree with you, sir. And the main reason I feel keeps your live streams fresh is the unique knowledge you keep giving us for free. Thank you again. Most welcome, sir. Most welcome. I wish I had, cheerful news for you all that, but I have to be realistic. I have to be truthful to you all, right? So it is what it is. With Iran falling, there'll be way more leverage the US has on India and other countries and so on. So, yeah, it's just facts. It's just facts. Okay. I am Dante says, a king gives orders to ministers to run the country. Unfortunately, we don't have one. Yeah, we don't have a king, right? We don't have a king today. When we had kings, things were different. Yeah, I know sometimes some kings are bad. But when was the last time India had a bad king? I'm not talking about the foreign occupiers like the Mughals and the Turks. I'm talking about Indian kings. When was the last time we had a bad king who was Indian, not foreigner? I can't think of someone. Yeah. Right. So you're right. Yeah. Stoic Bot says, big fan of your show, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you indeed. Why have you stopped doing history AMAs lately? This was supposed to be a history AMA, but then the Iran war happened. I do history AMAs on typically on Saturdays. So I'll tell you what. Um, so give me a second. Give me a second. I'll show you. Maybe you've not seen this channel of late, because a lot of people don't get notifications anymore. A lot of people are being automatically unsubscribed or whatever. But the thing is this: see, the current episode is 334. If you see 332, it's a combination of history and geopolitics. If you see 330, it's history and geopolitics. If you see 328, you will see some geopolitics and history. So it's like 50-50 or maybe 60-40. So I am indeed doing history episodes, or at least 50% history episodes. But maybe you are not being notified or something. I don't know. So yeah, I do this. Today is an emergency episode. This was supposed to be a history and geopolitics episode, but the war happened, and that's why I've turned it into this right now. Anyway, sir, thank you so much for being a viewer. Thank you so much. Dave CH, thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you. Anonymous Scientist, good to see you. Bonsoir. New Illuminati joined chat. Bohemian Grove members are mind blowing. New Illuminati, Bohemian Grove. I've heard about these things, but I haven't dug too deep into these matters. Right. Anyway, thank you, sir. Bonsoir. Good to see you always. Black Panther says the US have aircraft carrier in Iran region. Why can't Russia, China give anti-ship missile to target carrier? Its potential loss from US will reduce power projection. Do you understand what the US will do if somebody takes out an aircraft carrier? The US has, I don't know, 12 aircraft carriers, super carriers or something. If someone takes out one of their aircraft carriers, they will destroy that country. Russia and China don't need to give Iran missiles. Iran has very capable missiles, hypersonic missiles that can take out aircraft carriers. Iran has that. They don't need to borrow that from China or Russia. But does Iran dare to do this? Iran may dare to do this if the regime is going down. Then we'll see what happens. But if Iran takes out an American aircraft carrier, they will pay a big price for that. Because the US is just too powerful, right? Understand that. Okay. Aniket says, if we were vassals, we would already had trade deal with the US. Plus, why would we have softened our relations with China? In 2018, we stopped buying Iran oil because of US. Then we didn't become vassal at that time. Yeah, so in around 2010, we stopped buying oil from Venezuela because of American pressure. Right? In 2018 or whenever it was, we stopped buying Iranian oil because of American pressure. So you see, those individual data points don't point to vassalage. Ask yourself, what are the terms of the trade deal we have with the US? Are we importing any agricultural products? Maybe we are not importing agricultural products for human consumption. Are we importing agricultural products for animal consumption? For the consumption of maybe by cows? Are any of those agricultural products genetically modified? See, you have to look at vassalhood from a multi-dimensional perspective. One or two things don't mean vassalhood. It means pressure, but not vassalhood. Vassalhood means one nation starts controlling another nation in a way that's detrimental to this nation's interests. Right? So one or two data points don't make you a vassal. A combination of multiple factors all coming together, they all form a pattern that shows something. That's vassalhood. Mayank Padar says, oh, it's a new member. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, indeed. Welcome to this channel's membership. Thank you. Dave CH says, so we're going to be seeing the fall of Iran. Unfortunately, most likely that's the logical outcome. The US is just too powerful. Yeah. And see, let's go to the map. Okay. So if the US was fighting Iran alone, it would be a different story. But if you see here, the US is not alone in fighting Iran. Israel is fighting Iran. Israel launched the first strikes. Israel is very powerful. But Israel is far away. What about the other countries? Saudi Arabia is on America's side. Kuwait is on America's side. Iraq is an American possession. Syria is an American possession. The UAE is on America's side. Bahrain and Qatar are on America's side. Pakistan is a US vassal. Afghanistan is not strong enough to do anything about this. Iran is encircled. The Americans have multiple military bases in the region. Iran is isolated. It has no friends in the region. Turkey is a US ally. Okay? Russia is not very far away, but Russia is already embroiled in a war in Ukraine. Can Russia risk getting embroiled in another war now? China is too far away. So you see, all the odds are stacked up against Iran. It's very unlikely that Iran survives this. Yeah, very unlikely. I'm Dante says, we fought for 1,000 years. We can fight for another 1,000 years. Dharma will rise. One should not lose hope. One doesn't lose hope, but one should also be realistic that Dharma faces an existential crisis today. If we disregard that, then we will lose. We can only prevail if we are being practical and realistic and actually recognize the threat we are facing. I'm not saying lose hope. I'm saying, first of all, recognize what we are facing. Recognize the full magnitude and nature of the threat. The Dharma may possibly be, if we don't do something about it, may not last 100 years. We have to first be aware of it. We have to recognize it. We can't put our head under the sand like an ostrich. Only then can we do something about it. So I'm not being pessimistic. I'm a very, very optimistic person. But I'm simply, hopefully, making people aware of the threats we're facing. That's it. Nothing else. So yeah, we fought 1,000 years. We can fight 1,000 years more. But if Dharma no longer exists, then what are we fighting? Right? Mac 4 says, scared for my Dharma, it's falling and no one cares. No, people do care. But people no longer are even aware of what Dharma is today. Most people are deracinated. Our education system doesn't teach us our own culture. So every new generation, people know less and less about their culture. And eventually people will know nothing about their culture. That's the problem. Anyway, let us be optimistic. Let us hope everybody realizes what's being done to India by our own people. Godliness says, at least the spectacles and narratives points towards India being on the US side on this. Also, if Trump succeeds, can we all call out those so-called geopolitical experts who are writing of the US? I don't know what other geopolitical experts have been saying. Trump, the US is winning this, right? They have not put up this entire massive military hardware in West Asia to force Iran to the diplomatic negotiating table. Iran was already at the negotiating table. And Trump has explicitly stated that this is a regime change operation. And so has Netanyahu. So it'll be very surprising if Iran is able to survive this. Yeah. So I don't know who's been writing of the US, but the narratives and spectacle, everything points towards India being on the US side of this. Yeah. Yes. If India is with Israel, India is also with the US. That's just one data point, by the way. YOLO Donkey Man says, implanting everybody with Neuralink, does this give us world peace? Well, it can give everybody it can give you world peace, but on whose terms? On the terms of whoever owns Neuralink, right? So the question is, yeah, peace is great, but peace on whose terms is the question. Whose terms? I would not want to have a peace on which everybody is a mentally lobotomized zombie. That's not the kind of peace I would want, right? Godliness says, who will be next for the US, or it ends here? Perhaps Cuba. perhaps Cuba. And then it's Russia and China that's left. So do they make Russia accept some kind of deal for Ukraine, some kind of peace deal? And then will they focus on China? So yeah, next could probably be Cuba actually. But the big objective of the US is to make the world a unipolar place and deal with China and Russia. Robinson John says, you said Trump kissed the ring. Does that mean that he had full judiciary backing? Then why did courts oppose the traffic rules, his traffic rules? I did not ever mean the US judiciary when I said kiss the ring. No, not the US judiciary. The US is not India. Trump, this has nothing to do with judiciary backing. Kissing the ring means aligning yourself with someone who is more powerful than you. I mean, the unelected establishment of the US, the entity that the world calls the deep state. That's what I meant. Not the judiciary. No. Sid Dave says, B-2 bomber was actually designed by an Indian Parsi who is in jail. So the B-2 bomber was actually, no, he developed stealth. We'll look into that. B-2 bomber was actually designed by Indian Parsi American who was unfortunately then caught selling that to Israel, China, Germany, etc. Parsi gentleman who became a US citizen who, let's see, not the entire stealth bomber, but yeah, Indian Parsi stealth fighter jailed. Okay, hopefully that, yeah, Naushir Gowalia. He played a key role in designing the propulsion system for the B-2 stealth bomber. He did not design the entire bomber. He played a key role in designing the propulsion system. And then he was caught passing on American secrets, technological secrets to other nations. And that's why he is in prison now. Is he in prison now? I suppose he is. Yeah. Yeah, industrial espionage. So, Gautam says, I know conversions are going on at industrial scale, but we have much like Shringari and Kanchi, so I still have hope. Sure. But we should be aware. My point is, let's not give up hope. I'm not saying ever to give up hope. But we should know what is happening. Not just know, we should make others also know about this. It's very important to know what is being done in India. We should know what's happening. And yeah, then we can do something about it. I don't know if we can do something about it, but I mean, the government is supposed to do something about it. We have elected them to power, right? Are they doing something about it? I'm not sure. Sid Dave says, I think Israel has tough on Trump. Western leaders through Epstein files, and Ivanka is also married to a Zionist, Jared Kushner. Israel is all the cards. That's a pretty legitimate strategy in geopolitics, right? If you want to succeed, you should have cards on everybody. You should have stuff on everyone. And we know Trump is in the Epstein files, is all over the place. His daughter is married to I don't know, Jared Kushner is Zionist. I don't know, but yeah. He's definitely Jewish. I know that. I don't know about Zionist. But Trump is definitely all over the Epstein files. Yeah. And so many of these American politicians are all over the Epstein files. That guy Lutnick is in the Epstein files. Everyone is in the Epstein files. And yeah, so one of the legitimate tools in geopolitics is blackmail. Yeah, it's a legitimate tool to have in a toolkit. If you have dirt on a world leader and you can blackmail the person, it's fantastic for you, isn't it? So I'm not saying if Israel has or doesn't have, but blackmail is a legitimate tool in geopolitics. Hyphen says Iran is retaliating to US strikes. Does deterrence still work, or are both sides sliding towards a wider war? See, the US has a very clear objective: regime change. If the US comes closer to changing the regime in Iran, Iran will lash out with everything it has got. There is going to be a much wider war. Iran, I don't see it just giving up and saying, okay, you take over. They won't do that. They'll fight till the end. That's the sense I'm getting for Iran, which means a much wider war, much wider, much bigger war. Iran could strike at neighboring countries, oil refineries, oil wells. Before the Iranian regime goes down, they may even destroy their own oil production facilities and burn them. If they have nuclear weapons, they may even, God forbid, use those. This situation will go towards a wider war. That's the sense I'm getting. Because the US and Israel are very clear, they want a regime change. And regime change is an existential threat for the Iranian government. So wider war is very likely. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, what is this Neuralink? No detailed information on the internet. Was Epstein a Rothschild puppet? I don't know about that. But what's Neuralink? Neuralink is this technology developed by a company called Neuralink, which is owned mostly by Elon Musk. And the Neuralink technology is this chip that is implanted inside your head. It's got these it has got these probes or electrodes that are implanted inside brain tissue. And it can be used for multiple purposes. It can be used to give a person who's paralyzed control of their arms and legs and limbs back. It can allow a paralyzed person to communicate with the internet without moving, without physical contact. You can control a mouse cursor just through your brain. In the future, you could potentially access the internet directly in your mind. And so many future possibilities. It can also be used for controlling people, I suppose. Technology has good and bad uses. So that's what Neuralink is. It was first tested on pigs. Now it has been implanted in various people, and it has apparently had very positive improvements in their life. So that sort of thing. So that's what Neuralink is. The core concept is that, look, when we try to communicate with the internet, we have to use our fingers for typing and all, right? And that's a very slow speed of communicating with the internet or with a computer. Today, we can communicate with our devices through voice also, but eventually, but the speed at which data flows is still very limited, right? So through Neuralink, you can just simply download entire movies into your mind, I suppose, right? That sort of thing. So that's the overall deal with Neuralink. Anish says, big fan of yours, appreciative work. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Anish, thank you. And Anish is a new member. Thank you very much once again. Thank you and welcome to the channel's membership. Thank you, sir. Sid Dave says, what do you think about conversions in Punjab? Khalistan movement, Sikh separatism really hurt culturally. Many think of Hindus as enemies. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. This is all detrimental to India's interests. This has been going on since the 1980s, and it still exists. This new thing has come up in the past 10 years or so, this industrial scale daily conversion activity that's happening in Punjab. Yeah. And the objective is to, re-engineer India's cultural and religious demographics. That is an existential threat to the nation, but nothing is being done to address it. Are we already a vassal state? It's terrible. That's what I think about conversion in Punjab or everywhere else. Look, I have nothing against any specific religion. If you tomorrow morning want to convert to some religion through your own choice, you have 100% the right to do that. It's your personal choice what religion you want to practice. I have nothing against that. My issue is I have an issue with using religion as a tool to re-engineer demographics of a country. If someone wants to convert voluntarily, well and good. What's wrong with that? But if someone is coming to India with billions of dollars with the objective of transforming and re-engineering the demographics, that's an issue. That's a war against the nation. And why has the government of India failed to do a thing about this? So it's disaster actually. What's happening? It's happening right now. Happening right now, and the government is doing nothing about this. Maybe India. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe India has been a vassal for the past 20 years. Who knows? Who knows? Bharat Kulkarni says, why doesn't India buy oil from Oman? Why Russia when it's far? Why in Saudi why the vulnerable Hormuz? Oman may be cheaper as it's closer. Oman. Does India not buy any oil at all from Oman? Why Russia when it's far? Russia gives you cheaper oil in large quantities. So if it may make economic sense. And also India did not want Russia to get isolated and become a Chinese vassal. That's why also India bought Russian oil, but mainly because it's super cheap. It was significantly cheaper. That's why. When it comes to Hormuz, it was not vulnerable. It was. When has the Strait of Hormuz ever been blockaded until now? I can't think of any time when this happened. Right? So Hormuz looks vulnerable. That way, even the Bab al-Mandeb Strait is vulnerable. Even the Malacca Strait is vulnerable. It has the same geographical characteristics, right? These are choke points. But Hormuz, when was it closed? It has not been closed. So that's why India buys oil from Saudi Arabia and so on. Oman, I'm not sure why. Does India buy nothing from Oman? Let's find out. Does India buy oil or gas from Oman? Buy. See, we import significant amounts of crude oil and LNG from Oman. So, it's 38% of India's imports from Oman, crude oil and petroleum gas and so on. So, yeah, India does buy it from Oman. Okay. All right. Sid Dave says, lots of Iranians have nostalgia of pre-Islamic past and blame Islam for their problems. This is true of the diaspora. Not sure about the Iranians in Iran. Yeah, that's what I hear. A lot of the Iranian diaspora is like that. Many of them are either Christians or atheists. None of them practice Zoroastrianism, as far as I know. The Iranian diaspora in Iran, in India, who have been here for centuries. I mean, when it comes to India, there have been two waves of migration from Iran. One was about 1300 years ago, after the Arabs took over Iran. A large number of Iranians fled to India because India was the only place where they would get refuge without having to give up their culture. And then there was another wave of migration to India of Iranians about 200-300 years ago, the Iranis. So these are Zoroastrians. But when it comes to the Iranian diaspora in the West, they are mostly atheists or Christians, no Zoroastrians. And some may still be Muslims. And yeah, many of them blame the Islamic government for all the ills of Iran and so on. And many of them have some kind of nostalgia for the pre-Islamic past. But I don't see Iran becoming a Zoroastrian nation again. If the US regime change succeeds, Iran becomes eventually long-term a Christian nation, not Zoroastrian. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, after Mr. Modi's visit to Israel, I have seen many Israeli YouTubers talking about historical people-to-people connection. I did not even know about Jews from 10 years ago. Shylock from Venice, Merchant of Venice, was my only info. Okay. Right, so I have not seen these YouTube videos or whatever. People-to-people connections between India and Israel historically, very, very insignificant, I'm sure. There's been a small Jewish presence in India dating back to the time about 2100 years before today. Jews were shipwrecked in India, and the Cochin Jews or whatever it is, and there have been multiple subsequent migrations of Jews to India, including Sephardic Jews about 500 years ago, after the Reconquista of Spain and the expulsion of Jews and Moors from Spain. So a bunch of them came to India. And Jews have never faced any persecution, any discrimination in India ever. Zero anti-Semitism. The only place in the world where Jews have, been treated as equals. Yeah, so that's the deal. And of late, obviously, various people on YouTube will speak about this because India and Israel are strengthening the relationship. Black Panther says, we are seeing democratic nation makes weaker leaders. Does second half of the century, can we expect more communist countries? No. Communism is a failed ideology. Communism is a failed ideology. You think China is a communist nation? China is an imperial system. It's communist only in name. It's actually capitalist. There's a, it's more capitalist than communist, China today. Right? It's a state-controlled economy with capitalism with Chinese characteristics and all. No communism today. I don't expect communism any more communist countries. If there will be more communist experiments, those will be disasters. So I don't see it that way. No. If you became the Prime Minister of India, what would you do in 20 years to fix internal and external issues? Would that make India a superpower? Is abandoning democracy the only path? 20 years, nothing will make India a superpower. India will have to work hard for at least 50 years to be a superpower. So my advice is, let's stop using the word superpower and Vishwaguru. If I become the PM of India, what would I do in 20 years? First of all, I will appoint myself dictator. What will I do in 20 years? I will reform the education system. That's number one. Number one thing. Education system has to be reformed. Secondly, all the institutions have to be reformed. Everything. So, look, without going into specifics, 20 years, full-scale, deep reforms will be needed in India. It will cause short-term pain, actually. Do you understand that? It will cause short-term pain, 20-year pain probably in India for a lot of people who are benefiting from the current system. Is abandoning democracy the only path? Well, there's no real democracy in the world, to be very truthful. Do you think the US is a democracy? The US is the two-party state, which is just one step ahead of the one-party system of China and North Korea. There's no real democracy in the world anywhere. Democracy doesn't empower people at all. Democracy gives unelected, powerful people a facade to keep doing what they do. Abandoning democracy or not, see, eventually the world reorients itself. Democracy is a passing phase. It's the objective of democracy is to hide where the real power lies. Right? It masks where the real power in a nation lies. So it's the best system historically has been monarchy. That's what's worked for humanity. Monarchy. Anyway, yeah. Ankita ji, good evening, ma'am. After Iraq, Libya, Syria, and now Iran, India will be on direct US radar sooner or later. In that case, whose side will Israel stand? Israel will stand on Israel's side. Israel doesn't need to take a side. Israel doesn't need to take a side. Why does Israel have to take a side? India will choose the American side, right? Most likely. India will most likely choose to be in the American orbit, which means it is on Israel's side. So, yeah, we know Iraq is gone. Libya is gone. Syria is now ruled by an ISIS terrorist. Now Iran will be taken down. It doesn't mean the Americans will next launch an invasion of India. No. Why launch an invasion of India when you can control the country from outside? Why do that? I don't see the Americans launching even threatening any military operation against India. Nothing. It's all going to be very peaceful. So Israel will stand with Israel. And India will stand with Israel in the US, most likely. The Scorpion King says, Christianity is declining, with the US being the last Western Christian nation. In next 20-30 years, Christianity will be associated with the poor African nations, which will lead to its decline. Its association with the West led to its growth. A long story of Christianity. Christianity is a political religion. Christianity it grew artificially in the West through state support, because various emperors saw the utility it had in controlling their people and so on, and that's why it grew. And today you're absolutely right that Christianity is declining in the West. Absolutely right. When I was a little kid, when the Pope used to visit some European nation, millions of people would line the streets to get a glimpse of the Pope. Today, the Pope goes to some country, nobody turns up, not even 1% turns up. Christianity is almost done in the West. The US is you are right, it's the last major Western Christian nation, the United States. And you are right, in the next 20, 30 years, Christianity will be associated with third world nations. Which is why, and see, the people who run Christianity want Christianity to remain, to continue to exist and to be relevant somewhere. That's why they are targeting nations like India. So in Africa, yes, there are only two major religions left in Africa. All the indigenous cultures and religions have been destroyed. It's either Christianity or Islam. And the next big target of Christianity is India. Yeah, and it's being given red carpet treatment in India, industrial scale conversions. So I agree with you, Scorpion King. Shibam Chattaraj says, don't fear for Dharma, they will balkanize India. All right. Galliver says, China shared the YJ-21, the missile, blatantly with Iran. While we are fully against another Anglo-Saxon VCCL in Iran, to share YJ-21 puts us on our toes. Long-range advanced surf SHM says hi. Long-range advanced. What's LRASHM? Once again. LRASHM. Okay, long-range anti-ship missile. Okay, fine. So YJ-21 is an anti-ship missile, right? YJ-21. It's an hypersonic anti-ship ballistic missile. Okay. What's ANGSXN VSSL? What is that? What? India? What is this? I have no idea what that is. Okay, so has China shared YJ-21 with Iran? Maybe they did. Okay, fine. Don't understand the severely non-Nash game move by China. You don't understand why China possible. Okay, let's assume, I don't know if China has shared the YJ-21 with Iran. Let's say they have shared it. Let's say they've given Iran YJ-21 missiles. How is it a severely non-Nash move by China? You're obviously talking about game theory, Nash equilibrium, all that, but how is it a non-logical and bad move by China? By giving Iran a better chance to defend itself against American aggression, how is it a bad move for China? By China. It's a good move for China. Right? And long-range anti-ship missile, okay, all right. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying, but this makes sense for China to do, right? China's adversary is the US. Iran is a Chinese strategic partner. And China stands to lose nothing if Iran gets this technology. Iran will never use it against China. So it makes sense for China to do this, right? Ashay has become a new member. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Welcome to the channel's membership. I really appreciate it. Okay. Black Panther says, does India become a US vassal? Deal in table of POK. Even if India becomes the US vassal, I doubt if the Americans will allow India to take POK. I think it's still unlikely. HR Device says, please tell me why illegal Bangladeshi issue is not a big issue in national politics. Don't they compromise our national safety? It is an existential threat for India, but somehow it's not an issue in national politics. No political party seems to regard this as a big issue in India. Yeah, I don't have an answer for this. I don't have an answer. Millions of illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators staying in India for decades, having children in India. How is this not an existential threat for the nation and civilization of India? How is it not a threat? It's an existential threat for India, for our national security. Why is it not a big issue? Possibly because the people of India don't seem to consider it a big issue. If everybody is aware, see, because Bangladeshis look like Indians. Most Indians don't think, right? They see a Bangladeshi and they hear the different accent. Most Indians don't think. Only with everything knowing about this will this become a political issue. If all Indians become alarmed and they say that if you don't fix this, we will not vote for you, then only it will become a political issue. Quicks says, if we don't forget our forefathers, we won't convert. All right, sir. All right. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, West is developing Neuralink, India is fighting for reservations. Sir, how do we cunning and exploit people like Shiloh the Jew? I don't know anything about that. But yes, you see, the West is going forward in developing technologies, AI, Neuralink, whatnot. And we are on a race to the bottom. Who is more backward and who gets a backward class or whatever reservations? That's the problem in India. That's the problem. Mao Zedong says, what do you think of my legacy? I think she is doing a good job. And will China ever benefit from this US-Iran war? This US-Iran war will be detrimental for China's interests if Iran loses. And Iran will most likely lose. Iran is not powerful enough to withstand the American onslaught for too long. Right? So China will not benefit from this. This will be detrimental to Chinese interests. He is doing a pretty good job, sure, for his country. What do I think of your legacy? What do I think of your legacy? Well, you set the stage for your policies were terrible. Your policies were terrible for China. You did a great job by taking Tibet from India. India didn't care. But yeah, you expanded Chinese territory, so that's good. That's been good for China. And overall, your policies were terrible afterwards. They took China backwards. The Great Leap Forward, the green, all that stuff was terrible. The famines you caused and all. So overall, and still you are regarded as one of the great people in China, as the founding father of Chinese Communist Party. So your legacy is mixed. On the one hand, without you, China would not be what it is today. On the other hand, you could have done much better. Yeah. Sid Dave says, Tucker Carlson says India will be Israel's new greatest ally, and Israel will slowly move away from the US as too much negative sentiment around them in the US. It could happen long term. That way. Yeah. But short to medium term, the US and Israel will remain very closely together. Long term, yeah, it could be that way. If India actually becomes a nation of some kind of substance, then it could be of much utility to a nation, to a great, powerful, and advanced nation like Israel, possibly. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, world's oldest bank, Medici Family Bank, similar to Rothschild's ruling class. Yeah, I haven't looked into these things, sir. I really haven't looked into these things. I know what you're talking about. You're trying to say that the Jews are behind all of this, but I haven't studied these matters, right? So I don't know. Sid Dave says, why did Hindu kings never try to liberate West Punjab, Sindh from Islamic rule after beating Ghaznavids at Battle of Baraich in 25? Lost opportunity. We resisted, we fought. Bapa Rawal took back various parts of India, liberated various parts of India from the Turkic occupation. We fought, but we were never unified at the time. That was the only problem. And eventually, let's stop blaming our ancestors for these things. They fought, they tried their best. What the problem was that we were not unified at the time. Unification is not that easy. You need a Superman to unify a subcontinent-sized entity, right? So if Prithviraj, for example, had not lost to Gori, then he could potentially have unified India. But he lost, right? The second battle, because he let Gori go in the first battle of Tarain. So there have been lost opportunities and all, but the main problem was that we were not politically unified under a single emperor. If that was the case, history would have been different. History would have been different, indeed. My point is, let's not blame our ancestors. They tried. They did what they could. They resisted Turkic attempts to invade and occupy India for several centuries. For at least 500, 600 years. Imagine how much they suffered and how much they paid with their own blood. Right? Sid Dave says, I think so-called liberal leftist Hindus are the worst traitors in world history. Even after partition, they don't seem to get... Yeah, I will not comment about religion, sir. I will not comment about any religion. I stay out of these matters. Mahesh Khannan, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, indeed. Ankita Kachap says, we are digitally colonized, technically dependent, culturally alienated, education system rotten to the core, no sign of major reforms. Is there any hope, possibility of rising as a civilization? There still is hope. there is still the possibility of rising. It will take time. It won't happen next week. It will not happen next 5 years. It may not even happen in the next 20 years. But if we start now, even if we are vassalized, we can still in 20, 30, 40 years rise up and become completely sovereign and a great power again. But we will need great leadership for that. We will need the kind of leader that comes up once in 500 years or maybe once in 1,000 years. With 1.4 billion Indians, there's somebody around who can do that, I'm sure. So I am still very optimistic. There is still hope. There is still the significant possibility of us rising again. But it will not be a short term. It won't happen very soon. It may take several decades for this to happen. I mean, think about it. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, after he died, it took 80 years for the Marathas to reconquer most of India and liberate most of India. 80 years is a long time, right? It's too long for one human being, but for us as a civilization, it is not a very long time. So on those time scales, yes, there is hope. Of course, there is hope. But it will take time. Jalaj Gaba says, with US debt rising to all times high, do you think the US can trigger a world war? As during a war, US security economic booms. Much of this debt that the US owns is owed to itself. Okay, it's owed to itself. Much of the debt is owed to American banks and American various governments at various levels and all. That's the structure of the debt. Some of it is owed to other nations in forms of treasury bonds and so on. But the US owes this debt in US dollars. The US controls the US dollar. The US can make this debt evaporate through various magic tricks. So the US doesn't need to trigger a world war to get rid of its debt. Okay? And a world war is good for nobody because it destroys the world. So I don't think that's on the cards. The Scorpion King says, is China still a Buddhist nation or culturally Buddhist? CCP seems to have a soft corner for Buddhism. Chinese diaspora in the West is converting to Christianity. China is not a Buddhist nation. It has got about 200 million practicing Buddhists, the largest Buddhist population in the world. And China CCP doesn't have a soft corner for Buddhism. It wants to appropriate Buddhism. Okay? It wants to appropriate it, steal it from India. China says that Buddhism is a Chinese religion because it's been in China for 2,000 years. So now it's a Chinese religion. It's trying to steal Buddhism from India. And China showcases its cultural heritage much better than India. So China is not a Buddhist nation. Most young Chinese don't know the first thing about Buddhism. They say, oh, my grandmother practices that worships this god that you have here. Yeah. And so China is not a Buddhist nation. It's not culturally Buddhist. It's culturally atheist. And the CCP simply wants to appropriate Buddhism. You give them the chance, they will even appropriate yoga and everything else. Mahesh Kannan says, by attacking Gulf states and closing the Strait of Hormuz, Iran pulling leverage quickly, it looks like they want to stop the war at any cost. What's your view? Will the war stop before removing regime? Unlikely. The way I see it, the Americans will succeed in the regime change operation. They are just too powerful. The Americans are simply too powerful, right? So has Iran blocked the Strait of Hormuz? It obviously will attack Gulf states who are hand in glove with the US from their perspective. Has Hormuz been closed? Let's quickly see what's happening. I'm going to take a quick look at Twitter for a few minutes, and let's take a look at this together. So my timeline, best accounts and all. Air India cancels flights to London, Toronto, Frankfurt, Paris, Chicago flights for 1st March list, so on and so forth. Siddhant and Mr. Modi is talking about something else, semiconductor stuff. Somebody is talking about Mr. Xiang, Professor Jiang. Dubai has shut down. Al Maktoum International Airport has been shut down. Emirates grounded. Okay, a lot of AI slop you'll see, but it still gives you information, this AI slop. What else? JD Vance. You see the politicians doing their flip-flops. Dr. Jaishankar says, had a telecon with Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi this evening. Shared India's deep concern about whatever developments and so on. Okay. What else do we have? Bizarre discovery. Okay, that's fine. Iranians, soft Gulf targets, etc. What is trending? Let's see. World War III is trending. What is this here? Iranian drones strike high-rise building in Bahrain. Oh, that's terrible visuals. What else do we have? I don't know what that is. What's happening in Tehran? Okay, are you saying Hormuz has been shut down? Let's see Hormuz. Let us see. Has Hormuz been shut down? Iran warns Hormuz passage unsafe. So the strait is practically closed. With the IRGC warning vessels, it's unsafe to transit. Okay. Okay, that will make oil prices shoot up, obviously. Official closure. Okay, so Hormuz has never been closed. We know that. Yeah. So it's not officially closed yet, but Iran is warning countries now that Hormuz is dangerous. Essentially, they are announcing the closure of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz. That is going to be disastrous for the global economy. It's going to make oil prices shoot up massively. It's going to be bad for India. It's going to be bad for consumers in India. The prices of your tomatoes and potatoes will go up now. Yeah. So, see, Iran doesn't want to stop the war at any cost. The government of Iran wants to survive at any cost. Of course, they will, right? What do you expect? Yeah, that's just natural. So, will the war stop before the regime is changed? I think that's unlikely. Of course, I could be wrong, and good if I'm wrong, but I think it's unlikely. Kyojuro Rengoku says, great leader came after 30 years. India will be too late. Great India coming after 30 years for India will be too late, as the world order will stabilize by till then. Past 15 years and upcoming 5 years are crucial, and we lost. Maybe it's a realistic way of looking at things. The crucial time was the past 15 years. Crucial time is the next 5 years. You're right. You're right. The crucial time is the next 5 years, and the work we should have done to strengthen India and make India immune to vassalization has not been done. Let's see how it goes, sir. Let's see how it goes. Let us still be optimistic. Ashutosh Naik says, it's clear you're a true expert in this niche. Your confidence and knowledge make every episode of self must listen. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your very kind words. Thank you. Which part of the United States are you living in? I am not living in the United States. I'm not. So, not in the US. Okay. All right. I'm living in India. I think it's not some big secret that I'm living in India, not in the US. Anyway, sir, Ashutosh ji, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. The Scorpion King says we should allow dual citizenship so that the diaspora does not lose connection with India. With dual, their children will always be connected with India. Look, if India hypothetically becomes a vassal, I think we should welcome dual citizenship. Inner Wealth Hub. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Galliver says, hold on. We're talking about YJ-21. YJ-21, a long-range anti-ship missile. Zircon happened to be 3 novelties. US is incapacitated by defensively as well as offensively. Can't retaliate. Sir, they, in their infinite wisdom, will continue deja vu Pearl Harbor. The US is kind of behind in hypersonic technology. Yeah, we know that. The Zircon is way more advanced than anything the Americans have. The Zircon is a frightfully fast missile, right? Zircon is like Mach 9, Mach 10, Mach 12, I don't know, frightfully fast. It's not ramjet technology, it's scramjet technology. Yeah, so the US, these are some of the things that the US doesn't have. It's kind of behind in that. So they, in their infinite wisdom, will construe deja vu Pearl Harbor. I'm not sure what the connection to Pearl Harbor is, but I agree with you that the US is kind of behind in these, especially in hypersonics. Let me see. I think the Americans do have some hypersonic missile. Let's find out, okay? Does the US have hypersonic missiles? It does not have fully operational fielded hypersonic missiles. But that's uh, a drawback for the US. Okay, so forget about anti-ship. It doesn't have any proper hypersonic missiles. They are in the process of developing and testing several programs expected to be deployed by 25-26. Well, we are in 25-26. We're in 26 now. So yeah, that's where the US is behind. And it's perplexing. They have allowed themselves to fall behind in this manner. But yes, they are behind, and that's one of the, you could say, Achilles heels of the US, possibly. But when you consider the full spectrum of the offensive capabilities of the US, it is not that big of an issue, because they can still take out, annihilate a nation without having hypersonic technology. Okay. Pradeep Kumar Roy is signing out for the night. Thank you, sir. Good night to you as well. Thank you. Giora TV says, sorry for the weird question. Why do US missile explosions look like fireworks while others just appear as dirty fireballs? I've noticed this difference in recent strikes in Venezuela and now Iran. So the strikes in Venezuela, the US hardly used any firepower in Venezuela. I think they used some. The firepower the US used in Venezuela was mainly machine guns from helicopters and maybe a missile or two. Anti-personal kind of missiles, one or two from helicopters. That's it. The US basically took Maduro without firing almost a single shot. And the kind of explosions and visuals you see also depend on the frame rate of your camera. If you use 24 frame rate, you see it a certain way. If you see 60 frames per second, you're gonna see, explosions and the muzzle flashes of guns very differently. So it all depends. A lot of it depends on the kind of camera you're using, what frame rate you're using. Explosions look way richer when you're using 24 frames per second. They look very different at 60 or 120 frames per second. So there's a lot of factors that go into this. It's not a weird question. It's a really interesting question, actually, right? So it depends on the cameras. It depends on the frame rates. It depends on who's filming it. A lot of people see a lot of these videos. They come out on social media, and a lot of people, when they use phones, they put the frame rate at 60 or something. They believe that the higher the frame rate, the better the image you get. And maybe some people use it for shooting slow motion videos or whatever. So that's why they keep the frame rate at 60 or 120. It depends on the phone. Some phones can't do 120, some can. So maybe a lot of people are keeping the frame rates very high, and maybe that's causing, that's affecting the way the video turns out to be. Very interesting question, actually. Dheeraj Kamath says, I think the lack of proactive aggression by idealistic kings of India after the rise of known Vedic Ahimsak ideologies is something we should blame them for. Why are we always on the defensive? Yeah, I mean, ahimsa, see, we have to understand what is the relevance of ahimsa. What is the relevance of ahimsa in culture and society? Ahimsa is relevant when it comes to interpersonal interactions. Let's say you have a dispute with somebody who is a citizen of your own country. You don't want the dispute to devolve into fighting and killing, right? So when you have a dispute with a citizen of your country or with a member of a family, you will use ahimsa, obviously. But when it comes to having a dispute with a foreign country, you're not under any obligation to use ahimsa. So let's say you have Muhammad Ghori invading your country and doing all kinds of nasty stuff to your people. Do you use ahimsa for that person? Do you say that the rules of warfare say I cannot do these things? No, you kill the guy. You deal with him. Your objective is to win. But when you have artificial rules that you use in warfare that will put you at a disadvantage, then you're stupid. So some of these issues have crept into India, into Indian society, into the mindset and worldview of Indians people ask me about humanity. Mr. Modi should not have visited Israel because of humanity. Who cares about humanity in geopolitics? Does anyone care? Does the US care about humanity? Does China care about humanity? Why should we take the contract of worrying about humanity. Our prime minister, our leader, has one job: to look out for the national interest of the country and to look out for the interests of the Indian people. That's it. So this ahimsa thing and all these matters, they have really messed up India's mindset. Big problem. Gautam Gautam Verma Dantaluri says, despite having great institutes with brilliant doctors, why are we not contributing significantly to research output? Because we don't have great institutes. Most of our institutes are great on paper, but they're actually trash. Go to an IIT. The budget for IITs must be very high, right? Go to an IIT. I'm not naming this IIT or that IIT. Go to an IIT. Visit the washroom to take a leak. You will see the washroom is wonderful. Very nicely maintained washroom. Very high quality glassware and whatnot. Go and see their conference room. Very ultra modern conference room with air conditioning, the best projectors and expensive equipment and all. Now go to the lab of the IIT. The equipment will be 30 years old. That's the kind of approach we have. That's an issue that plagues our so-called great institutes. They're great on paper. They have many eminent scientists and researchers. What eminent work have they done actually? I wonder. It's all on paper. India is a nation of things being fantastic on paper. But actually, there's nothing of any value that's happening there. The majority of these brilliant, so-called brilliant and eminent scientists and doctors and whoever are pedestrian, mediocre people. The majority of them. Some are great, some are brilliant. I'm not saying all are mediocre. But those who are brilliant and great, they are like fish out of water because the environment is not conducive for their brilliance. So there are these deep-rooted problems in India that are not being addressed at all. They are being overlooked, brushed into the carpet. And that's why India remains a mediocre nation. Mao Zedong says, take this as a token of gratitude. I know many of the questions are repeating and annoying, but you answer each one with equal enthusiasm. Namaskaram. Thank you so much, Mao Zedong ji. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ever Joel Amin says, share some of your favorite books currently. I don't have any current favorite books. I don't know. Favorite books currently, I'm not reading any current favorite books. I'm thinking of reading P.G. Wodehouse. Should I? I don't know. What am I reading right now? I'm reading Sherlock Holmes. It's not a good idea to ask me about book recommendations unless I come prepared, because I have read so many books in my life that they all get mixed in my head, and no book stands out for me as such. So currently I'm reading Sherlock Holmes, just revisiting it after many, many years. That's one. Yeah. Ani Sharma says, is it bad for me to remind you to watch Tumbad? Maybe it's a good distraction for me to watch Tumbad, perhaps. Based on how things are going and what's happening in the world. So thank you for the reminder, sir. Aditya R says, since the UAE can bypass the Strait of Hormuz blockade using Fujairah's port on the Gulf of Oman, do you think Iran will actively target Fujairah to ensure an oil chokehold is actually effective? They could. Let's take a look at the map and let's figure out what exactly is happening with Fujairah. Ras Al Khaimah, Fujairah. It's one of the Emirates, right? Fujairah. So here we have this. This is the UAE. Ras Al Khaimah is up here. Then you have Sharjah, you have Dubai, you have Abu Dhabi. Where is Ajman? So where is Fujairah? Fujairah is here. So yeah, it kind of we can bypass Hormuz itself, the Strait of Hormuz itself, because Fujairah is out here in the Gulf of Oman. And yeah, so you are correct. Geographically, it is not. It is kind of not affected by any blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. But any military action that's happening in the Strait of Hormuz will most likely, affect Fujairah, at least directly or indirectly. But let's say Iran wants to completely blockade the Strait of Hormuz and ensure that there's no oil coming out. Then they may definitely target Fujairah, because Fujairah is, first of all, not very far away from Iran. It's definitely within Iran's range, or within the range of Iran's navy, missiles, and so on. Definitely, so they could do it. They could do it. I'm not saying, I'm not advocating for this to happen, but Iran could do that possibly. Yeah. Okay. Black Panther says energy comes from oil and gas until US superpower. Your thoughts? Energy come from oil and gas until US superpower. My thoughts. So are you saying that the US will ensure that as long as it's a superpower, energy only comes from oil and gas? I don't know about that. It can prevent other nations from developing new technologies, right? So it's not a guarantee. And oil and gas could be a finite resource, right? Eventually, the world may possibly run out of oil and gas. It's a possibility. So as long as the US is superpower, energy will only come from oil and gas. It's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee. Okay. Looks like I have run out of questions from the super chat. So let's one more time take a look at what's happening. Let me just take a look at Twitter. Give me a second. Okay. Let me open a new Twitter tab fresh and let's see at what is happening. Give me a second. Is there something, any new development? Okay, we have high rise in Bahrain. Some controversy about Modi's Israel visit. Okay, that's fine. Social media backlash. Jai Shankar, World War III is trending. Some cricket stuff is trending. Let's see Tehran, what is there? Okay. Yeah, nothing very new. Okay, maybe there'll be some more developments later on, but I think we can now, at this time, call it a night for now. So let me end this live stream here. Thank you very much, everybody, for the questions. And let us see. Maybe I will do another emergency live stream tomorrow, depending on how things go, whether there are new developments that affect us and so on. So let's see about that. So, all right, let me end this live stream over here tonight. Thank you very much. It's been 5.5 hours. Flew by. Thank you so much for your questions. Keep learning, keep raising your standards. And I'll see you very soon in the next one. Take care. Good night. Good day, everyone. Bye-bye.